Welcome to Portal City, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Holy crap, I'm so glad I was able to wake up earlier this morning. I can't believe it. They actually nerfed they nerfed the town projects. The very night that I wanted to try them and see how powerful they were, they decided to nerf it. Of course they do. Of course they do. Unbelievable. Yes, we definitely want Greatsword. We absolutely 110,000% want it. They know we want it too. They absolutely know it. All right, let's see. Hold on. Not for Portal City. Now Portal's king. Portal's got to be king now. There's a 30-minute wait between resetting the town projects. So we're going to shoot ahead this time. It's time to go. We're starting up a portal train. If anyone wants to join, we're heading out in about 3 minutes. Gathering northward exit. All right. Whew, what's the best weapons and armor to solo level with? There's multiple good choices there. Like Dex fighters have a lot of really good combinations there. But if you want to do like a new player build or like something that's easy to work with as a fresh person, you can also do sword and shield and hatchet. Those are pretty decent choices. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. Internet really quick. Oh man, what's going on, Amin? Hey everybody. I can't believe they delayed it, or I can't believe they nerfed it. I see. I told you they know everything. And I mean, of course they probably saw it happening, but like it was crazy. That's the same thing that happened during the preview too. The night that I actually tried the deliveries for a little bit in the preview, because that was like super duper crazy XP. They nerfed it like that morning. It was hilarious. Oh man. But yeah, the game itself is gonna need some, patches, updates, things like that, before it gets in the right place. But it's got a good foundation. It's got a lot of potential so far. But yeah, it's got a ways to go for sure. But I just want some more dynamic events. That's the main thing I want. It's the main thing I want. More dynamic events. What's up, Nate? How you doing? Yep, just like Brian said, there's not like a single best thing, some weapons are better for different situations. Like tomorrow there might be a territory war that might happen, so fire staffs might be really good in there, and then muskets could be pretty good in there as well for defending, and all kinds of stuff. So if you like a particular combination, then take a look at what might be useful to pair with that. But I'm gonna do or if you ask about like what would pair best with like a sword or a great axe, that'd be easier one to answer too. Level requirement 15 plus should be good. All right, let's go. Roll out. Windsward starting on the northeast side. Portal train. Let's go. Exactly, yeah, Brian. There's Thorpe, and then also there's multiple different actually, yeah, there's multiple different elite mobs and a boss that has great swords too, like Starstone Barrow, the level 35 expedition. The last boss has a great sword, and the gate guard over in oh okay, play rough. The gate guard over in Great Cleave, he has one too. Also, what do they nerf? Oh, they nerfed the town project. So the town projects were giving like a crazy amount of XP because they didn't tweak the before the beta started. They didn't tweak the experience of them, so they were kind of busted. But it was a combination of that and also the fact that people could wait for the reset to happen, like reset of selection of town projects every 5 minutes. But people were just kind of stacking up the really good ones and busting them out all at once. But they nerfed that this morning. Now it's portal trains all day. Kaz, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You know it. But there's we'll get you a spot. Explosion. Oh, Coldor, huh? Come here. Ooh. Fair Valley, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Town project still 10 times better than grinding side quests and faction mission. That's true. That's true. If you get the armament ones, because that's what I was doing before I went to grab a shower. Is I went to go to the town project board and I grabbed the armament ones, and then I waited 30 minutes to grab the other ones, and then I just did them all at once. That part is pretty good still. Yeah. Not really a point to flag until level 60. Well, you could, like, they just added another bonus back to it, but it's only like 5% XP bonus when you flag. And also you do get rewards for killing people. Like, you can get XP, money, drops and stuff like that. But most of the time, people are not really caring too much about it. Everybody's just more concerned with getting to level 60, and then the fight's gonna start, because we're gonna be doing outpost rush. We're gonna be doing a lot of territory wars, so people are really focused on that specifically. And I can't wait to get to endgame. We get that good gear, juicy gear. Okay. Juicy heals. Okay. Want to use musket at release? I'm 22 now in beta. You could use rapier. You could try that. Rapier musket was super fun to use. Super fun. You'll get a lot of DPS output as well off of the Tondo, Flourish and Finish, and Powder Burn. Everything you got with the musket combined with everything you got with rapier. A lot of DPS capability there. Pretty fun. You could put down a trap on somebody, and once they get rooted, you could, like, if you're trying to kite them, you could flesh right through them with the rapier, because the flesh skill is like a dive bomb skill. Yes. Yes. So you got a lot of mobility plus, well, decent amount of mobility, and also quite a bit of damage output there too. Hardy. What's up, devil? I'm so glad I dodged that. Okay. What do we got here? That's right. Let me put a point in. What are we putting a point in? Let me think. Increased healing by 10% now. This one could be potentially pretty good. I know I'll need to get that one at some point. What level do you start doing the portals? Probably around 20 is when it's a good idea to. You can do them as early as like level 18-ish. If you have a pretty large group like this, then you can start doing them as early as like 15, 16. The reason you want to do it not before then is because they actually introduced mechanics a while back where if you're like 10 levels below the mob, you're going to see a red skull on the mobs, and then what will happen is if they get you down to 0 health, it's not going to like put you in a down state. It's just going to send you back to the nether realm, like it's just going to kill you. So they have that, and they also have it where I believe it's actually level 5. If they're 5 levels above you, they get a damage buff. 3 levels above you, they get an armor buff against you. And like 6 levels above, they get an increased perception, like they can detect you from a farther range, and just all kinds of stuff like that. So like I would go like around 16, 17 at the earliest, but ideally it'd be good to wait to 20. Some spear gameplay. I could probably try to level spear up later today. Let me see, actually. Do I have one on me? Once I get some more caches, I'll see if I can get a good one. But I'm also going to be leveling up the life staff mostly too today, because we might get there might be a territory war happening tomorrow. The first war ever of El Dorado. So I got to make sure that my stuff's trained up. Oh yeah, we really are getting portal or weapon XP for this stuff. Cool. Didn't know there was a great sword. Well, it's not an actual thing yet. It's just like a thing on the drawing board, but they know that people want it. It's been one of the most requested things for the longest time, and also same thing with like dual daggers. And also there are screenshots of what's it called, the great sword being used, like not by a player in game, but it was like concept art. And then also there was a GIF that they posted way back on their when they first originally put the Steam page up, where it showed what appeared to be a greatsword weapon. Like I could probably show you. Hold on. Yeah, we had this concept art right here of the greatsword, which looks this big freaking weapon right here. That's absolutely got to be a greatsword, but we haven't seen that yet. It also has the great axe in there back before they even put in the great axe. And then we had this one here. And on this right side here, this absolutely looks like it could be a great sword. It's really skinny, but just look at the way he's holding it. We don't have a weapon that has that holding animation quite yet. So, and that's also the first time we saw the tower shield on the left side here, and the tower shield actually ended up happening. So the greatsword seems like it's pretty likely. What's up, Limited? Full healer build for a full healer. Oh, okay, so Ice Gauntlet is a really good thing to pair with that for sure. And on Ice Gauntlet, you can get Ice Storm, Entombed, and what was that other one? Ice Pylon. For your life staff ones, though, I like to use Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Divine Embrace is what I would use as a pure healer too. I love using those three. But there are, you know, different situations that might warrant the other ones too. Like Orb of Protection can be pretty good because it has that Fortify buff alongside that. You can upgrade it to do healing too. But if you're doing a Paladin build, you can only get the first passive. You can't get the second one and third one, because if you do, then when you switch back to your sword, it's going to disappear. I don't know why it does that still, but yeah, I would get probably Beacon, Sacred Ground, and Divine Embrace, and then I would substitute in Flash of Light for Divine Embrace when you're in Territory Wars. I would just start with that. Thank goodness that wasn't a big spike. Okay. West, west, west. And then I got an idea. So we go west, we go south-ish. We can skip the northern portals, and we just go into Monarchs. We go all the way over there, go to this one, we teleport back to this, loop-de-loop around again. And that should be good. Build official release. Yeah, it's probably going to be my first build official release, but eventually I do plan to level pretty much all the weapons, but this is probably the one that I would start with and use most of the time. But no, there's a lot of really cool ideas that you can do with builds, so no, I got a lot of plans. Absolutely. If portal trains becomes a thing, isn't it going to create a huge gap between those that can get in portal groups and those who can't? Yeah, well, that's actually a very good point, because you know, if you're on a server where people aren't really doing that, you know, they're not doing portal groups if they don't want to, they're just doing like side quests, main quests, stuff like that, then yeah, it could potentially be pretty bad. It's kind of a thing where you have to kind of get people together, like advertise, and most of the time, since it's like one of the only decent things we can do for XP right now, most of the time they'll join up. But yeah, that's something that I've always talked about, is that it'd be good to have more leveling methods. But I know it's going to come in due time, but I've always suggested things like, you know, more dynamic events like escort quests, world bosses too, dynamic event quest chains, kind of like in Guild Wars 2. Would love to see stuff like that too for leveling up. We really like the hatchet, but you want to pair it with the ranged weapon, you can. Yeah, you can do a dex build, and you can go like hatchet bow or hatchet musket, whichever you prefer. And no, you can't dual wield rapiers, but that'd be so cool if you could. People really want daggers. I want daggers too. I want daggers so bad. What are you doing to level up? We're doing these corrupted portals. It's a corrupted breach train is what we call it, where it's basically like dolmens and ESO. We're doing these dynamic events that we have available right now. I'll send a... cross into... get into Southern Winds, where we can cross into Monarchs, do those majors, go do, get that shrine, TP back to the Hermit Shrine, and loop-de-loop. So we skip these ones over here. 34. Oh, people that were doing the town project, some of them got up to like 38, 40-ish. Some people got up pretty high because the town projects were given a crap ton of XP. This way. If I play Europe or US, only one server holds my character, or can you join all servers from that region with the character you made? No, only the server that you join, the server that you make the character on, that's the one that you can play it on. You can't take it to other servers, kind of thing. What weapon are you using? I'm using Sword and Shield and Life Staff. It's like a Paladin build. And the the in-game activities, main things we were probably going to be doing is going to be Outpost Rush, the 20v20 battleground, invasions, the 50 people against the waves of corrupted thing. It's like a tower defense mode where we have to go to our settlements and defend against waves and waves of enemies. And then territory wars, that'll be a thing all the way through the game, which is the faction warfare. We'll be fighting field bosses like Think the Obstructor, who's renamed to Morzul, Malevolent. There's arenas like the Eden Grove Spriggan, the Protector of the Source, Siren Queen, which I love fighting her. If you like Pirates of the Caribbean, you're gonna love Siren Queen. And then also the oh yeah, that's what I meant, Prime. Yeah. Wait, where'd everybody go? Which portal did they go to? There's only a few of us here. Power shield? Nah, they're not that easy. From what I've seen, they're not that easy to get early game. Probably still gonna be decent though. Okay, there we go. Oh my god. Jeez. Oh right, sorry. Yeah, no, that's what I meant. I'm sorry if I said that they nerfed the XP on the town projects. No, they nerfed the time. So now it takes like 30 minutes for them to reset. So people aren't going to be able to like stack them all at once and then execute them. You're going to have to like wait quite a while in between. That's why portals are going to be a much more on par or possibly better thing to do. There's more people. On the south ones? Oh no. Oh, it's gonna mess up the loop. It's okay though, I think. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. I was thinking maybe I wasn't gonna be able to explain it that well, but basically once we get to these ones down here, we can cross over into Monarchs and go this way. And then we can go to that shrine. It's kind of like how we're going to do the Restless Shore train, where you can go from end to end and use the shrine, and then TP back and form a new loop. Hatchet life staff combo. I think there's going to be better. Well, no, actually, you can use the life staff hatchet combo if you want to primarily use the life staff is like a healing weapon, and then you know, have the hatchet be like a backup. There's probably better choices you can use for like defending yourself if people get close, because like the Ice Gauntlet, for instance, you get the Entombed ability, but you also can get a lot of mana regen from doing that. But if you wanted to do hatchet life staff, you could, and you wanted to have like the life staff be the main thing that you use, and then the hatchet is just something you defend yourself with. Oh, okay, gotcha. Southern portals. Okay. Crossing the Monarchs. Yeah. Sword and Great Axe? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can totally do that. You can do Sword and Great Axe and be just fine. You could do Sword and Warhammer, decent CC and PvP. You could also do, oh yeah, I saw that too, that Josh was 58. That's crazy. He was going ham on those town projects. And you can also do Sword and Hatchet is a pretty decent tank build that people use. And then for me, I'm definitely gonna do Paladin, Pally. Max level today. I wish. Please no. I freaking wish there was enough time in a day. Please don't spike. Please don't spike us. Ooh. It spiked us. Portals are better than questing. So once you get to like the 20-ish area, like after you've done, you know, your main story quests and most of your side quests kind of thing in that area, then yeah, at that point, portals can be pretty good. Pretty good. Not the spike. Could you do Warhammer lifestyle? Yeah, that's actually the second. That's one of the second things that we were really thinking about, because that sounds really cool. How you could do like a ret paladin build. You put a focus gem in the Warhammer, and you could totally do something like that. Yeah. Spiky spike. Oh my god. Your faction quest to get rep and badges to build up rep for the best faction gear while leveling. Well, there's multiple ways you could do it. You could do something like that and be okay, but really all you really need to do is get your level 15 faction gear, and then also you can get your level 25 faction gear if you really want to. Past that point, you can survive just fine off of like drops and expedition gear, because expeditions that you do from that point onward are going to give you some really good gear pieces. And then when you get to endgame, you probably don't even have to worry about faction gear if you're able to get pretty decent drops off the elites and the field bosses. So past the level 25 point, you don't really have to worry about faction gear if you don't want to. Oh my god. But the spike that's happening right now is happening to like everybody in this immediate area. Whoa. What happened? Not authorized to continue playing. It sent me back to the Shadow Realm. Oh no. Okay. Stop playing around, game. Let me back in. Not authorized. That was scary. Jesus. Spiked us so hard we got sent to the 5th dimension. Holy God. Damn. Oh, damn. I think we should be good to cross over. And we might miss a couple minor ones, but it's probably okay. Damn. All right. First Amrine. Yeah, that Simon Gray can be pretty hard the first time around, especially if you try to focus the mobs, because they just keep spawning. But they're also it's also like a thing where they're so annoying that they can really mess up your backline if you don't take them down a little bit. So we got lucky that first time when we tanked them in the corner, because we were able to get that decent AoE on the mobs. But even then, it was pretty tough. Shiz. They got him. I think we can cross over into where it is. Going to the major. Go for the major. Is it true you will get items from bosses to help with crafting boss gear? That is correct. So, not necessarily boss gear, but there are bosses that drop items that you can use to craft, like the pretty good named items, for instance. Like, what's it called? There's a set. Let me see if I can find it. There's a set that you can craft all the way down here, Beast Hunter. When you go to the bench and you look at what materials you're going to need for that, you'll see things like Scarhide. And you might see things that tell you, when you look at the tooltip, that it drops from humanoids or bosses. So yeah, you can go to like the southeast corner of Reekwater. There's a boss over there in the Spire Male Palmene, a field boss. You kill him multiple times and he'll drop materials that you'll use for things like that. So it's not necessarily boss gear, but it is like almost the max tier stuff you can make. And then there's an even better set called Void Bent armor, and that comes from artifacts. So when you gather from chests and stuff like that and get, drops out in the world, there is a chance that you'll get artifact recipes and also schematics. Schematics just unlock, things that aren't normally shown in the crafting benches. So everything that you see in the benches right now isn't everything that you're able to craft. And artifact ones are ones that will allow you to craft something, but you can only do it one time, and it destroys the artifact right after. And you have to be a master crafter, meaning like 200 to craft stuff like that. So that's going to be really cool to see that in the future. It's really rare stuff. And even just the resources are super rare too, to craft it in the first place. And do you think this game needs mounts? Mounts have been a pretty hot topic for like the past even 2 years now, I think. Actually, it seems like they're actually going to do that. They've had a conversation before. Like I've talked to Amazon Games about like a month or two ago, and it was mostly the conversation started off about the MTX situation because there was some stuff that was coming out about their plans for like quality of life items in the future, and one of the first things that we talked about past that was the mount system. They wanted to know if they should go for like more detailed mount system or rush it through. But they said that they already know which side they're kind of leaning on, which is like going for the detailed mount system. So it seems like they are planning to do it. It's just a matter of when it happens. We're at the ogre already? It's all ogre now. Simon Gray fight had 2 times where the group just got hit with 15k. Oh no. Wait, really? What? Yeah, I was wondering if something, because Shattered Obelisk, that expedition, I saw somebody doing that yesterday, and the beams were invisible, because that was an issue previously too, where some, you know, sometimes when we went into that expedition, there'd be invisible beams, but I thought they had fixed that already. I think we can go... do these 2 and then go that way, and yeah, okay. Oh no, it's a tendril. Secondary weapon for musket, spear, rapier. You can do either or, but I'd probably go rapier. Rapier musket is just so fun. It's so good. Like with dex fighters, you guys get multiple really good choices. You're lucky. Multiple good choices. Like all your combinations are pretty good. Stay back. Staying back. When it's a tendril portal, you got to stay a little bit farther back, otherwise you're going to spike. Potentially. Like. Okay, this should work. Spear musket for PvP, or do you think rapier is better? So spear musket could totally work, because once they get close to you, you can always switch to the spear, and then you can pop like a cyclone, you could pop a sweep, you could pop a vault kick. I love using the spear for a defensive weapon when I'm using a bow or musket. But also you got the rapier, which is like that can give you more DPS output. So like what I would say is, if you're gonna go for DPS, then you could do spear, or I'm sorry, you could do musket rapier. And if you want to go for like more CC, more, you know, more defensive capabilities when they get close, then you could probably go for spear. But rapier's also got some decent, you know, defensive abilities for it too. But that spear CC is just too juicy. Too juicy. Yeah, I'd say DPS, you want rapier. CC, probably spear. Got the slow, you got the vault kick stun, and you got the sweep knockdown. Yes. You have to be an actual group to do breaches? Oh no, you can just run around with the mob. And raid groups is something that I've always asked about too, like them hopefully adding in the future. But right now, yeah, we can basically just run around with the 5-man group, and then the rest of the people that are here can also get credit too. There's also a credit system, like when you're doing field bosses, for instance, as long as your group does at least 15% of the damage, then you should get credit. And here, as long as you know, hit a mob a couple times, or even heal somebody, then you should get credit here too. The volume of my voice? Yeah, hold on. Let me bump it up. Okay, is that better? Woke up a little sloggy this morning, so I'm still waking up. Sorry about that. Oh man. Portal Central. I still can't believe they nerfed the time on the reset time on the town projects. That was surprising. How are you level 35? We've just been doing a lot of portals, a lot of portal trains. Last night I did a couple town project runs, and that got me up to like 33.5-ish. Town projects were giving a crap ton of XP, but they just ended up fixing that last night. So most of the time now is probably going to be portal trains, Portal Train City. And yeah, no, people wouldn't really want to solo corrupted breaches. Like, it's something you could do, but it's just going to be so inefficient that you might as well just, if nobody's doing portal trains or wants to do them, then you might as well just keep doing main story quests and side quests and like faction missions and town projects. In the meantime, if you get the town projects, you want the armament ones, the ones where you have to, you know, just take iron, rawhide, and like fiber and stuff like that and craft it at a forge or whatever, and then that'll turn in for quite a bit of not only crafting XP, but also decent regular XP too. How about attribute points? Is it worth putting all your points into strength and getting some gear to increase your dex and constitution? I wouldn't split yourself too far. If you're gonna go strength build, I would usually go for like, you know, mostly strength and con kind of thing, or con strength. And then you could get like 50 dex if you wanted to, because that should get you the milestone to get a 5% chance at the critical hit if you really need that. But other than that, I wouldn't go too far in that direction. Should I get enchanted justice? I wonder if this said yep. Okay, good. What should I get? Life staff, increase the base health of all friendlies in your group. That's good, but it doesn't really. Ooh, if you have a buff, protector strength, that I could do. That I could totally do. Yes. Light attacks. If I win hit. Wait, really? For 3 seconds, huh? 15%. Is that serious? Like, that's. I wonder if that's gonna stack. That'd be hilarious. That does stack. I'm gonna try it. See what happens. Because if I use my orb of protection right now and I switch to my sword and I put down my defiant stance, that's already like 65% damage resistance. So if that is to be believed, for 3 seconds at least, that's an extra 15%. Like 80% damage reduction. Hilarious. If you have any different outlooks on spear bow combo, yeah, I think spear bow is still pretty good combo for you know, PvP. And there, you know, there's multiple different good options for the dex fighter, but I still like the idea of doing spear bow. Oh wait, I don't think it stays. Hold on, let me do it again. I don't think it stays out when I switch to sword. I think that's the fortify buff right there, right? Let me check. I gotta check on the next portal. Up there. Spreading my points across all three. Yeah, I wouldn't spread too far. Wouldn't spread too thin. What's my build? My build is focus con is what I'm going with, con being the main thing. Sword and shield. The main three spells that I use is beacon, sacred ground, and orb of protection. But only get the first passive on orb of protection. Don't get the second, or don't get the third. And then what I do is I'm gonna get 2 swords at endgame and also a tower shield. One sword I'm gonna have a carnelian gem so I can tank properly, have that stuff get, you know, taunt gems in it. And then also the second one's gonna be an amber gem. What the amber gem's gonna do is it's gonna increase my sword's damage based off my focus, because that's what we call the Paladin gem. And then what we're gonna do there is we're gonna have my constitution probably be around like 250, and then once I get the really good gear pieces, I'll probably get like 200-ish focus and maybe 300 con, and then I'll be healing just like a regular healer is, because healers already take heavy armor since the light armor bonus doesn't apply to them. And then I'm going to also be super tanky, so it's going to be great. Yep, that disappears. Okay. That's the fortified buff, right? Yep, okay. One more test. And it's also 3 seconds, so that's really low anyway. But yeah, it does switch. Okay, when I switch to sword, that's not a paladin compatible, passive. Because what I mean by paladin compatible is, let's say, so my orb of protection, right? It gives me 15% fortified for 20 seconds. And also my protector's blessing, if I get that passive, it gives me recovery, like heal over time. Well, if I get the second one, what's going to happen is I pop it down. Wait, hold on. And I switch to sword, and all those are going to disappear. But if I only get the first passive, it won't disappear. It'll stay there. I don't know why it works like that, but it does. So it's probably like a balance thing they might have done. Either that, or maybe it's like an accident. Do you think they'll add stagger back in? I don't think they'll do it fully. If they do, it's still such a thing that people are really split on. And I think at this point, they would need to do even more tweaking if they added it fully back in. So I think it might be like a halfway point kind of thing. Maybe like heavy attacks have it, or if they did do it, put it back in, they'd probably do like diminishing returns kind of thing, which I think people would be fine with still. This one. Hatchet Great, yeah, Hatchet Great Axe is super fun build. That was a really fun one. Cinnamon, yeah, you can get cinnamon and like parsley, oregano, stuff like that from herbs. It's actually a byproduct from gathering that. So if you go to like First Light, down where the fortress area is over here, there's a bunch of herbs over there. Bunch. Get a ton of those. Hold on, I gotta respect my life staff, but I want to get credit. Okay, take your ground fully upgraded. Yes, please. Light attacks now heal. You know, Blissful Touch is great and all, but I think I'm gonna go for this one instead, and then Beacon lasts 5 seconds longer. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh crap, I'm on cooldown. Sword and Shield Great Axe on based on pull and slow, and yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty fun build too. Yeah, and just like they said, Moaj, you could do Sword and Shield Great Axe. You can do Warhammer Great Axe if you want to do group PvP. You got a lot of CC going with that one, and you can also do Hatchet Great Axe and any Sword Shield build. Yeah, you can do Paladin build like this, or you could even do like Sword Hatchet if you want to. Yeah, you can do Sword Hatchet tank. You can even do Sword Warhammer tank, but you know the Warhammer might not do as much for you outside of PvP. So you could totally do like Sword Hatchet or Sword Life Staff. Buff heal for 10% more. Okay. Why we want that? That should absolutely be a Paladin. What's it called? Compatible build item is because Orb of Protection automatically puts a buff on us. And we got Beacon. And those will stay out even if I switch to my sword. Good. Great Axe Life Staff, heavy Paladin. Yeah, so I know people have been asking about that. The Great Axe itself, you know, it can be a fun weapon to use. Now, what you could do, because people have also been asking about Life Staff or Life Steal builds, and what I told them is that with the Great Axe, by itself, like if you look at the Reap skill, how you get the passive upgrade and it gets the, you know, Life Steal bonus after you get the third or second passive, and then you got like critical gains and stuff like that. You could combine all that together, but you're not really going to feel it that much early on. But what you could do, there are jewelry pieces. Like there's a quest that you can do. I got to go back and check which zone that's in, but there's a quest you can do and you get a ring that gives lifesteal. You could get that, and then also there's perks that are tied to specific skills. And pretty much every skill should have one. So there should be like a perk you can get on your armor that gives you a bonus to like Reap, and it's probably going to be one that gives you more lifesteal. So you could look for something like that, and then also get jewelry that has lifesteal on it, and then you could probably do a heavy armor Great Axe Paladin build like that if you wanted to. But it's one of those things where you'll probably need certain things for it to become really good kind of thing. Yeah, let's go. TP to Hermit Shrine, and we just loop-de-loop around. Wait, was Portal still there? Yeah. Okay, those ones are still back up, so that's good. Look up north. Wait. What's north? Oh, those are yeah, the island ones. Those are too far. Those are too far. Yeah, those are too far. Back to the Hermit Shrine. Peter Hermit Shrine. Go, go, go. And then this is how we're going to do the loop. What armor type are healers supposed to wear? Heavy. Because with the equipment load system that we have in the game right now, light armor gives you 20% damage bonus. Medium gives you like a damage bonus, but also crowd control debuff that you apply lasts longer. And then heavy armor you know, gives you the most amount of elemental and physical resistance now after the changes they made. Plus they give you, it gives you status effect debuffs, increase, and block stability. But it's the physical and elemental resistance that you're really looking for there. So healers are just going to take heavy because heavy load or light load is as far as we know that 20% bonus damage doesn't apply to healing. So healers just go heavy armor. It used to be where healers could take light armor and mages too, because and mages still would use light armor, but mages and healers used to take it because it would give you the most elemental resistance. Because in wars, most of the time, mages and healers would be hitting each other, but sometimes healers would still take physical or heavy even then. But yeah, but now though, it's like mostly heavy for healers. Spear Warhammer tank. It's a risky one to do, because you could technically put a Carnelian gem on the Warhammer and have that, you know, have that be a thing where your Warhammer skills will taunt. But it's a thing where when you're blocked, it's going to get destroyed in like 2 seconds if a boss swings at you. And then also even mobs, they're going to, you know, destroy your block instantaneously as well. But in the open world though, you could potentially use that as like a AoE tank, where, you know, you pop shockwave, you stun them, since that's going to taunt them too, and then you can continue to block but also kind of dodge out of the way periodically. You could try that. If you wanted to do like a Warhammer sword and shield, that would work pretty well too. But Warhammer spear, I wouldn't really use that for like a tank build kind of thing. There's probably better options, like you go Warhammer sword and shield, you go sword and shield hatchet, life stat build like this. You could do things like that. Explosion. Then we do that major, go here, there, back around. Okay, I think we could do that major in the meantime too. Major, okay. Paladin build or a full focus healer build. You really could do either, but there's probably going to be a very big need for pure healers. But technically, with the setup that we have, we could become a full healer at the click of a button. All we got to do is respec our attributes and go into full-on focus pretty much, and we're already a pure healer. So it's really like a thing you could switch between if you really wanted to. But if you wanted to use the Ice Gauntlet instead as a support weapon for the life staff, you could, because there's going to be expeditions later, like Garden of Genesis, where Ice Gauntlet is really good, especially on the last boss. She does a move where she, for those of you that have, you know, played raiding in like Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft, she does a move where she puts down these boulders periodically during the fight, and then she's gonna do this room-wide AoE at like 50%-ish health, and she'll do it periodically throughout the fight. If you're not standing behind one of those boulders or blocking with the Ice Shield Entombed, with the Ice Gauntlet Entomb spell, it's gonna kill you. So that's why Ice Gauntlet can be really good in there, especially because sometimes even if you're standing behind a boulder, I've seen it where it can just like bug out and kill you anyway. So Ice Gauntlet is a surefire way to guarantee you stay alive and can get people up if they die. Sword life staff viable in group PvP? Yeah, it can be. Like as a tank, yeah, you can absolutely do that. Yeah, that's going to be the goal in PvP, is we're going to be a tank that can also just hunker down and have heals going at the same time. We'll just be standing in AoE heals, switching back to our sword and just hunkering down while those are ticking down on us. So absolutely. Ooh, that was close. Back up before it starts to spike us. Okay, east. Heading eastbound. Any thoughts with the spear build? Yeah, spear builds can be really fun. Spear and bow, really good combination. You could also do spear rapier for like a duelist kind of build. You can absolutely do stuff like that. But yeah, you can do cyclone, bolt kick, and sweep. Those are my favorite skills to use on the spear. Javelin is really fun to use too, but I think you'll get more bang for your buck doing cyclone, for instance. That's a 3 seconds, 3 seconds slow. You don't really have to aim it that well like the javelin, and plus it's got an AoE whirlwind. It's very instantaneous too, so it'd be very hard for them to dodge once you pull it out. So I like cyclone, bolt kick, and sweep. I was about to kill that wolf. I was gonna be like, I feel your pain, man. I hate it when these wolves won't let you run. I feel your pain. Death to all wolves. On the Azoth cap, I would love it if the Azoth cap was increased to 2K, actually. Good morning, Fox. I would love it if that was increased to 2K. Most of the time, like, when we're doing these portals, like, I'm capped on Azoth right now, I'm pretty sure. We've been capped for, like... Oh, we're almost capped, okay. But when you're doing these portals and stuff like that, you'll cap out pretty quick. So you just get a lot of excess Azoth that just goes into the dumpster because you don't have a bigger cap. So and people have been asking for like a cap increase on that for ages. I would love to see a cap increase. Even up to just like 2K would be great. Best rec for increasing carry weight. Well, you need to get bags. There's no attribute or anything like that that does that, only bags. So you're gonna need to either buy it or craft it, and you can craft those at the what was it, the outfitting station? Pretty sure it's outfitting station for those. Let me double check. Yes, outfitting station. Yeah. You need to get the what was it called, the whatever that sigil is that you got to get from the faction vendor to craft them. You got to get that first though if you want to craft those bags. But it should just take a couple faction tokens and that's about it. What's the reward in the game? Gear, gold. Yeah, gear. Well, right now for what we're doing, gear mostly. And we're getting weapon XP as well. So that's pretty decent. And also territory standing. So, and we're also getting some decent XP on top of that. If I didn't say that already, I think I did. What's up, Maz? Not too bad. How about yourself? How you doing? Musket rapier build. Oh, okay. So I would do, if you're going to do rapier, probably Tondo, flourish and finish for the extra DPS and those bleeds to stack. Musket, you can do powder burn, sharpshooter stance, and trap. And then for the last rapier skill, you could probably do flesh. I like flesh, actually. Some people prefer to use evade. I find it kind of risky, but you could do it. You could totally do it. If you're good with evade, you can probably do some pretty incredible things. But I probably use Hondo, flourish and finish, and flesh for the rapier if you want to do musket rapier build. And also what's cool is you can throw down a trap, and then the moment that somebody like gets up on you and they try to you know get to you and they get rooted in that trap, you can switch to the rapier. Like after the trap is done, you can flesh through them, which is like a dive bomb skill that doesn't have collision, and that'll gain distance. It'll allow you to kite them better because you're gonna shoot like 10 meters ahead of them while they're trying to attack in front of themselves, and then you can switch right back to the musket, pop them with the powder burn, and continue your rotation. Just kite that way. Is this game better or different than WoW? It's like in another class entirely. Like it's not really similar in gameplay. There's a lot of differences in terms of like the stuff that you have to do. Like you'll find similar similar features, but in terms of how the game plays and whatnot, it's completely different than WoW. It's more similar to games like ESO, for instance. People tend to compare it to, or even like some people have called it like a more realistic version of BDO kind of thing. But I think World Quest, what we're doing right now in World of Warcraft, World Quest is kind of similar-ish to this, but other than that, it doesn't share a whole lot of other similarities in terms of the gameplay. How do you milk cows? So the ones out and about, I don't think they added the feature to milk those cows. I'm pretty sure you have to just kill those. But if you go to the settlements, like in First Light, there should be one. There's actually a cow that they added in the middle of the city that you can actually milk for about 20 milk per tick. And I think the recharge on that should probably be like 20-ish minutes or less. But yeah, you can milk a cow in the settlements. Strength lets you carry more in second perk. You know what? Actually, that's correct. That's very correct. So yeah, there are perks like that. Oh yeah, that's true. That's very true. I forgot about that one. But other than that, it would be the bags to increase the carry weight. But that is true too. Yeah. Actually, and I remember people were wanting Constitution to do the same thing. Or like as you increase strength, for it to start increasing your carry capacity at the same time. But that's true. I forgot about that. The second perk, 20 plus encumbrance. It's not a whole lot, but it's definitely something. Because the bags normally increase it by about 100-ish. The really good one, the starter bags increase it by like 50, and the big ones, they'll increase it by even more. That's true. I totally forgot about that. Get that tick going. Sweet. Wait, what happened to those portals? Oh no. We're gonna have to cut across then. Ruins of Holding for the bag. There we go. Yeah, that's the one. Ruin of Holding. Do you think they will let you choose your starter area when the game releases? Probably not. They'll probably keep it the same because I think part of the reason they do that is because they don't want one starting area to get too popular. Most people, including myself, if they had a choice, they'd probably choose anything but First Light. I hate doing First Light, to be honest, but I always get First Light. But yeah, I think that's probably why they do that. But normally, whenever you first get into the game, if you don't spawn in the same area as somebody else, it can be a little tough at first. But once you get past that starter quest line, you'll be fine because it won't take too long. Faction owns. Oh, you can, or if you want to push the. Yeah, I would start with their own. They're probably watching that. Spear and musket. Yeah, spear and musket could totally work. Spear musket, rapier musket, absolutely. But what do these portals do for you? Well, we get a decent chunk of experience doing them. Also gear caches that we can get some gear for salvaging for as well as territory standing and Azoth and weapon XP. So it's like a quadruple. What's the one for 5? Wait, sextuple? Octuple? Wait, is octuple a thing? Hextuple? Is that the right word for it? It's a hextuple. It's probably not, but anyway, it's more than a quadruple whammy. There we go. Get a lot of different benefits from it, and town projects also spike up your territory standing up pretty high too, like really high. But you also do get the gear caches from doing this too. No, the train. No, it's messing up the train. All right, I think they might be going for the major. There's another group over there. What level do you recommend before starting PvP? If you're not getting into the game like right at the same time everybody else is, then I'd probably avoid doing PvP until you get to around, level maybe 20-ish, 25-ish. I wouldn't, because when you do it right out of the gate, there's probably going to be quite a few high levels running around. You technically could. It's just that if you start seeing a lot of, high levels and you're like 3 or 4 days in, I would probably wait for a little bit. But you can still do, faction PvP missions and stuff like that. And just kind of avoid fights with people that are 10 plus levels higher than you kind of thing. Going north, we're doing straight. Okay, straight. Healers are needed for other activities behind. Yeah, healers are always needed for everything. If there's one thing they did really well with the Trinity system is that they've made it to where healers are very useful for just about anything. Tanks too can be very useful for multiple situations, but absolutely, like even field boss, definitely field boss farming, but also even elite points of interest farming, healers can be really good, really good. Where can we find your Paladin build? I think there's some people that have tried to replicate it on New World fans already. I think I saw one of them, but they didn't have the right spells. I think they were testing something, but I haven't made a thing for it yet. But I can just kind of answer questions about it until we get to the end game point, because at that point, that's when I'm going to actually do like a video for it when it's fully fleshed out and I can showcase the ultimate power. Maximum power. I need a tower shield, and I need some better cleric gear too, so I can properly showcase it. Right now the heals are pretty good, but it could be better. It could be even better. Fastest way to level right now, since they nerfed the resetting time on the town projects, then after you get done with like your main story side missions and whatnot, all the way to about 20, you can jump into portal trains like this, and that's probably going to be the best way, or just probably going to be the best way, or on par with town projects at this point. Because if you do town projects, you can go for the armament ones and just do those mostly, and do the gathering ones too if you want to, and you'll get a lot of territory standing and decent XP off of that too. And the map is for the most part fairly complete for now, but there's going to be one more zone, they said, and we already know where it is. I know what it is as well, but the zone itself is still like under NDA for talking about it. But it's just by zooming in here, you can kind of tell what kind of zone it's going to be. And it's going to be located over here. And it should be a pretty big zone, actually, too. Pretty big zone. Portals back up. Those are back up. Okay. Tactical tokens. What are the weight class passives again? If you're wearing light, so you're in the light threshold, you can get 20% damage bonus. Medium threshold, 10% damage bonus, and crowd control debuffs you apply 10% longer. And heavy, I'll just spike. Heavy is 20% on the crowd control debuffs. They last longer, and block stability increase by 15%. And paddle caps. Oh yeah, I should have that in my notes. Let me check and see which zone. Looks like snow. It's not snow. Not snow. Derek's the winner. It's not snow. There's there was actually, it was funny. I actually accidentally glitched into it during alpha. It wasn't even intentional, but my character died, and then it was this weird thing where he kept on spazzing in and out of the ground. And what was funny is that the body teleported to over there, and I was able to see the zone name and everything, and some of the mobs and stuff like that. It was funny, but also people were people were so cheesy that they are cheesing it so hard that they got to a cliff in one of the other zones, and they can see into that zone. It was really cool. And also it's been data mined too. But we know which one what it is, and I've talked to them, and they told me about it a little bit. So yeah, it's probably gonna be the next one. Yeah, the certain corrupted breaches, like the one we just did, they've been spiking people randomly. Still don't know why it's doing that, but it's mostly just doing it from the tentacle corrupted portals. And it's been happening for like the past couple days now, where when a lot of people get near the corrupted tendril ones, it can spike some people that are in the immediate area. Are you gonna help with the invasion at Monarch's Bluff? Nobody can. You have to be level 50 to join the invasion, and even then, invasions right now, and they always have been, they are incredibly difficult. You have to have a full squad of level 60s. So you have to have 50 people level 60 for the most part. You can do it with some 50s if you want to, but you need probably like full 60s with really decent gear. And then also you need to be bringing in things like consumables, like honing stones, and just, oh god, it can be tough. Because you're going to fight a lot of stuff in the invasion that's going to mess up people's day. You're going to fight the corrupted ogres, the corrupted spriggan, the void destroyers. Those are always fun. You're also going to come across the... oh, you know what? We can go north. Yeah, corrupted spriggan, corrupted... Oh, commanders, and the corrupted bears. Those damn bears. So it's going to be a lot of stuff. But nobody's able to do it right now. But... what's interesting, and one thing that people have always wanted is like a grace period for the invasions, because they require you to be level 50 to even join them. Which they haven't done that, but the thing with the invasions is once you lose it, it's going to downgrade benches. So like yesterday, the invasion that happened in Windsward, that downgraded the bench that was upgraded to tier 3, like right after it was pretty much almost right after it was upgraded. Is there a level cap for structured PvP? Well, right now, like since the level cap is 60, once you get to that point, then that's going to be level cap for PvP and just PvE as well. It might be the gravity well on the tendril. That's possible too. True, that could be it. That's true, because we don't lag on some of the tendrils, so who knows. Salvage, or you can most of the time salvage. Where can we see data mines? So the people that posted on the forums about it during that time when people were glitching into that area, that's all wiped. After every testing phase they wipe the forums. I keep track of that stuff, but I don't I can't like show it, because yeah. But you'll probably see the zone sooner than later. Probably within the next 3 months, I would say. We'll probably see that zone or mention of that zone popping up. And people were theorizing and asking in the future if there could potentially be like a zone that is like completely PvP flagged the moment you enter it, because a lot of people, not a lot, I don't know about a lot, but some people have been wanting that kind of thing ever since they removed the full loot open world PvP thing. So that zone is big enough to make me assume that it could potentially be that when it comes out. I don't know, they might do it, because I know they said on Twitter one time when people were asking about it that they could potentially look into doing something like that, depending on what feedback is during like the beta and stuff like that, like a full-on zone that flags you automatically. Get back. Yeah, it could definitely be the gravity well that's spiking us on these. Oh, we missed one over there. That's okay. Yeah, that's got to be it. Are you playing Paladin? Yes, I am. Yeah. Can you see my skills? Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yeah. What do you say to the hatchet, sword, shield, and heavy armor for PvP? Yeah, you can definitely do that. Definitely can do that. And it's a pretty good tanking comp too. And then you can also, like, if you want to tank in PvP, you can do sword and shield and life staff. Or if you want to have a lot of CC too, you could do sword and shield warhammer. And what's the best way to get void metal? Void metal is something that's going to be really, really rare. Right now, the only thing that I can think of to get it is going to be to mine orichalcum nodes at tier 5 and have like a lot of gathering gear, like gear that has perks on it. But other than that, yeah, I think void metal is going to be pretty difficult to get. And there could be a potential best way to do it right now, but we're going to have to find out through testing, because very few people have ever gotten void metal to begin with. But I think potentially could come from chests as well. But yeah, for my sword build, right now I have mostly everything in the tank tree. So everything exactly in the tank tree. Shield bash, shield rush, and defiant stance. You really do want to get this protectors defensive formation passive. That's going to be super important in tanking. And then for the life staff, this 3 spells that I have is Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Orb of Protection. With the Orb of Protection, you always want to get just this passive. Don't get this one because it's going to mess up things in your Paladin build. But Sacred Ground, you get that fully upgraded for that increased healing too. And then after that, you're pretty much good to go. And yeah, those are the skills that I have so far. Skills and passives. Is your plan to do corruption to max level? Since they nerfed the reset timer on the town projects, and I wasn't even doing it that much before they did that, but now that they did do that, then yeah, corrupted breaches are probably going to be a surefire way to get to 60. What we're going to do is when we get more people close to 40, we're going to switch to the Restless Shores ones. And those are going to take us all the Restless Shores and Morningdale, because I think Restless Shores aren't spawning that much. Yeah, we need to get a second corrupted icon right there. But Morningdale is popping off, so that's going to be the next one. So we can skip past the tier 2 ones. We can skip, or tier 3 ones technically. We can skip past the Weaver's Fin ones and go straight to Morningdale. And that should take us all the way to the Promised Land. Dual daggers. Dual daggers isn't a thing. Pistols we have seen, well, dual daggers is something that's been highly requested though. And pistols we have seen actual footage of in the past, but it's not something that they actually did yet. But it should be in the game files though. That should be something that should be coming in the future. And leveling up for in-game. Yeah, you can transfer items from one storage to another as long as your faction owns the territory. You can do that through the storage. Just click on the drop-down arrow on the right side and switch to like the other storage that you want to transfer the items from. And then you can click on it and transfer it through there. And what's the fastest way to make gold right now? If you're doing gathering and crafting, doing that and then selling stuff on the trading post is going to be a really good surefire way to make gold. And then also past that, probably just doing your side quests and main story quests. But people that are doing things like crafting and gathering and stuff, you'll make a lot of money through that too. Anyone needs a spot? Got you. Void Gauntlet. Void Gauntlet probably not, because I remember they said that we probably wouldn't get another weapon before launch, but that could potentially be one of the next ones though. Because yeah, I know those are in the files too. Really want to see what that's going to be like. To get the Azoth staff, you have to do the main story quest. So just keep going on your main story chain. That starts when you get to like Jonas the Hermit. And also leading up to the main story chain, the quests that you get on like the beach and going all the way into the town, keep doing those because that's what's going to lead into the Jonas the Hermit quest lines. Monarchs, yes. Oops. You got a stack of 4 void metal from a... You know what? Actually... Is that... What tier is that void metal? Is it tier 5 or is it tier 2 or 3? Because I know... Well, void bent is going to be the hardest thing to get. But I might have been getting void metal confused with something else that you'll get at endgame. That's interesting. DCs, yeah, they did. They totally did. Yeah, I might be getting void metal mixed up with void bent, because I know void bent's going to be really difficult, but void metal, I'm starting to remember. Okay, tier 3. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you'll get void metal then. You'll get void metal pretty often. And then void bent, that's the one that once we get to like 200 crafting, that people that have artifacts are going to be able to craft. And the artifacts have a chance to drop from like the chests and stuff like that. And then they said that they wanted to make people like crafters really important. So doing stuff like that with the void bent armor is going to be really useful for them. Now, I don't know if that armor is going to take void metal in it, but it's going to be like max level tier 5 stuff. So it's probably going to take some stuff that's really hard to get. The tier 3. Okay. Okay, I'm remembering that now too. And yeah, craft bags will sell for quite a lot right now. Everybody needs craft bags. Everybody needs craft bags. If you're wanting to get items that are pretty rare, like Fey Iron, for instance, and like Fey, what was it, Fey Wood, you can get gear that has gathering perks on it, which give you like luck bonuses while gathering from like ore or like gathering from wood. You get like lumberjack sets and gathering, like harvesting sets, stuff like that. And how do parties work when... oh, yeah, that's the current plan for launch too, more than likely, unless they add more like dynamic events, which hopefully they would. But I don't know. I don't think we'll get any more leveling methods for launch. I wish we would, though. That'd be really nice. But what's it called? Okay, so the party system, when you're not doing like corrupted breaches like this, how it works is you have to have at least 15% of the damage done on like a boss, for instance, to get credit. Or your party collectively has to have done 15%, about that amount. And then in the corrupted breaches, how this works is you can still get credit even if you don't, like, you know, do 15% of the total damage, I believe. But you also have to just like heal somebody or hit a couple mobs, and then you should get credit as long as you do that. Like I just got credit for that, and then I've only hit a couple mobs and then started healing a few more, and I was able to get credit pretty easily for that. Where's the portal train? We are at heading southwest in Monarch's Bluff. DC's though, yeah, they did. They nerfed that. They nerfed that reset hard on the projects. What's up, Pico? Void Gauntlet. Yeah, so that's something that was in the game files. People were, during that time that it was like getting mined, people were saying that it's probably going to be like a focus weapon, but we don't know that much about it yet. But it's probably going to be something that happens in the future, though. And corrupted breaches are the only thing we're doing right now. That's correct. Yeah. How are you gonna get levels now? It's portal time, baby. That's what we're doing. That's right. You guys got to come to our side of the fence now. That's right. Trying to spam those town projects? No, sir. You're coming with us now. You're coming with us. It's portal time, baby. God, I wish they had more dynamic events right now. You need one void metal ingot for each void bent piece of armor. Why do they use that? That's interesting, because I never saw the recipe because it's artifact stuff, of course. But why do they use tier 3 void metal for void bent? That's interesting. I mean, that's okay, because it makes sense too, because they're, you know, void. Both of them have void in the name. But that makes me wonder what the other pieces are going to be then, or what the other mat requirements are going to be for them. It sounds like getting those artifact recipes are going to be super. Because I don't think I know we've seen quite a few, you know, artifact recipes in general over the testing phases. Like I remember towards the end I got one for a life staff. It was like a, or it might have just been a piece of a crafting recipe for a life staff. It was like I know it was a legendary one though. Looked really cool, but I never got a chance to even look at crafting it. But really though, that's interesting. And my armor is heavy. Yeah, full on heavy. Do you think it's good the way beta is, or should there have been a cap on quests and leveling, and then your progression carries over from beta to release? It probably would have been too like OP-ish if you know, like if we get to get to like 40, for instance, and our progress carried over from beta to release, we'd be super far ahead of people. And plus there's been cases sometimes where like they'll nerf a leveling method, or they'll nerf leveling methods in general in the middle of a, you know, testing phase, and we have people already at level 60, and then you have like a bunch of people stuck in the 20s, and it just takes them forever to catch up, and a lot of people get discouraged about that kind of stuff. So I would say it's probably better that it's going to wipe and everybody starts fresh. I think I'd prefer it that way, especially with, you know, people that have played the testing phases, all the knowledge that they're going to have coming in. They're already going to be starting at a pretty decent, you know, pretty decent point in time when they first get in, because they're gonna know what to do, especially once you get to Endgame. There's gonna be specific ways you can get some really, really good gear very easily, unless they change the drop rates. Oh, I dodged too quickly. Ow. Can you have you tank with your build? Oh yeah, we tanked with this yesterday in Amory Excavation. It was awesome. The first time when we were like level 19, 20-ish, it was a little difficult because we were still like under geared and whatnot. But when we did it the second, third, and fourth time, it was amazing. And I also put timestamps in the second stream for that, because yesterday we did nothing but breaches, right? Yeah, but the second stream we did Amrain, and I put timestamps in that one. How long you've been doing trains? Pretty much since we were 20, yeah. Pretty much since we were 20. I mean, collectively across the testing phases, I've probably done like at least, I don't even want to check or know how many I've done, but no, there's been more than a few testing phases where I've done portals from like 20 to 60, especially when they first introduced the ability to get experience for territory standing levels. Everybody did portals from like 20 to 60 at that point. The territory standing level experience was crazy. And is there transmog? There you can do that with like cosmetic skins, like in the from the cash shop. You can change the skin of like this, for instance. I could change it to like the fantasy Viking set that we have available right now in the cash shop. But for like regular gear, like transmogging that, not at the moment. What happens to a crafting station upgrade in the zone if it gets taken over by another faction? Nothing happened. It doesn't like downgrade or anything, but if they don't pay the upkeep, it will get downgraded. And also if you lose an invasion, it will get downgraded too. Oh, they data mine the void bent ones on New World Fan. Okay, I should check that out too. I've hardly ever looked at that kind of stuff on there. Check that out really quick. Yeah, it's Portal City now, and they nerfed the what's up, Ronald? They nerfed the reset timer on town projects, so now it's going to be Portal Central for a lot of people. This is it. This is it. Probably all the way to 60. To the Hermit Shrine. Well, that's a major, right? We could probably wait on the major. We just loop around. Okay. Yeah, let me check out this recipe really. Void Bent. So let's see. Void Bent breastplate. Okay. We got Void Bent ingot. Okay, so that looks tier 5. We got Fulvium. Cinnabar. Oh wait. Oh, Void Bent ingot. Yeah, Void Bent. And then Cinnabar, Fulvium, Phoenix Weave, Runic Leather, Asmodium. Okay. So that Void Bent ingot, that's not I don't think that's the same as Void Metal. Let me check look at Void Metal. Yeah, this yeah, Void Metal's tier 3, so Void Bent is tier 5, it should be. It just says T on it when you look at the thing, but it takes Void Ore and Void Essence and Energy Cores. Okay, so okay, I gotcha. I get you. All right, let's go. So yeah, Void Bent armor is gonna be really cool to see. That looks so cool. Major. Yeah, we can get that major. Probably get that major. We'd have to come back, but we could. Probably should, damn, I probably should have waited, but no, actually, the sooner we get the major, the sooner it'll respawn. So, now we can do that. Major, major, baby. Are portals good XP? I don't know about like really good XP right now, but they're like one of the best ways to get it right now. Because it's gonna be a hell of a grind now. It's gonna be a hell of a grind. Hatchet, I'm struggling with survivability right now. Any ideas? You could also do Hatchet, Sword, and Shield. You could do Hatchet, Great Axe if you want to, but I would also put more points into Con, like respec in early game. Put all your points into Con mostly, and then later on you can kind of transition into Strength. More Strength if you want to. But early on, a lot of your damage will probably come from the weapon, the type of weapon you're using. So you can afford to put more points into Con early on. And yeah, last night they nerfed the reset timer on town projects because some of the town projects were giving like 2k 4k xp per, but you could reset them every 5 minutes. So if you didn't see a town project you liked, you could dismiss it and then take the ones that you really wanted after 5 minutes. But now it's 30 minutes on the reset timer, so that's what is kind of elevating the portals now. And then you can still do town projects like when you get a chance to, of course, if you want to, because they're still pretty decent XP. But yeah, portals are probably going to be the one of the best ways to level right now. And also, once we get to like level 40, we can switch to the Restless Shores and Morningdale portals, and that's going to give us even more XP. And that should take us all the way to Endgame. Probably going to need to buy actual corrupted tinctures or elixirs for that, though. How do you do portals? You can either just join a portal train that's already going, if it's going on your server, or you can get to level 20 and do your main story quest lines. And then once you get your Azoth staff from the main story, you can start them up yourself. Ow. FPS tracker software. Oh, none at the moment. You can actually just go into your settings and go down in visuals, and you can click on show FPS right here, and it'll pop up with that stuff at the top. Thank you so much, Toblith. Ice Gauntlet is OP with Pillar of Ice, mana regen ability. Yeah, actually, it's really good. That's why you're talking about Entombed. Yeah, Entombed. That's why with Life Staff, if you're gonna go pure healer, I always recommend Ice Gauntlet first as a supporting one, because it can be really good for that mana regen. Oh, did they nerf the XP a little bit as well? Oh, I thought it was just the timer. Okay. Oh, okay. Vital of Ancient Mutagen or Sparkling Bone Dust. Sparkling Bone Dust, that sounds like something that's going to come from a mop. So I would look at the tooltip. If you're looking at something in a crafting tree, the surefire way to know is look at the tooltip, and then if you see something that says you get it from a tier 3 humanoid, then I would look towards farming some ancient guardians or the lost around that tier, and then you might get it from there. And also gather stuff from chests, and then you'll get it one way or another. That sounds like it could be a special item that you add to a recipe to get, because I know the item. I just, hold on, let me look on the website too. Sparkling Bone Dust. Sparkly. Yeah, what recipe are you using that for too? Comparatively, how much damage is your build doing? High, medium, low? When it's fully fleshed out, it's probably going to be on the low to medium scale. It's not going to be like a DPS based build. It's going to be more of a tanky, like a tanky tank build, just a full-on tank, like a bastion. I'm just going to be standing there, sitting and heal over times, and just hopefully not dying. 24 with like 20k gold and over 100 in every gathering. Yeah, exactly. You can make a crap ton of money with that. Damn. Start over and go Dorado. You're only 24. Oh no. Oh no. Hell no. I would say hell no to that. I'd be like, you guys are coming with me. No. I refuse. That's too much money to lose out on. Come on, man. they had to nerf town post quest that much because people were abusing it. I mean, yeah, that's because I was going to make a video on you know, how to level the fastest in or fast ways to level during the beta, but then as soon as I saw that, I knew it was going to be like the preview, because there was an exploit like that in the preview too, where the faction missions, they used to work a lot differently, and it used to be more of a thing where you could see exactly which point of interest you were going to, and they had delivery missions. So delivery missions told you to go from like Monarch's Bluff to Windsward, right, and talk to that faction guy over there and turn it in. And there was a thing where you could go to like Restless Shores or Morningdale, mostly Restless Shores, and you could get these like really extensive delivery missions that were like giving you 10k 12k XP per. People were stacking that up, and then you could also get more of them. Like you could get up to, because it was a thing where you could get up to like 30 delivery missions up in your journal, and then you could turn all of those in different towns at once. People were getting ridiculous amounts of XP. And then what happened was, like, almost not even 24 hours, it was like maybe 30 hours after that, it got nerfed hella hard. So when I saw that, when I saw that people were doing that in the town projects, I was like, okay, that either it's gonna get nerfed at launch, or they're gonna do the thing again where they nerf it like really quick. But they didn't nerf it that quick compared to last time, but still though, that was definitely a nerf worthy one in some way. But it was good that they were, you know, making at least this time around, it was more of a crafting based kind of exploit, not really, you know, like a PvE based one like it's always been. Sparkling bone dust. What you got? Salvageable. Find on pickup. Yeah, that definitely looks like something that comes out of a mob dropper chest. I see it though on the website. How to get good gear without crafting. Starting off, you want to aim for getting your faction gear, so like around level 15-ish. Go to your faction vendor after doing some faction missions and buy that stuff. That's like 280 gear score stuff. You can also switch the attributes on that with the seals. And then level 25, you can also get that faction gear set if you want to. But for the most part, once you get to like Amarine Excavation, you can do that dungeon multiple times, get some good gear off that, like 300 gear score. And then all the way up to max, you can pretty much survive just exclusively off of drops. You tried hotkeying the swap current weapons to one button? Yeah, that'll probably help too. Like doing that if anybody's having trouble with the weapon swapping, the cycle weapons thing, I think it is. That'll probably help. People are in the 50s. No, I saw it like 2 days ago when it almost first started happening. I was like at the tail end of the first day, I was wondering if people were actually doing that, but I didn't want to do that exclusively because, well, especially like not while showcasing it, because it's not really the most you know, fun thing to watch. But also I love doing the portals. I'm so addicted to them. They're so much fun. Plus we're getting weapon XP for this too. It's pretty good. For sure. But yeah, it's also beta. It doesn't matter too much. I wasn't really concerned about rushing too much because we got lucky and were able to cover a lot of the game before it even came out, so it wasn't really a thing to be too concerned about. Does this game have an engaging story and quests? Well, the game's story is pretty decent in terms of like it has a good foundation. They just added the 45 to 60 quest line, so I'm actually really curious to see what that's going to be for the main story. But yeah, so far, if you really follow the quest lines and the lore, because you're going to need to read the quest dialogue and the lore if you really want to get the full experience with that, then yeah, you can probably get a decent experience out of it. But it still needs to be, you know, expanded upon. It's still kind of in its early stages for the storyline. A lot of the stuff that we have right now for the story, they've been adding over the course of the past few months. Like, probably about, well, during the preview, really, the story itself, there was a lot of mystery there. It was just in fragments for the most part. Like, even back then, Captain Thorpe wasn't even really like this Tempest character he's claiming himself to be now. But I've read through the vast majority of the ones that we've had up until the preview, and also in the previous testing phases. I read through a lot of the quest lines and lore dialogue, and so far I like it. I like it, but I want to see what the new stuff is going to talk about now. So at some point I'm going to start hunting that lore pages too, but I'm going to save that for launch. Probably it's going to be way too much to do right now. Way too much. Do you play with very high graphics? Right now we're playing on high for most of my stuff. We were playing on very high yesterday, but we assumed that maybe turning it down a bit would help with the spikes that were happening at certain corrupted portals, but it doesn't seem to be super tied to that, so I could probably turn that back up actually. Texture. I'll turn the texture one down to high. I'll keep it there. All right. Is light armor too squishy for melee fights, or is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I mean, duelists, people that were 1v1 duelists, a lot of the times they always use light armor, and even now you could potentially do that too. If you're really good at dodging, you can make it work. If you're in a territory war situation and you're using, you know, like sword and shield and great axe though, light armor might not serve you as well there. So I would say it's more of a, you know, and if you're using like a dexterity fighter build, then yeah, light armor absolutely. But if you're going with like a sword and shield and you know, a strength-based weapon, I probably wouldn't use light armor unless you're in a dueling situation or maybe small-scale PvP. And then healers are going to use heavy armor no matter what right now, just because they don't really benefit off of the 20% damage bonus that you get from the light equipment load. So healers normally use the heavy. And does the game have rating? No, there's no rating right now. There's open world field bosses though, not full-on world bosses, because these field bosses can be taken down with like 10-15 people. But in the future though, it'd be really cool if they did have world bosses, like 40, 50, 60 man ones. And raids are something that, you know, potentially could become a thing in the future, because they already, you know, have the expeditions now, which are still fresh actually. I think it's like 6 months ago, 5-6 months ago is when they first introduced Amrain, maybe even shorter time than that, and now we already have 6 of those. So raids can probably be the next step on the instant side of things. Shit. Forgot not to get too close. Spike. I think somebody did use a gravity well right there too. How do you see both weapons? In the gameplay settings, when you go press escape, go to settings, go to gameplay settings, and there's an option in there. I can show you in a second when it stops spiking. Come on. Go on, game. But no, right now the game doesn't have full-on PvE rating. Yeah, I think it definitely, I think I saw that in there. Somebody used gravity well on the tendril. Yeah. And yeah, there's an option in there in the gameplay settings that's called always show weapons, and that's the one that you're looking for. Dude, this is ridiculous. Oh no. Great axe with light armor is OP. Yeah, that 20%. Oh, and I know that with great axe you have the blood steel, the what is it? Bloodlust? Yeah, that bloodlust. It makes you really, really fast in PvP. You're able to catch people pretty quickly. Are they gonna add Singapore Asian servers? No, I haven't seen anything about them talking about that yet. But holy shiz. Come on, game. Wow. That was a major one too. It's a major spike. No. Is anyone else that's right here at the portal still spiking? Trying to join your Discord? Oh, I don't actually... It's just me and Vic? Oh, okay, me and Vic, okay. Damn. I think Vic full on crashed too. Oh, damn, dude. I'm coming. Here, let me respawn. There we go. You were Michael, okay. Wow. Where are you doing portals at? We're doing them in Windsward right now. We're heading to the northeast Windsward section right now. Repair. You're resetting your game. Okay, you're clear of the spike. Gotcha. So the story itself right now is in a state where I'd say it's got a decent foundation. I wouldn't really put it on par or even close to like the story building of, like, you know, Final Fantasy 14 kind of thing, or even, you know, like World of Warcraft that's got a decade plus of lore building in it right now. I think this one's really in its early stages, but it's got a lot of potential and a good foundation, but I don't think you're going to get like a full on, you know, immersive story experience just yet. But it's definitely getting there though. Like one of the characters, Isabella, she's got a really fleshed out backstory, and I was able to make a video about that not too long ago, about a week ago, and I went into like everything that there is to know about her backstory, and there is like 70, 80 plus worth of pages all in one in that video. Like it was a crazy amount of stuff that she had for her backstory. Eesh. And why do you use that Q? If you're talking about for my sword, Shield Rush, I don't use Leaping Strike anymore because it used to be pretty good with the passive they had, which was called Charge Strike, where after you landed it, it would give you like 50% damage increase on the next ability there, or next ability or attack that you did. But it doesn't really have that anymore, so I tend to default more towards Shield Rush. And plus, it's also got a pretty useful weaken debuff that it can put on enemies around you, along with the slow. So that can be pretty good in not just PvP, but also in PvE sometimes. But I also just prefer it just because it's much easier to work with, easier to aim and whatnot. And yeah, like a big world boss that has like mechanics and stuff to it would be really, really fun. The field bosses themselves do have, you know, pretty decent mechanics, but it's nothing that you can't really take down with enough people. All you really need is about 15, 20 people, even 10. I'm pretty sure we killed Malevolence with about 6 or 7 before the beta. So it's not really that bad. And Bane's is, I mean, they buffed Bane's in this beta patch, but even then, I think they only buffed his health. So he's just going to take a little bit longer, but he'll go down too. Oh, shiz. Oh, I dodged it. Sweet. We should do level 35 breaches. The only thing is getting enough people to go over there. It's the only thing. And it's not... But the 45 ones, though... Hell, yeah, they are. Get to those. The Morningdale and Restless Shores portals, those should take us all the way to Endgame. Third portal train doing the northeast portals. Okay. What video card do you have? 2070 Super. So what caused that spike is the Tendril Corrupted Breaches right now are having an issue where when a lot of people get right up on it, and apparently when somebody uses the gravity well skill from the Great Axe, it can cause a massive lag spike for pretty much anyone in the vicinity. And then some people will get out of it sooner, some people get out of it later, but it seems to be causing a mass lag spike for pretty much anybody within about 20 meters of that. If you're standing a little bit farther back from it, you probably have a lower chance of getting the spike. But we're not 110% sure what's causing it, but it seems like the gravity well skill is, and that was something that wasn't happening in like previous phases. I don't know why that's happening now, but I remember when they first introduced the Ice Gauntlet, there was a thing happening where if you used Ice Shower or pretty much any of the spells from Ice Gauntlet, some people were getting like massive lag from it. So it could be something like what happened there a while back. Story compared to ESO. It's been a while since I really delved into the story for ESO. I'll be honest. I think when I last played, even I was gonna do Somerset, and I think I barely got even halfway in that storyline. And the most that I'm really aware of when it comes to ESO storyline is like the main fact, like the 1 to 50, like getting to what is it, Cold Harbor? Yeah, there we go. And defeating Manamarco and stuff like that. That's like the storyline portion that I'm most familiar with. So I couldn't tell you on the later expansion stuff, but I would say, yeah, it's probably not as full-on extensive. I know people, I think in the past said that they didn't really like the lore and the story in ESO per se, but I couldn't really tell you on a grand scale, like, you know. But I don't think it's going to have as much lore. You're not going to see as much world would already here as you would in ESO kind of thing. So it's not going to be like that, or like Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft or anything. It's still in its early stages. But in terms of the other stuff, the combat itself, it used to be less similar to ESO, but now with all the changes that they made, most people tend to compare it now more to ESO's combat. So yeah, ESO is a pretty common thing that people compare it to, especially now. Ready the nation. All right. Yeah, I got to do that at some point too. But I totally prefer it to ESO though, in terms of which one I would play more. Sometimes, and once upon a time, I was able to have a lot of fun with ESO, especially like in Cyrodiil PvP. I remember those vampire bat swarms, which were hilarious, and I remember all those times we almost got Emperor on Ebonheart pack, and you know, we teamed up with what was it, Daggerheart Covenant against the Aldmeri Dominion. We would cap like one section of their territory, they would cap the other. Doing stuff like that was really fun in Cyrodiil, but I think that time is kind of like gone for me. But also, I did have fun with the trials. I remember I did, what was it? Was it Somerset that had the dragons? Or Sunspire? It was one of those two. It was Sunspire or... Oh yeah, I think Sunspire is the trial name. I think that was the one that I did the most and I really enjoyed. How many gear pieces do we need to get the buff? Are you talking about like the gathering and crafting perk buffs, or like I'm drawing a blank. Which buff are you? Which buff? Oh, you mean the equipment load stuff too, possibly. Because if you're talking about this stuff, you just need to be within the equipment load thresholds. So if you want the light one, you just have to be wearing light enough armor to be under 15 grams. But you can also mix and you potentially, somebody asked about this, if you can mix and match and still be under that threshold. You potentially could. As long as you're within that threshold, then it should be okay. Holy crap, Top, thank you. Hold on, I'll read that in just a second. And yeah, 2070 Super for my GPU, and then i9 9700F for my processor. They need stagger back on heavy attacks for both players and NPCs, add some consequences for blocking, and help curb this trend of just DPSing. Like, oh, thank you so much. And yeah, that's one of the things I talked about in the Outpost Rush 101 video that I did, is that I wasn't sure how people were going to mesh with the current combat system compared to the preview. And I was worried even the people that didn't want the stagger system in the preview were
not gonna really like this one. And I said that, you know, in the preview, of course we knew that it needed tweaking. You know, it shouldn't have been a thing where, you know, Hatchet was able to outright lock people down. And you know, it wasn't impossible to dodge out of the Hatchet thing, but it was totally understandable either way. But I know we gave suggestions around that time, like diminishing returns. The sword and the rapier wasn't out yet. So okay, yeah, it's totally the gravity well. It's totally gravity well. Stop using gravity well if you can. If it's, I think it's causing the spikes. Yeah, it's got to be gravity well that's causing those. But okay, so yeah, in terms of the preview combat to now, it seems like you know, some people may not mesh with the current combat system. It might take like 1 or 2 patches before we're able to get it. They're able to get it in the right place. But I think they're able to find a middle ground. They just have to find out, you know, how to please everybody there, or the best way that they can please everybody. Yeah, it seems like it, but I don't know. Hope they fix it beforehand, because beforehand, I remember way back when first came. Yeah, I can't remember if they were lagging everybody in the area when people would use ice gauntlet spells, but I know it was lagging the person using it. What's my build currently? Sword and shield and life staff. And I use so I use tank stuff on my sword side, and then on my life staff I'm using beacon, sacred ground, and orb of protection. And the reason I use those 3 skills is because whenever I put them down on the ground, I can switch to my sword and they'll still be out. They'll still be out and about and actually healing me. There's certain spells that will still stay out in the open. Like when you put down an ice pylon, for instance, from the ice gauntlet, and you switch to other weapon, the ice pylon will still be there. So there's certain skills and effects that will stay there when you switch to another weapon. Some of them don't. Like Berserk will get off your character when you switch to another weapon, but since I'm able to do that with these specific skills, I can create like a Paladin build with it, where I go mostly con and then secondarily focus, and then I can put a sword, like I can put a sword gem of Carnelian gem to tank in my first sword. That'll get an end game, and then the second sword is going to be an amber gem to scale the damage up off of focus, which is going to be really good for DPSing in PvP. It won't be like a full-on DPS build, but it will be, you know, somewhat in the range of decent DPS as far as swords go. Would light armor buff help increase the healing, because the healing is based off weapon damage? So most of the time right now, and in previous testing phases, people have been using heavy, even people that have mostly spec'd into healing. So I haven't tested it personally, but I would assume because of that, when they first introduced the equipment load system, that the people that were going mostly heavy on healing were testing it and seeing that it didn't affect that. But it's possible, it's always possible that it could now, because I know that, you know, from time to time they do introduce hidden changes. But as far as I know, heavy seems to be the way to go for healers too. But if you do want to test that, you can't necessarily do it on the training dummies, because there are training dummies inside of fortresses. All the fortresses around the map have them, and you can actually test out DPS builds. But if you tested that in like open world PvP or territory wars, that might be a better way to do it. Or maybe in duelings, because you could actually duel with up to 5 people at once. So what you could do is have 2 people duel, and then maybe you could be in the fight if you wanted to, or not be in the fight, and then see if it does have an effect on your healing. But as far as I've seen, it doesn't seem to, with just by looking at the text there. And what are my stats right now? I have about 108 constitution, so right now I'm going for about 150. And when I first started, from 1 to 20, I went all the way through with putting just points into con, and then I went to like 50 focus, and now I'm going into 150 con. But yeah, there's definitely certain things I want to test out again just to see if they're any kind of like any different now. But as far as I know from what I've seen, like in the previous testing phases, most people that are healers are still going to be using heavy from what I've seen back then when they first introduced the equipment load system. Only the corrupted portals give you XP, not the small ones. No, all of them do. Yeah, all of them do. The minor ones give you about 400 XP though, and the bigger ones give you about 1.5k. Full Dragon's Dogma. Oh god. If there's one game where I would not mind having just like the full combat system entirely implemented into this one, it'd be Dragon's Dogma. I effing love Dragon's Dogma. Hell yeah. You telling me you want to climb on top of a Sphinx? Like I'm so down. Climb on a dragon. Let's do it. Or climb on a troll. That would be so cool. I don't know how well it would work with, you know, some of the enemies that we have, like the tendril. Could you imagine trying to climb on top of a tendril? It'd be funny though. Now stay back. Don't spike me, please. No. I can't look. I stood back. Those spikes are so gnarly. Oh my god. But yeah, it definitely seems to be exclusively happening from the corrupted tendril portals. Enough rest? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this morning I woke up pretty sluggish, but yesterday I was super invigorated. It was such a fun day. How many specific pieces of gear do we need to get the buff? First, why was Paladin not very viable in the preview? It was because you couldn't, you didn't have amber gems. That's why you didn't have amber gems. So the gem that I'm talking about is this one, where what it does is it converts your weapon damage, and it takes that portion of your damage and converts it, or it scales it up if your focus is pretty high. All the other elemental gems that we've always had kind of thing, well, actually, gems used to give stats, but that doesn't do that anymore. But these other offensive gems, these all scale off of intelligence. But the amber gem, that was added, and I think that was added in kind of like secret, like about 4-5-ish months ago, when we did the expedition event where some of the content creators were invited to try out Amber and Excavation. That's when, around that time, that's when I actually noticed it. And I looked at it and I was like, what the hell is this? I was like, wait a minute. Because people were just starting to talk about like the possibility of Paladin builds. And then I looked in the stone cutting thing and I saw that. I was like, okay, hell yes. So then I made a video. I think that was the crafting video that I made. It was one of those videos where I mentioned it for the first time, but we didn't have that in the preview. So that's the main thing there. And then also we had different spells. So we had Siphon, we had, you know, Smite, we had all kinds of different spells in the preview that weren't really ones that you could, you know, just plop down and switch to your sword. Now, people did use Sword and Shield and Life Staff in the preview, I believe, but the Life Staff was just way powerful in a different way, where like you could siphon somebody and it would be chunking their health constantly while healing you at the same time. So you didn't really need to even be a paladin. You just, all you really needed to do was be like a Life Staff wielder. It was really strong. I think it was like Alpha 2 mostly, as opposed to the preview, but it was strong back then. But now a full-on paladin build is really possible. Best combo with the hatchet. There's multiple good combinations you can do with that, but if you want to do like dex fighter, you could do hatchet bow, hatchet musket. If you want to do strength fighter, you could do like hatchet sword, hatchet great axe is pretty fun. really fun actually. It's like a berserker build. So those are some choices that you could do, but there's a lot of good and decent combinations. And so if you're talking about how many pieces of gear do you need for the equipment load buff, it's not really based around that. It's just based on how heavy your armor is. So if you see this right here where it shows that I'm like 36.3 weight, I'm above that 30 threshold, so I'm in the heavy threshold. But if I was wearing like 2 pieces of medium armor and down here, then it would give me the medium armor buff, where I would deal 10% bonus damage, and crowd control debuffs I apply would last 10% longer. But they made a change to where physical armor, like heavy armor, now gives the most damage mitigation for both elemental and physical. Whereas before, light armor used to give the most elemental resistance, and heavy armor used to give the most physical. But now heavy armor gives both, and that's part of the reason why healers have been going heavy armor, is because you don't really because people are, at least the current assumption is that light equipment load doesn't really affect healing for the 20% bonus damage. So people are just kind of going heavy as healers and then getting the full mitigation on top of being really good at healing too. Is Hatchet? No, Hatchet's not busted anymore now. They nerfed because we don't have that 30% heal anymore on the Berserk, and you can't, when you switch to another weapon after using Berserk, it doesn't just pop that 30% heal anymore. And then also, they just nerfed with this previous beta patch. The one when the beta first started, they nerfed the CC immunity. So they took off the CC immunity off the Berserk, but now you can actually break out of CC still, but you just can't be full-on immune the entire time. Okay. Damn. That's a spike. Yeah, I think I hear the gravity well too. I think I hear it. So I think it is causing that. Oh, spike. Yeah, we do need a tower shield. We really do. Oh my god. What made you stop playing ESO? And what exactly draws you more in this game than ESO? Um, so for ESO for me, part of it was the combat itself. Like, I've always had a hard time with getting into ESO because even though there's a lot of, combinations with the classes and stuff like that, for some reason, the classes and the combinations just never really felt right for me. So like my very first character was like a Holy Templar tank, and that was pretty fun for like Cyrodiil PvP. But after I got to Cyrodiil and played around for like a couple, weeks or so, I got kind of bored. Came back, tried dual wielding Dragon Knight. I tried dual wielding and two-handed Dragon Knight, and it was pretty fun for like 30 levels ish, but it just didn't really feel right. And I wanted to try the Warden when the DLC first came out, but I ended up skipping it. That might have been the class I would have had the most fun with, but every other class that I played, and I didn't really ever try Necromancer, but every other class that I played, it just didn't really feel right. And I think part of it was the combat system, because whenever, you're hitting somebody, especially with melee, and I think this is a big criticism that people always have with ESO, it kind of feels like you're hitting them with a wet noodle. It's like there's no reaction. You just kind of, and I have no problems like animation canceling. I used to play a lot of games that had that. That part was fine. But I guess I don't know, it just didn't really feel that impactful for me. And over time, it just kind of got a little boring in that regard. Holy shiz, this is a big spike. All right, I need to, trying to think if it's going to crash my, is anybody else still spiking? What I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure, hold on. I'm going to go ahead and, all right, we got a couple spikes here. All right, fuck this. Hold on. I'm gonna update my NVIDIA drivers because I want to make sure that it's absolutely not being caused by me not getting that driver that was released on the 19th. Hopefully it doesn't mess up the stream, but if it does, I'm gonna reconnect it immediately. But yeah, I'm gonna get this driver. I'm gonna make sure. All right, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna install this NVIDIA driver really quick just to make sure But yeah, you see everybody that's still standing here, all of us spiked. Like, all of us spiked for a couple seconds. So I'm going to make sure that it's not this NVIDIA driver. I'm going to make sure and just install this really quick. GeoForce drive. It was released on the 7th, or it was released on the 19th. It's not the driver? Okay. Man, I don't know. Oh, it is. Okay. At least I got it downloaded. I'll close it for now. All right. Let's keep going. Fuck, those spikes are gnarly as hell, dude. Damn. Yeah. I just want them to go away. Fuck. All right, let's go. Let's go. All right, I'll wait on the driver until probably later tonight. Why aren't people using hammer much? Hammer can be a good choice in PvP. It's actually a pretty good CC ability. Like, you got Shockwave, you got Path to Destiny, you got Clear Out, and then also if you combine that with Great Axe, like, you got the Gravity Well, you've got Charge, you've got Reap, and plus you got Bloodlust. So make sure you can start off with actually, that's a really deadly combo. You start off with Great Axe, you get the Bloodlust going, so you can like run at a crazy fast speed while you're trying to chase someone down, and then you can switch to the Great Axe or Great Hammer, use Path to Destiny, and then you can also use Shockwave to initiate that, and then you can pretty much lock somebody down with that. Like, I was fighting two guys a couple days ago, and one of them had Great Axe and was using the Gravity Well, and the Gravity Well used to be a lot buggier, but they fixed the hell out of it. It works really well now. So yeah, Great Axe Warhammer can be a really good CC combo in group PvP. But I think it's similar to why people aren't really using the Fire Staff and Ice Gauntlet as much right now, Ken. It's kind of like they aren't really, you know, as good early on as they get, as opposed to when you start leveling up the weapon. Like, when you get to like 10 in the weapon skill and you start getting, you know, those passives and skills in there, it starts to get really good. But it's more so on the staff side with that too. Like, the staff can seem pretty weak and you run out of mana and stuff early on, but when you get to like, you know, 15, 20 in that weapon skill, it's gonna be great for invasions and territory wars, just everything. What is max level in smithing, crafting, fishing? Oh, all those are 200 for the max level for the trade skill, and you can max out all the trade skills if you want to as well. Can you play as full healer with this build? Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could do a full healer. Actually, the only difference between me being a full healer right now and not being full healer is my constitution. So if I were to respec and go fully or more into focus, I totally could. And also, Ice Gauntlet is a pretty good secondary to use with life staff. So that too. But other than that, yeah, I could totally do it. It's kind of the cool thing about it, because we had the first time we did Amrine Excavation, we actually had 2 Paladins, and I was a con Paladin, so I stayed with this build with my tank setup, and then he switched to focus, and he healed the whole thing just fine too. How do you get to the next tier? You have to do the promotion quest, so you want to go into your journal and then click on the side story thing here, and then at the very top you're going to see your promotion quest, and it's going to tell you to probably get to like level 20 and go to a specific zone. Do that, get to level 20, then go to like Cutlass Keys if it tells you to go there, and talk to the faction guy, and he'll give you the quest. Yeah, those spikes are nutso. Damn, they're nutso. I was so ready to install that driver too. But yeah, even the driver's not helping. Damn it. Okay, we're gonna get through this. This is the ultimate trial by fire. It's the ultimate trial by fire. We're gonna get to the promised land. What was the town project nerfed? Did they just nerf the time to refresh? So they definitely nerfed the time they refresh, but people were also saying that they nerfed the XP gain a little bit on them too. So I guess they must have done a double whammy. But either way though, yeah, it's probably gonna be Portal Central from here. No more town projects. You guys are coming with us. Coming to Portal City. Wait, you're still spiking too? Oh no. Where are we at? We're in Monarch's Bluff section right now. So we're going to head to this portal, take that down, and we're going to go... Oh, yeah, you're still spiking. Holy crap. And then we're going to go south here. Go do the southwestern ones, and then go to this shrine and TP back to the Hermit Shrine, and then start doing a loop-de-loop all the way around again. Where are we at? Oh, here we go. Can you go into more detail about that? How do you go about getting one? How does it convert? Oh, yeah, can do. Okay, so for the Amber Gem, what it is basically... Wait, is this a shrine? Oh, okay. Hello. Nice. All right, let's go. Let's run. Oh, I didn't know they had one here. Okay, so what the Amber Gem is it's like an elemental gem, like the amethyst that converts your weapon damage to void, or the ruby that converts your weapon damage to fire. Some of it to fire. Like for the tier 2 ones, they can convert 20% of your weapon's damage to void, and the Amber Gem is the only one that can convert it to nature, but also scale the weapon stat based off of your focus. The other ones, like aquamarine, amethyst, ruby, sapphire, topaz, all those scale it only off of intelligence, but the Amber Gem is the Paladin gem because it scales it off of focus. So what you can do is when you get to like Endgame, you have one sword, you put a Carnelian gem in there that'll allow your abilities to taunt. The second sword is what you can use for PvP, and you put a Amber Gem in there, and what's going to happen is your damage, if you're just going like mostly con and then, you know, secondarily focus, it's going to scale up. And the calculations that people did a while ago is that if you were to put like an intelligence gem into like a spear, and then you had a intelligence build, your build or your damage is going to be similar, probably not greater, but similar to what it would be if you had spec dex in the first place. And those are probably going to be only, like, those numbers are only going to be possible with tier 5 gems, because the tier 5 gems convert 50% of the weapon damage as opposed to 20%. So I don't think you're going to be seeing similar numbers if you are just using a tier 2. You're probably going to need the tier 5 ones. But those are the calculations that they did about 2 months ago. It's probably going to be a similar result now, but I wouldn't count on it being like much better. So yeah, tier 5 ones, 50% of that goes to lightning damage, for instance. So that's kind of like the power of the Paladin build in the Amber Gem. That's why this can be useful on the DPS side too. 20% damage. Yeah, 20% damage if you're full light armor, basically. You just have to be within the light threshold. So it's not like you have to have 5 pieces of light armor on to get that. You just have to be light enough to be within that threshold. So just how you have carry weight in your inventory, your character also has like a encumbrance system for your armor. So you have armor weight, right? So as long as you're light enough to be under 15 pounds, you get that 20% bonus. If you're within like the 15 to 30 range, you're in medium. And then if you're above 30, like I am, you're in heavy. So yeah, all the gem does is it turns your physical into elemental. And then isn't that the same damage since it's converted, not increased? So the elemental, different mobs have different weaknesses and strengths to different elements. So like you might see like animals have resistant or like have weakness to thrust damage, or ancients have weaknesses to strike damage, which comes from warhammers, or they can also be weak to, or I'm sorry, corrupted can be weak to arcane, which comes from the empowered gem. So you can also use that to your advantage, because you can put like a fire gem inside of a sword and then go fight like the dryads, for instance, and then you'll probably be doing more damage against them. So it's not exactly the same as physical, because physical damage, like swords, by default, they're slashing damage based. And slashing damage, ancients are strong against it. But dryads, I believe, should be weak to slashing damage. And then if you were to heavy attack, your attack becomes thrust damage. Like, I think they actually show you this when you hover over the weapons now. Yeah, like, it shows you, like, light attacks with the sword, slash damage, heavy attacks deal thrust. And every single weapon has different physical type of damage, like spears, bows, muskets. They all have thrust damage, rapiers. Hatchets have slashing, Great Axe has slashing, Warhammer has strike, which would be good against ancients, and the ice gauntlets, life staff, and the fire staff, they all have elemental damage. So ice gauntlet is ice damage that you would get from like sapphire, for instance. Fire staff from like fire damage like you get from a ruby, and life staff is nature. So they're different. They work differently, but it's kind of like it's kind of a complex system with like all the weaknesses and stuff like that. It's kind of like Pokemon. Like the ancient, like all the enemy groups are essentially Pokemon, where they're strong against one element and weak against another. And when you convert some of that weapon damage into elemental damage, it does something different depending on what you're fighting. Okay. And what best? Well, okay. So, and if you want to put gems into elemental weapons, what that's gonna do, like if you put a ice gem into a fire staff, that's gonna convert some of that fire damage into ice. That can, you know, that's kind of spreading you thin. Sometimes that might not be the best thing to do. So what you could do is you could instead take like the Onyx, for instance. The Onyx would give you 15% damage against targets with full health. And the cool thing about the Onyx and also intelligence builds, if you were to get 300 intelligence, this milestone is going to give you 30% damage on the first hit on a full target. So what you can do, since Fire Staff has a couple different burst abilities, like Incinerate mostly. Incinerate was always notoriously the ability best known for chunking the crap out of your health if you got close to somebody using a Fire Staff. So you could get like that brass gem and put that in your staff, get that 300 attribute for intelligence, and also get Incinerate fully kitted out. And then if you hit somebody, it's probably going to hurt like crazy, especially because there's a perk in there where Incinerate hits twice. So Incinerate has always been a notorious burst skill for Fire Staff, and that's why at one point in time people just really didn't want to get near Fire Staffs at all because they'd be so powerful. So for Fire Staff, I would take a gem like Onyx, and for Life Staff, I would take the Diamond. The Diamond one is another non-elemental one that would actually give you 6% damage increase, but also 6% outgoing healing while at full health. And why I would take the Diamond is, as a healer, you're probably going to be at full health most of the time and probably going to be in the back line. So that outgoing healing is probably going to be active most of the time. So I would take that for Life Staff, and I would take a Onyx more than likely for a Fire. And oh, for the stats, when the game comes out, are you planning to make a guild? Probably not. I like being able to play with everybody in the community, but I'll definitely like be playing with the faction for sure and joining in wars and invasions and stuff like that. That part, absolutely. But in terms of the stats that I have right now for the cleric build, I'm going mostly into Constitution right now. I'm going to go for like a 150 Constitution and then get maybe some points in focus. But the overall thing I want to start with when I get to Endgame, I want to have at least 250 Constitution so I can get that 80% damage reduction when I'm at full health. And then I want to get at least 100 focus. And then after that, once I get the really good pieces, that can give me like 30 attribute points per piece, like maybe 30 Constitution per piece, or maybe 15 con, 15 focus. Then I can go for like 250 con and 200 focus. And the reason I don't go for like 300, 400 con is because the difference between 250 con and 300 isn't going to be that big because of the diminishing returns that start to kick in. And the previous testing that I did from 250 to 300, it's going to be like maybe a 700, maybe 1000 HP boost. So I'd rather take the healing capabilities as a paladin over having that 700 or 800 HP boost kind of thing. So Onyx Gem is best for musket. And see, yeah, that's another thing. You could absolutely take an Onyx Gem for musket. When you're looking at builds and stuff like that, it's not just it's not just the skill trees and the attributes that can really make a build shine. You also got to look at the perks and gems like that, because technically, yes, you could totally do like the bow. We were talking about a build yesterday where if you were to take the majority of the perks that give you like increased damage the farther target is away, increased damage if you haven't shot anybody, surprise attack, 20% if you haven't damaged a foe in the last 10 seconds. There's also ones I think like opening shot, where if you hit them and they're full health, you'll get a damage bonus. You do things like that, and you also get an onyx gem on your bow. Yeah, that might all stack up together and do a crap ton of damage. So you also got to look at the gems too and the perks, because every skill should have a perk that you can put on your armor or get on your armor, and it might give you like a bonus to it. Like somebody was talking about leeching flurry, which on the rapier, if like just by the name of it, I'm assuming, because I haven't looked at that perk in a while, it's probably where you use flurry and you can heal off of the damage. So sometimes your build can also be really elevated by not just the skills and attributes, but like perks and gems too. So, and that's all stuff that's worth testing out. It's absolutely all kinds of stuff that's worth testing out. So I would try that. And like I said, if you have a DPS build, you can go to the forts around the world, and there's training dummies inside the forts that you can test your DPS on. So take a couple pieces of, you know, different gear, and take maybe like 1 or 2 muskets, and put an elemental gem in one musket, like a lightning gem, and put another gem in the other musket, and try it out. See what the damage is on both. Is musket any viable? It's like, oh yeah, musket used to be a lot weaker, but also it still used to be pretty useful in territory defenses. But now musket's pretty on par with bow. So either it's, you know, really close to it or slightly better. They just nerfed it a little bit because it was too strong before, but I think it's still going to be pretty decent in pretty much all scenarios now. So the mobs inside Amarine are lost. So their weakness, let me see. The lost are weak to strike damage. The lost are weak to ice. The lost are weak to nature. They're strong against thrust damage and strong against the void. So I would take, you can take warhammers in there. You can put an ice gem in there. You can put an amber gem too if you want, but I think amber gems are going to be a little hard to find right now. But yeah, you could probably find a sapphire, put it in your weapon, and then you should have a damage bonus against them. Like the Angry Earth, they're weak against slash. I have a chart right here that I'm looking at too, that I was able to get. So Angry Earth are weak against slash. Angry Earth are weak against fire. They're strong against lightning. Corrupted are weak against thrust, and I did test that too. They're strong against, they're resistant against ice, and they're weak against nature and arcane. Why portals over town projects? The town projects were the fastest XP yesterday, but they actually nerfed that this morning. So they nerfed the reset timer on them. They might still be, you know, very decent, but I also prefer doing town projects to, or sorry, I prefer doing corrupted breaches to level. I like the more, you know, I like the more combat related content as opposed to doing the gathering and crafting content to level up. I do like the gathering and crafting in this game though, but I love doing the combat related stuff when I'm leveling up though. Plus this is giving us weapon XP, which is going to be very, very useful in the long run. So close to 35. You sure it doesn't add up damage? Gotta try it out. Wait, are you testing out like perks and gems? Because yeah, I could, no, I think they do. I think they do stack. If you're talking about what I was talking about with the Onyx, I think they do stack. You take only faction quests for level? No, you take you do your main story quest, your side quests, and you can also take faction missions and town projects whenever you get to a new city. And then what I did is I didn't really go too far out of the way to do them. I just did the ones that were in the area of the side missions and main story quests, and I just did that like all the way to 20, and then we started doing breach trains from that point on. What happens to upgraded crafting stations if a zone is lost in a siege? It should still be at the same level. The only time it should downgrade is when people don't pay the upkeep, and then when you lose an invasion. What's the best weapon combination? There's no real like best weapon combination, because different combinations are better for different situations. And like we talked about, you know, builds that might not seem good at first can be made to be really, really good over time, just with a lot of testing and the right tuning and perks and gems and stuff like that. So, you know, there's a lot of really good combinations for that you could take. Like if you have a dex fighter, or you want to do dex fighting, you have a lot of good choices you got there, like, you know, bow, spear, rapier, musket, bow, what's it called, rapier, spear, and then warriors got a lot of decent ones too. 35, yes, go, go, go. Portal train doesn't stop. Yes. Solo questing build. You could probably go like sword and hatchet. You could go great axe hatchet. You could go most of the dex combinations too. If you're trying to do mage early on, mage builds might seem a little bit like weak because you might run out of mana a lot, but they get really good towards the end game. Really, really juicy towards the end game. 35. Trying to catch the train. We're on the southeast side of Windsor right now. We're gonna head towards the major. Southeast side. Portal train. Southeast side of Windsward, heading toward the major. Come get some XP. Heading towards the major. And then do that. We loop up here. We go here. And yes. All right. What DPS gem should I put in my weapon? Use hatchet, great axe. So for hatchet, normally people would, let me see, because if you're leveling up, probably going to be fighting a lot of lost, and then later on corrupted. But if you're doing corrupted breach trains, then probably this too. You could probably do Earth. That's not so late game. Probably do arcane actually. The arcane is strong against the corrupted, so that like the corrupted are weak against arcane, and everything else seems to be neutral against arcane. So you could probably do arcane. And let's see, if you want to do non-elemental gem, we do for hatchet and great axe. 88% damage against targets with less than, yeah, I believe hatchet actually does have some perks or passives that give you benefits against targets with lower damage, and also so does great axe in terms of healing, and also I think just damage in general too. So the emerald could potentially be a good choice, but let's see if we have a better one here. Crowd control. If you had warhammer, maybe. Accelerate. 12% damage and the target is below 30% health. Ooh. Oh, I think that's when you're below. Yeah, when you're below 30%. So I would look at the probably look at the emerald. There's probably another good choice there too. But I'd probably go with the emerald when your stamina is not full. If you were like rapier, spear, like a dex fighter, I'd do that. Let's go. Yeah, I like the emerald. That looks juicy. Yeah, if you want to do elemental, you could do arcane, and then non-elemental, you could probably do emerald. Because what's it called? What was that other one? Opal? No, it was onyx damage. This one would be really useful for like burst damage. Like somebody asked about the musket earlier. If you had that initial burst, like if you had a power shot you pop them with, or that powder burn, or the incinerate with the fire staff, that seems like what that'd be really good with. But since you're going to be probably initiating with like a basic or heavy attack with the hatchet great axe, or maybe like a charge, which isn't, you know, as strong on the burst damage kind of thing, that might not be as useful. But that emerald though, that looks like you could probably capitalize on that with that one, with that build. Congrats. Musket has a perk for 12% of damage against enemies on fire. So if there's a ruby gem on the gun, it does put the enemy on fire status effect. So it doesn't put them on fire, but it does, like, when you shoot them, that damage will be, you know, some of that damage will be converted to fire. But powder burn though, pretty sure that puts them on fire, right? Yeah. Powder burn. Powder burn's always been a popular musket one. Yeah, burn status effect. So yeah, you could totally just use powder burn. And also, if it lets you, like if you're able to, you know, use the fire staff initially, get that burn going, and then you could switch to the musket to capitalize on that. And when the burn gets done ticking, you could put another powder burn on them to keep a constant burn on them. You could potentially do that, especially because the musket, oh, I got the sprint bug, especially because the musket has a secondary scaling off of intelligence too. So you could do like a fire staff musket build if you really wanted to. That's normally one of the least or lesser popular ones, but you could potentially make that work though, if it lets you like burn them like that. Because I think with the spear and the rapier, for instance, the bleeds of the spear don't really count for the rapier. Like you can't execute a spear bleed with flourish and finish. So that would take some testing. But if the fire staff burns don't count for the musket increased damage perk there, then I would just stick with the musket powder burn. Or fire staff with rapier bleeds. That, yeah, you could totally do stuff like that too. That's super cool. Hell yeah. And then also, like with certain perk, or yeah, there's a perk called Keenly Jagged, where if you get a crit, you can actually apply a bleed on the enemy. So if you had like a rapier or bow build, something that's really based around crit, then you could probably capitalize on that too. More so for the bow, from what I've seen, because bow has a lot of really cool really cool prep damage perks, like perks that will give you more damage if you're longer ranged than the enemy, or you haven't shot them yet, or even if they're at full health kind of thing, and or if you get a headshot. And headshots are guaranteed crits too. Is it possible to see your heal build? I'm having a blast with the Paladin, kind of winging it. Oh, thank you so much, Captain. Yeah, if you are wanting to do like a spell build like this one, what I use for my spells is I use Beacon, Sacred Round, and Orb of Protection, like I can show you right here. The reason I use this is because you can put all those down. Oh my god, I healed so fast. And you can keep your sword out, and then it'll still be ticking down with that heal. So there's certain spells that allow you to do that, where you can put like an ice pylon down, an ice gauntlet, and then switch to another weapon, and you'll still be able to keep that ice pylon out. And it's the same thing with those specific spells, so I take those. And then you could probably start off with just getting a carnelian gem, because you're going to be tanking quite often in these expeditions, and you might not have an amber gem on hand to put in a second sword. Once you get to endgame, you can start thinking about getting a secondary sword you use for PvP, and then have an amber gem be put into that, or as soon as you can get one, and then use that one for PvP exclusively. And then I'm right now, my attributes, I'm going for about 150 con. I started out from 1 to 20, putting all my points into con. Then I switched to focus, got it to about 50, with the item bonuses and everything stacked on top of that. And then I switched back to con. So once I get the 150 con, I might go to 200 con, or I might get focus to 100. Is it focus leveling or do profession farm? It really is up to you. You could do either or. It just depends on what you want to do in the game. If you plan on being a crafter, then you can do both at the same time, especially with the town projects kind of thing. They still do give decent XP, even if the reset timer got nerfed. So yeah, you can still do, you know, town projects in the meantime if you want to, and do crafting in the meantime. You get a lot of crafting experience off of those town projects too, like the armament ones. Gives you a lot. But if you plan on just being like a PvE PvP player, you can just go straight for leveling for the most part. And then early on, you can get the faction gear. So like the level 15 faction gear is like 280 gear score, and then you can also put seals on it. Like you can use the seals to change the attributes if you want to. And then once you get to like Amarine Excavation, that's like 300 plus gear score stuff, and then you'll be probably surviving off of like faction gear and drops past that point for the rest of the game. Once we get to end game, then crafters are going to really come in handy for the really specialized gear. Luck plus, plus luck gem perks. Oh, gems. For the gem. Are you talking about, because yeah, you should get the gems from mining if you're talking about like the ruby, sapphire, you know, stuff like that. But I don't know if there's an actual like gem that you can get. I don't think there's a gem you can get that gives you luck. Pretty sure there's not. 'Cause if you scroll through the stone cutting section, you can look at all the gems that you'll have available to cut, all the gems that should be available in the game. But there is gear that can give you luck bonuses, like while you're mining or while you're gathering, while you're chopping wood, and that'll give you a better chance to get those gems. And also you'll get a higher chance as you level your profession, like your trade skill, like mining. And also there's house trophies that you can get that will influence it, as well as what's the other one? I think lifestyle buffs too, like the the town projects. One of those slots is for buffs that the governor can put on people. You have to have a house in that territory to qualify for it, though. You have to have the residence thing. The pearl gives fishing luck, does it? Oh, the phone. Wait, oh, that doesn't even show inside the oh, that's cool. I wonder if there's any other ones like that. Okay, because I know people used to talk about the pearl a little bit. That's really cool. And you can socket that one too, I guess. Interesting. If you're planning on doing fishing, then I would totally check out the pearl. I gotta write that down. Write that down. And that's also the cool thing about the game. Even after, you know, even after hundreds and hundreds of hours, there's still things to learn all the time. All the way to the right here. That. Thank you. Oysters. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, from oyster. And then if you're fishing, you can also salvage fish for like getting fish oil or fish fillet if you need to. And then there's other things that you can salvage in there too that you get from fishing, like treasure chests you can get. I think you might be able to just open the treasure chest though and not need to salvage them. And sometimes you get like old boots, stuff like that. Have they said anything about a roadmap yet? Not necessarily just yet, but they know people want one though. They know people want one. So potentially after launch, I know, what was it? Back during, because I know, well, the game's been delayed like about 2 or 3 times. So I think before one of the delays, there was talk that they could potentially release a roadmap after launch, but I don't know if they've said anything like that since then. And also, different, if you're going to do gathering and crafting, mostly gathering, different attributes also have milestones where if you get past them, like for focus, this one gives you a yield increase while salvaging. But there's also ones like you'll get a increase for fishing in the focus stat. Where is it? Fishing line tension. And then increase the caught fish size. And you'll see different ones for other gathering things like harvesting and the other ones too. Does this game have an in-game? Oh, actually, hold on. As a DPS PvE, should I go full light or heavy? It depends on what weapon you're using. So if you're going to be like a dex fighter, you can do light. And if you're going to be more of a bruiser, like a great axe hatchet or sword and shield hatchet kind of thing, for PvE, you could technically do that. Yeah, if you want to. It should be fine, actually. If you're going to be doing territory wars and stuff like that on the PvP side, then that's what people would do heavy mostly. But yeah, if you're going to do PvE, yeah, you could totally do that if you want to. That's absolutely fine either way, really. But it most of the time people do it more for dex fighters, but it would work for strength-based fighters too in PvE. And yeah, the game does have an in-game. So when we get to in-game, we're going to be doing things like invasions, which require you to be a level 50 before you're able to do them. We're going to be doing things like field bosses and elite points of interest farming. We go to like Merc Guard. We go to like Spire of Melpomene and Reekwater, Malevolence and Eden Grove, all kinds of places around the map where we can kill elite mobs and get gather from chests, and we can get gear, really high level crafting materials, all kinds of stuff. And then also we'll be doing Outpost Rush. That's a 20v20 battleground, and a lot of people that are like PvP oriented will probably be doing that like all day. But past that though, there's not a whole lot more. But that's why we're always giving feedback on stuff that they can add, because it would be really cool personally as well to see like dynamic events, more dynamic events besides the corrupted breaches even. Any leak on what skins will look like? Oh well, actually, yeah, there was a couple different like showcases. Like when I had the conversation with them, they showed me an armor set that I don't believe is in the game just yet, called what was that called? Ebon Rock armor. It was like a red and black devilish skin armor that looked really badass. For cosmetic skins though, the one that was data mined a while back was the Viking one, or Fantasy Viking, which this one's in the game right now. And I believe there was other ones too. They got plans for that. They do got plans for that. But on the in-game side, they've been adding unique sets for like expeditions. They've been changing up the visuals, and they've been doing a lot of stuff on that side for like months now. They've been going ham with that stuff. That's already been a thing, and they're going to continue to add even more gear sets in the future. But yeah, you don't have anything to worry about there. There's a lot of really good ones already. Rabbit's foot. Oh, okay. Yeah, because... And is that one, the rabbit's foot, that's one you can socket into your gear? Or is that, because that one I don't think I've seen that much of, actually. Rabbit's foot. Curious. But I remember it being mentioned, I remember it being mentioned at least once or twice in the past, though. You got quite a pack there. I know, yes. When the Breach train starts, that's when the real fun begins. It's Breach City now. Totally Breach City. Oh, that's explosive. Actually, yeah, this is a huge wave, or huge train now. It's because, I think it's mostly because now they, since they nerfed the reset timer on the town projects, corrupted breaches is going to be one of the better ways to level up now. Where's fiber and harvesting stuff for level 0? Oh, if you want to do alchemy, or just in general, you can go to First Light, and there's a ton of herbs all around the fortress area, like right over here. You'll find a bunch of that for level 0 gathering. And then also, you can go west of Windsward if you're looking for hemp. And there's a place called Bison Island over here. You'll see it because there's going to be a ton of bison over here, and there's a lot of hemp there too. And also south of Everfall, you'll find some hemp in this area. And there's a really fast respawning cluster in some of the starting zones. If you find hemp in the starting zones, like Monarch's Bluff, for instance, or First Light potentially, you'll find a lot of not a lot, but like a couple hemp spawns that spawn really fast. But I would stick towards the First Light herbs, and also the Bison Island herbs too. Hemp, sorry, Bison Island hemp. Why is there a corrupted portal right on top of that shrine? That's interesting. I love that the shrine's there though. What's the most fun, enjoyable weapon combo in your opinion? I mean, there's so many. Like, rapier musket was fun to use. Hatchet great axe was fun to use. This one's fun to use. I think the most fun that I've ever had was when I was using the rapier and anything else. Like, I mean, and spear and rapiers were super fun. But I've gone through the different, iterations and testing phases, and used different combinations at different times. But I think the one that I ultimately had the most fun with was when I was doing dex fighting stuff. So I was doing like rapier and musket, and I think I had ton of fun with that. But there's a lot of fun combinations, but I think that was like one of the top ones. And anything with spear was super fun too. Super, super fun. Oh yeah, we should be able to go all the way down and then boom, all the way to that shrine. Hell yeah. Game is breaking their GPUs. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, the 3090s, yeah. I've seen that though. That would suck to have that happen. That really would. If it did happen. I know what that's like a little bit with I used to use the R9s from AMD, and I remember playing Total War Attila, and then playing. I don't use AMD cards anymore though. I mean, I know they're good now, but that turned me off of them forever because in like the span of 2 weeks, I had 2 R9s burn up while playing that game. But yeah, I think people were talking about that a lot and saying things like the uncapped FPS thing, how the EVGA ones weren't really built to handle that kind of stuff going on, like at high temperatures. But I don't know 100% that much about it, so I can't really say that much. But yeah, either way, I know that would probably suck to have that happen though. And yeah, that it's mostly happening with the 3090s. How much is the XP boost for level and skills during the beta? Yeah, as in comparison to the preview, this is actually much more scaled back. So they've been nerfing like the leveling methods periodically over the course of the couple months that, you know, we've been playing the game in the alpha since the preview. So this is way more grindy than the preview by a long shot. But in terms of the exact, you know, reduction in XP gain, it's hard to say. But one of the last things they did was first they increased the experience required from 7 to 60, like the experience you would need to get from 7 to 60 by about 40%. They did that at one of those patches, and then they brought it back down. They reduced the amount needed by about 20%. So if that kind of gives any indication, and the preview, pretty sure that was double XP around there. So if that kind of gives any indication of where we're probably at about, because they've done some other, you know, nerfs and stuff like that since then. So we're probably at about like a negative 140-ish%, maybe negative 150% compared to the preview in terms of the XP gain. Oh my god, this is a breach. This isn't even a breach train anymore. It's a breach express. I love it. It's a breach chain. How do you... Oh, rabbit's foot. Okay. So it's part of the trophy. Oh yeah, so what you got to do for the trophies is you got to go to an engineering bench, the workshop bench, and then you can use that to make the luck trophies. Okay, so that's what that's what you guys are talking about. I thought that was like another gem. I forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, and then you're probably going to need a bit of furnishing to make the trophies in the first place. I think they upped the requirement to make the trophies to like 50, 75 furnishing for the first tier of that. And then they have a thing where you can upgrade the trophies with resources after you get it in your inventory. It's probably going to work like the seals do, where you bring it to the bench and you can spend some resources and the trophy to upgrade it. Can go to a river seat. Yeah, and right now with this breach train, it's definitely going to be hard to get a shot in. Got to make sure you get progress before it goes down. With this many people, we totally could do the 35 portals too, but the gain isn't that much more. But once we get to the 45 portals, that's going to be the juicy one. No, level 21 is not too low. No. You can do portals just fine at like 15, 16 plus if you tag along. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my heal tree. That's right. Yeah, so right now for the life staff, I've got Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Orb of Protection. For Orb of Protection, you don't want to get these two passives because right now these skills are capable of staying on the ground when I put them down and switch back to the sword. But if you get this passive and this passive, for some reason, when I put Orb of Protection down and switch, it will disappear. So just take Orb of Protection in the first passive only. So just, if you want to take a screenshot of this, do that. Only take this passive for Orb of Protection. The other ones, though, you can go crazy. And then once we get to a more fleshed out point, like we're around level 60, and I'm able to put all my points in, then I'll probably do a build video, just so I can showcase it properly. I want to wait till we got at least maximum power, close to it, before we really showcase it. Did you get your staff yet? You get the staff? I gotta get that Azov staff, but I think it's the level 35 quest line. But copy that. Yeah, once I get 738, I want to try it. Okay. Yeah, once because they have a elite system where if you're like 6 levels below the mob, they get like a damage. Well, I think, what was it? 5 levels below the mob, they get like a damage bonus. 3 levels below the mob, they get like an armor bonus against you. And 10 levels above, and they'll just straight up one-shot you. They won't put you in like a down state. You're just gonna die if they get you low enough. So want to make sure that you get to a decent-ish level. What's the best way to level when you get the quest that you can only do level 30? Your best bet is going to be doing breach trains, just like we're doing. So you're going to want to get a group and probably go to like Windsward. If you're hopefully on your server, it's spawning a bunch of portals pretty frequently too. And then start doing these corrupted breaches in a loop-de-loop. And that's going to be a good way to get XP. You can also still do the town projects. Even though they nerfed the timer, it might, it might take a while to reset it, but you can do those and keep doing your faction missions and any other side quests that you haven't done yet, and try to do that too. Okay, copy that. And yeah, they apparently did fix fishing. Yeah, I haven't tried it myself yet, but that's what the patch note said. And yeah, so you can block with any weapon, any melee weapon, for instance, but the shields have the bigger block stabilities and they have the bigger block strengths, which means you can take more hits before it's going to break your block. But if you were to block with like a warhammer and try to tank, it's basically going to, like, if you get hit by a boss, it's going to break your swing in like 1 or 2 hits, probably the 1. And also different shields have different damage mitigation. So tower shields are much more suited for tanking, and round shields are much more suited for DPS warriors. And then the kite shields are in the middle. Also, do we have a new title? Oh, team player, cool. I like the corruption one though. Air innovator. I don't know why it gave me spear expert. I don't even have level 3 spear, I think, still. So that's weird. Right? The 2. Yeah, 2. Tried fishing. Okay, so yeah, it's probably working again then. Yeah. Good too, because fishing is relaxing as hell. Gotcha. And you can play with the controller if you have to configure it though. I think like if you have DualShock, for instance, for the PlayStation controllers on your computer, then it should work just fine. But default configuration in the game right now, I don't think is a thing for controllers. Yeah, I think you'll have to configure it when you plug it in, and bind all the keys and stuff like that. But since we only have 3 skills, it shouldn't be too bad. That's why most people assume that eventually they would do console, because the game itself has, the skill system and everything like that. It would be perfect for console. Like if they can get games like Final Fantasy 14 on console, I think this would be even easier to port over. And yeah, once the game releases, you will lose your this character. It's going to wipe one more time. But then after that, we're going to be in the promised land. We'll only have to do this one more time. One more. I'm so ready. Also appreciate that, Captain. Thank you so much. Best way to level the engineering skill, I would honestly start off with spamming arrows, because the musket, or sorry, the ammo, you got to make, you know, gunpowder, and it's just, early on it's just not really the best. So I would start off with arrows. And also, if you happen to see town projects related to engineering, maybe, I don't know if they do armament ones for engineering, actually. I don't think I saw any for that. But yeah, definitely arrows. And then once you get to like tier 3-ish, like the 50 area, you can start making those flat bows. At least that's how people used to do it. The arrows are still going to be decent all the way through, but I think people, once they got to tier 3, they started making flat bows. And then from there, you can just keep on spamming the higher tier arrows and the flat bows. Is hatchet good with rapier? You can do hatchet with rapier. My favorite combos with rapier is usually like musket rapier or even spear rapier. But yeah, you can make a lot of different things work in this game if you really want to. Yeah, hatchet rapier could totally work. Oh yeah. Turn aged wood, tier 2 wood into charcoal. I feel like, yeah, it would make sense. I feel like it would make sense, yeah. Yeah, I think that's something that, you know, they could totally add. I would totally give feedback on that too. Like if you go into the game menu and click submit feedback, I would do that, and then also maybe start a forum post about it, because they're usually pretty good about adding that kind of stuff if people want it. Wait, there's not that many. Oh shiz, we went ahead. I didn't realize we're doing the minor. Fuck. I got distracted. I think they went for the major first. Let me see. I think we'll make it back in time. Got you. Alpha was also 3 weapons. Yeah, in preview and like Alpha 2, it was 3 weapons kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, we didn't miss the major. Ah, we missed the major. It's okay. We'll catch him at the next minor. And then we TP back, and then we got loop-de-loop. Okay. And then shrine. Oh, I completely missed that though. What are my attributes? Right now, it's mostly Constitution. So I'm going for like 150 Constitution right now. And then I'm going to switch back. Either I'm going to switch back to doing 100 focus, or I'm going to go 200 con. And then when I get to level 60, I plan to have at least 250 con. And then at least 100 focus. And then once I start getting the really good pieces that give you like 30 in an attribute, then I'll get like 300 con and 200 focus. The Hermit Shrine. Hermit Shrine. And what do you get for closing these portals? You get XP. You also get territory standing, Azoth, weapon XP, and gear chests, where you can get a bunch of gear if you need to salvage stuff. For repair parts, you can do that. Or you can also get some decent upgrades, depending on what your current gear is. And what's in-game content to enjoy the most? I would say the field bosses, right now fighting them, and also doing the elite points of interest. So like Malevolence, Spire Melpomene, Mangled Heights, my absolute favorite. And that's where we're going to be taking like probably 30, 40 people, and some people that haven't done Mangled Heights before are probably going to die pretty much immediately. Like even on the road to getting to Mangled Heights, you got a pretty decent chance of dying. It's pretty good, pretty dangerous. But I want to do more Zool, and then the Leviathan. I want to fight. I've never fought the Leviathan before. I didn't even know he was over in Ambusty. And then Malevolence. Malevolence will probably wipe him pretty fast. But same with the Siren Queen's bodyguards. But I think the Leviathan and more Zool might put up more of a challenge. And Azoth is actually like the fast travel currency that you can use. It's what you can use to travel from settlement to settlement, or settlements to the spirit shrines. And you can also reset the cooldown on your innkeeper, or on your house travel cooldown by spending Azoth too. And you can also use it for crafting. It's actually one of the things that you can use to ensure that your weapon, not ensure, but give your weapon or whatever you craft a higher chance to have a gem slot or perks kind of thing. And how's the game so far? So far it's pretty decent. Right now we have like a kind of a lack of leveling methods. But that's something that we've been giving feedback on for a little while. So hopefully in the future we'll, get more choices there. But overall, as far as everything else goes, it's pretty solid so far. I really want to see a great sword weapon in the future though, and more dynamic events. Got to get that great sword. Blam. I love it. I love it when it explodes like that. It's so cool. Okay. There. How do you get from level 20 to 30? Right now, doing these corrupted portals with the group seems like one of the best ways to do it. Next to that, you could do town projects, side quests, and faction missions if you run out of main quests to do. They don't have okay, yeah. For engineering, I haven't seen those either yet. And is the music part of the game? This music, no. This one is a custom Celtic playlist. Like they have it's like the playlist that you can get from YouTube, or listen to on YouTube. Love Celtic music. Ouch. What was the other question there? How do you get large amounts of Azoth after main quest slows down? This is actually one of those ways to get Azoth, is doing corrupted breaches. So hold on a second. But we don't seem to be getting as much Azoth as we used to be getting. But you also, sometimes you'll get these little suspended Azoth vials, and they'll be up in this reward section with the caches, and you can actually open those for a little bit of Azoth too. But yeah, I just noticed that we don't seem to be getting as much Azoth as we used to. Normally, we'd be getting like enough Azoth to pretty much cap out within the first 40 minutes of doing them. But also you can get Azoth from invasions, you can get it from gathering sometimes, even farming mobs will drop it. And there's also perks, like you can get perks on your gathering tools to have a higher chance of gaining Azoth too when you gather. How do you join a portal group? You just follow. You just follow, but if actually we did just get 20 Azoth from that. You just follow, but oh wait, no, we are getting Azoth. We're spending it at the spirit shrines too. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, that's right. But you just follow the train, and then you can ask for a group if you want to, because if you're in a group, it's got you get a higher chance of getting credit, because if your group members are attacking stuff and healing stuff at the same time you are, then more than likely you'll do enough to get credit for it. So you can get a route 2 if you want to. Oh, let me heal you, sir. Yes. Zero rift trains on your server? Oh, geez, yeah. Yeah, that's... And yeah, just like, you know, same views again and again, it looks boring. Yeah, that too, like, right now and beforehand, that was one thing that I've always talked about is you know, we definitely need more leveling methods in the open world. They were working a lot on, you know, extending the crafting system and introducing the expeditions and things like that. So they didn't really focus too much on, you know, introducing more open world features, but that's something that they know that people really want to, is more, you know, leveling methods in the open world, or just more leveling methods in general. I would love to see some like dynamic events and stuff like that we can do. World bosses too. But yeah, it'll be pretty rough for, you know, the first time around, but later on I think they're probably gonna have some pretty big plans for what they want to do with the leveling system. Main thing I'm always preaching about is dynamic events though. Where's the train at? We're heading towards the southeast side. Very bottom. And towards southeast side of Windsor, very bottom portal. Eldred Gate. Northeast side, yeah. Does this game have weapon effects like on the weapons themselves, or it does the same? So I think I know what you mean, but I'm gonna have to ask, like, do you mean like, do the weapons have different damage types? Because they do. Like swords have slashing, spears and muskets and bows, they have thrust damage, and the warhammer has strike damage. And depending on what mob you're fighting, mobs might be weak or resistant to those different types of weapon damage. Or do you mean something else, like maybe when you're swiping with the hatchet it causes a bleed? Is that what you mean? Because that kind of thing doesn't happen, like by itself it doesn't happen. But there are like different perks you can get, like the keenly jagged perk. If you were to get a critical strike while you have that perk on your armor, then your crits would end up causing a bleed back. God, yes, I want to see that greatsword. Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. How does crit scaling work in the game? So yeah, it's kind of like that, where you can increase your critical hit chance with things like that, the milestone there, and also there's different perks like keen that give you critical chance. There's vicious that gives you critical damage. We don't have a way to see how much crit chance and crit damage we actually have. And I think also you might be wondering if it increases your crit at like a percentage base, or like a flat rate. Like you're thinking if you get like 5 different bonuses that say they're going to increase your critical hit chance by like 5% or 10%, I think you're wondering if it's going to increase it up to like 50%, like your total critical hit chance, right? And that's something that we don't 100% know right now, because there's no real way, like in the attributes menu or anything like that, to view that. And I know people used to ask about that a lot, but we don't have a full way to check on that with the critical damage. And because like there are cases where you could get, you know, perks that give you with critical damage like 10%, then you get that vicious perk, and then it's like you're starting to wonder, is that going to give you like, you know, 20% full on more critical damage, or is that going to add a percentage of your current and then do that? But we don't 100% know that just yet. What level am I? 35. And how am I leveling so fast? We're just doing portal trains. Portal Train Central now. They nerfed the town projects, like they nerfed the reset timers on them. People that were doing town projects for the past couple of days, they were able to level really fast because town projects were giving a lot of XP for certain ones, and if you got a bunch of them at the same time and did them all at once, you got a lot of XP. Or like some people had mats get funneled to them. But yeah, we've been doing portal trains on our server, and it's been working pretty well too. What faction do you feel is the most popular? It'll vary from servers to, it'll vary from server to server. Like on our faction right now, population wise, we've seen a lot of like Marauder and Syndicate, but sometimes servers will have, you know, mostly Syndicate, sometimes they'll have mostly Marauder. It just depends on like what guilds are in those servers and where the players decide to go. But like from an all-around standpoint, Syndicate tends to be most popular across all players, and then Marauders is normally second to that, and then Covenant usually in dead last on that one. Bible thumpers and all that. But no, Covenant's cool. I used to actually play Covenant. That was one of the first factions I ever played with, I think. Damn, Casey. All right. I saw that back there. All right, let's go. Come loop back around from their northeast side and then loop-de-loop-de-loop-de-loop. Yeah. Can you put no, only one gem. Only the weapons only ever get one gem slot. Oh, hello. And you can only put one gem inside. What the hell? Uh-oh. No. Am I bugged? What's going on? What the fudge? I can't move. I can't move. No. Ah, son of a... What is this? Oh, okay. We're good. That was weird. Okay, I'm never touching that again. I was thinking to myself, ooh, lore page. It's a trap. It's a trap. Somebody put that in there to intentionally lag people who walk by. Oh, that would be funny if they actually did that. What the hell? That was weird. I didn't think I'd get out of that for a second. That was so strange. I tried. I tried to read it, but it didn't. It didn't bring up the menu. Maybe I'll try later and see if that's like a. I don't know. That's very odd. I'm glad nobody else read it. That is so weird. It's probably like a placeholder for like an upcoming lore page or something like that. That is so weird. What gem is good for a dex build with spear and gun bow for a secondary? Well, earlier today we were talking about how some of the non-elemental gems have some pretty cool effects that you could probably pair with like a musket. Like if you got the onyx and put that in your musket, since it gives you that 15% damage against targets with full health, you could charge up like a powder burn or power shot, and then get that bonus on the first shot that you do against somebody. So you could probably do onyx in the musket, and then for the spear, a pretty good one that you could do, because most of the time if you're fighting a lot of corrupted are weak to arcane, and then all the other mobs are pretty neutral against arcane. So you could do the is it the aquamarine or the sapphire? It's the sapphire. Okay, you could put the sapphire in the spear, and then you can put like the onyx in the musket and try that out. See how that goes for you. I think it's sad that you do not salvage any crafting material. I kind of miss that. I do. I get where they were going with it though. They didn't want, you know, they didn't want the market to get flooded with the materials. I get it. Because granted, when we got to Endgame, you know, we were stockpiling up a lot of tier 5 mats, but I kind of do miss it. You know, actually, they probably were preparing for the whole town project thing at the same time, because if we were able to salvage stuff, then people could have just been buying up gear on the broker, like the really cheap gear, and salvaging that, and then doing a bunch of town projects for the past couple of days before they nerfed it. And all of us that were doing breaches, well, we could have probably did like a full day of breaches and probably had enough salvaged mats to complete like at least 50 of those projects. Except, oh yeah, it doesn't, some of those projects only Some of those projects only work if you make the thing with raw materials, so you can't do the refined materials. But still, it probably would have been powerful to a degree for those. But I think the level 50 crafting town projects, those ones required refined mats. The rotation you guys are doing with portals, yeah, so the rotation is kind of dynamic. So what you want to do is you want to come up with in your mind a rotation that's going to allow you to get every single portal in a zone. So it's kind of like a zigzag formation almost. Like, let's say over here, what I'm thinking is we're going to go from this portal or this portal, like the infested grove, or this one right here. Then we're going to go to the major. Then we're going to go to this minor one right here. Then we can go down, or we can go straight across actually. Get this one right here. And then by the time we even get over here, some of these other portals should be respawned. So it's not like a definitive rotation. It's just more of a like, what do you see and what's gonna be the best route to take to get all of those portals at the same time. Or like here, you just kind of your group can, you know, basically follow whoever is just already running for them, because they'll be thinking about it too. You can go for like this one, this one, this one, then the major, boom, boom, go up here, that, just like that kind of thing. You had to all F4 the other day. Oh, what the hell? That's so weird. Gotcha. Yeah, okay, that's got to be a placeholder then. Now I'm curious what it's gonna say though when it's done. And let's go here. West to the west, to the west, west, west. Still getting these standing levels. Looted legendaries and high tier crafted weapons. So the difference normally is that when you get to the point when you're able to start crafting like really high stuff, that's when people start to get better chances of getting the exact perks and the exact attributes that people want. So, you know, technically all the way through, we're able to get, you know, pretty decent gear from just drops and stuff like that. And, you know, even at that end point, it would be possible to get gear that gives you those 30 attribute points on that gear. But, you know, sometimes you might not always get that lucky. So that's where the crafted gear might come into play. But in terms of like, you know, difference in terms of the armor and stuff like that, when we get to like where we're able to see void bent armor, that's when we'll probably see like maybe it'll be higher in the resistances than regular armor, even the dropped armor. But for the most part, yeah, it's more of like an attribute and perk thing. And of course, like gem slots and stuff like that too. And do you know if there would be some sort of grenades implemented into the game? I think that could potentially be, well, I don't know if they'll do that, but I mean, we know Pistol is coming at some point, because there was actually footage a while ago, like a while ago, when they first did their like 3rd developer diary, where they showcased some footage of the Pistol, and they never put it in yet, but it's probably going to be one of the upcoming weapons, because the footage is there. And we saw like the rapier in footage form before they actually put it in. We saw the great axe in footage form before they put it back in, because it used to be an alpha 1. There was also a one-handed mace that they used to have in alpha 1 that they haven't put back in yet. In the gauntlets, it used to be that the gauntlet was a healing gauntlet in alpha 1, and now it's an ice gauntlet. So they're probably going to bring those weapons back and also put the pistol in. And grenades, you know, I feel like, you know, maybe they would do that, but I don't know. Maybe they don't have any intention of doing that, because I know they nerfed the sticky bombs that Musket had. I used to love using the sticky bombs, because we used to be able to throw them twice before the cooldown ticked, but now you can only throw one of them. So I don't know. Maybe they don't like grenades or something. I used to love sticky bomb though. Nice. I still got a. Wait, no, I hope that I get more cleric gear when we get to higher level. 35 to 60 doing portals. Oh, actually, what we're gonna do is once we get closer to 40, that's when people are gonna be able to start switching to the max tier. Not max tier, but the tier 3 corrupted portals. The ones that take the tier 3 staff at least. The Morningdale ones and the Restless Shores ones, those are gonna be the juiciest portals that we'll be able to do before endgame. So those are going to take us from like 40 or 45 to 60. That's going to take us to the promised land. But we can't do it at, we could do it technically at 35 once we do the quest line for the tier 3 staff, but I would rather wait until like 38, and we're going to need at least 15 people, 10-15 people to make sure that we're able to do those, because those are going to be pretty difficult otherwise. How do you get a tower shield? Yeah, early on it's kind of hard to, because they don't really drop that much from what I've seen. But in terms of getting them late game, they'll start dropping at that point. And also, let me see. Yeah, later on we'll be able to start getting them crafted and stuff like that too. So like, I don't think there's a steel one or an iron one. So yeah, they don't even let you craft it early on. So star metal, that's when we'll get it for the first time. So tier 4. And then around that point is probably when they're going to start dropping too. And there might be one in the faction vendor around that tier as well. I haven't checked in a little while though. You say that there are sticky bombs in the engineering tree? Wait a second. What are we talking about here? Repair kits. Drawing a blank. What are they called? Because I know they added some new items, like of course the coatings. That's been a thing for a little while, but that was one of the things that they added where we can give ourselves a little bit of a damage boost now. Sticky bombs though. And like they added the proficiency boosters and stuff like that. What's up, Reedon? Would you say this is better than town projects plus PvP quests at the same time? Probably, yeah. At this point, it's probably going to be better because you got to wait for that 30-minute timer for the town projects to reset now. So corrupted breaches might be the next best thing now. You guys got to join us on our side. Welcome to Portal Town. But no, town projects could still be good though. I bet if you get really lucky, if you get like maybe 3 or 4 of those armament ones in a row, then you're probably gonna get, pretty decent XP off of that. But if you only get like 1 or 2 of them, then yeah, I would probably just start doing town projects or corrupted breaches instead. Get that one. And then cut across yonder. West right after. Hopefully we didn't get too big of a split of people. What currently is the best way to level up? Yeah, doing these corrupted breaches is probably going to be the best way. Next to doing like town projects and side missions and faction missions at the same time. But yeah, if you want to do town projects still, you probably could. And yeah, I'm getting decent life staff XP. Right now we got, what are we at? 11? So yeah, so far, yeah. As long as you use the weapon in the middle of the fight before the mob dies, you should get weapon XP for it. And daggers. That's something that people want, but it's probably not gonna come for a while. But they're able to add weapons pretty quickly since they only need to do, like 6 weapon skills ish, and then sorry, the passives, and we only use 3 weapon skills at a time. So it seems like it's made it to where they're able to put them in pretty fast, because there were months where we were getting one weapon a month kind of thing. So that was pretty cool. Damn it. Yeah, that'd be really good to have, Maz. That'd be really good. Why is 30 plus the hardest leveling? That's when your options kind of become limited. Mostly like 20 plus to 30 plus is when your options are pretty limited. Once you get to like 45-ish, that's when if you wanted to, you could do the 45 portals. And there's been times before we've leveled exclusively from like 40 or 45 all the way to endgame. Damn, there's a lot of people here. Wait, buy what? Are you talking about the sticky bombs, Dan? You can buy those right now? Because I actually haven't seen those. I'm going to have to check those and see if that's a thing. That's really interesting if it is. And large salmon, you'll just have to keep on fishing. And then... so in terms of like getting specific types of fish, I know that there was... because fishing is actually a really cool system. There's a lot of detail that goes into that. Like there's different fishing spots that you can go to, different baits that you can use to have a higher chance of getting, you know, different fish. And I think there was a Reddit thread about somebody who was doing a lot of testing with the fishing, and I would take a look at things like that, because there is a lot of stuff that goes into that, and that's one of the things that I haven't done as much. It's not worth doing breaches. Breaches have been pretty decent, like through and through, especially since they added the territory standing thing, where when you get territory standing levels, you get XP for it now. But the past couple of days though, before they nerfed the town projects, the town projects were really shooting people up, especially if you had like mats being funneled to you. It was crazy XP. Like people were able to get to like 50 plus on the other servers, but now that they what's it called, reduce the timer, like you have to wait 30 minutes before you get a new set of town projects, it seems like corrupted breaches might be a good way to go again. Uh-oh. But I don't know, maybe it's still giving, because I was doing them this morning, and it was a nice decent chunk of like 1 or 2k when I did get the armament ones. And like when I took a shower, I came back and I got at least one more of those armament ones. But with that 30-minute timer now, I don't think you'll be getting them as often. Be able to stack them up. I think we can just go. Okay. Could you join? Yeah, you could join the train at level 18. You totally could. What's up, Ernest? How's it going? Oh, you wanted me to say what's up, Ernest? Pretty good. How you doing? And yeah, you could totally join it at 18. You could join it even like 16, 17 if you wanted to. But if you're below 15 though, they're probably going to show up as like a red skull, and if the mobs kill you, you're going to insta die, like not get down, but just they're going to send you to the 4th dimension kind of thing. So That's the only thing to watch out for. Okay. Wait, are we going to... Let me see. Probably skip that one, but it's okay. We can go that one. Over here, okay. Oh, they might want to skip the Monarchs ones for now. Okay, that's still fine if we skip that one. Do you know where to find cinnamon? Yeah, different materials like cinnamon, parsley, oregano, things like that you can get from herbs. A lot of the cooking materials you can get from provision chests that you find throughout the different points of interest, but ones like that you'll want to get from herbs actually, because it's a byproduct from collecting herbs. Just like how if you gather from iron, you have a chance to get fey iron, or from trees you can get fey wood, or what's it called? Is it called fey wood, or is it called ghost? Something like that. But yeah, you can get cinnamon from herbs. Okay. Yeah, we're already over here. We might as well. What build am I using? It's like a Paladin build. So like it's Constitution mainly, and then Focus as the secondary. And Life Staff, Sword, and Shield. And food for fishing in the works. Well, you can make food by using fish already. There's certain recipes that use fish, but if you mean like are you talking about like the gathering food, like how you get luck bonuses for gathering certain things, like you can get one for food or get one for mining, where you can get luck bonuses while mining, or like wood cutting? Are you talking about that kind of thing? Like maybe you have one that gives you luck while you're fishing? Theseus, is the project still pretty good right now, or no? Is your good build good for PvP and solo? It's probably gonna be much better in like territory wars, and open world PvP in a group. But yeah, for solo, it does okay. If you're talking about like 1vx kind of thing, you can 1vx with it. It might just be a little difficult if they're locking you down constantly, like they got a lot of CC or kiting you. But yeah, for like territory wars and stuff like that, it can do its job very well, because I can just sit on the territory capture point while I'm healing myself and just keep on tanking. Oh, she's here. Got you. Starting the quest now? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Gotcha. So yeah, if you don't have a portal train going on your server right now, then it does seem like you can still get really decent XP by just doing the main story quests and side quests all at the same time, and town projects and faction missions in between, like we were doing before. It seems like that's still pretty viable too. It's really good. They're gonna incorporate sprint. Well, they made it to where we automatically sprint now, like whenever we run. But anything faster than that, I don't think they're gonna do that. But mounts might be a thing in the future though, based off of like past conversations that I've had with them, and also, oh yeah, and also based off of like all the community feedback they've been getting, which is a ton. It's always been a hot topic with the split down the middle when it comes to the mount system or mount situation. Also, that's crazy that they're doing that on Hades on EU, and that has all the gems and what they do on weapons and armor. Yeah, you can totally go to the New World Fans website and search for those, but you can also open up your trade skill menu, go to the stone cutting, and you can hover over each and every of the gems. And you can also go to the stone cutting bench directly, and you can take a look through every single one of them to see what they do. And the first one, the one that's on top, that's what would happen if you put it into a weapon. The bottom one is if you put it into a piece of armor. Oh yeah, Weaver's not. Yeah. Totally forgot about that one. Does this game have stealth mechanics? Yeah, actually, there is a thing where, and I've tested this a couple times. It was really cool. I tested it over in Ebon Scale Reach in previous testing phases, where if you crouch down and you like sneak past a mob, you can actually sneak past it, as opposed to if you were running next to it and it detected you that way. You could actually crouch down and, yeah, sneak past it. And also in PvP, when you crouch and prone even, your nameplate becomes less visible, or like completely invisible until they get within a certain range kind of thing. So yeah, there is a stealth system in both the PvP aspect and the PvE as well. But yeah, it was really cool. I was actually trying to loot a chest that was like right next to the mob, or like right past it, and I ended up crouching and walking around behind it, and it wasn't detecting me. It was really awesome. So it seems like it does decrease their visibility range and detection range when you do crouch and prone even. And pure mage DPS builds are pretty good, yeah. They really specialize in like invasions, territory wars, potentially even open world PvP, things like that. So if you get Firestaff Ice Gauntlet, for instance, yeah, that's pretty popular. Oh yeah. Yeah, healing should give credit as well, I think. I don't think, actually, I'm not going to say that, because I don't think we could take like people that are level 20-ish unless we had like 40. So the Restless Shores portals and Morningdale portals, we could totally take people that are pretty low level, but we need at least like 10-15 people that are close to or above level 40. That's going to be the tough part. And luck for fishing. Oh yeah, so supposedly there is a the pearl that you can catch from oysters, and you open the oyster and then get the pearl. That actually should give you luck from fishing, from what I've heard. I haven't tried it yet, but yeah, apparently is a thing. Do we need anything before portals, or we just start hitting them up? If you don't have That's a really good ring. If you don't have, what's it called, Azoth staff, you can roll with people that already have it. But if you want to start the portal train or use an Azoth staff, you can go do the main story quest line that starts at Jonas the Hermit. And the quest chain leading up to that is the one, you know, when you first get on the beach and have to go to the town. And then after you get to about level 18 to 20 in your main story quest line, then you can get the Azoth staff and do the portals. Or if you have a group that's already doing it, you can just roll with them and do the portals there. But other than that, nah, if you're doing the Windsward ones, you don't need to get anything like a corrupted tincture or anything like that. Corruption damage isn't that big until we get to like the 35 and especially 45 plus ones. And server versus server wars. Oh, you mean like guild wars? Oh man, I would love. I've loved the hell out of World vs. World and Guild Wars 2. That was fun. That was freaking fun. Oh, you triggered my nostalgia. Yes. Oh man, those are good times. Yeah, I think it would be pretty cool actually. You know, I don't know how. I mean, I feel like they could do it. You know, they got the Amazon cloud service and everything like that. I feel like they could totally do it. If the Guild Wars 2 can do it, then I feel like they could. But yeah, I would totally rock with that if they had that. That'd be so fun. Got me excited now. Damn it. Especially in a game like this. Oh yeah, it'd be super chaotic. And I mean, sometimes in the territory wars, even the 50v50s, you know, we've had performance issues in there before. So World v World thing, I don't know. I don't know if the game can handle that, but I'd be so down. I'd be so down. I'd be down for that, and also, of course, dynamic events, like I've always talked about. More dynamic events besides the corrupted breaches would be great. Oh, you're stuck in a lag spike? Okay, gotcha. Copy that. Oh, crap, okay. Yeah, I start... Every time we get to a tendril one now, I'm trying to be safe and try not to stand directly on it. Sometimes I forget, but those spikes are nuts. There's people level 60. The first couple of days there was a lot of experience being you can get a lot of experience by doing town projects the first couple of days, because what happened is that you can do the armament ones when you go to the town projects board. Those are the ones that wanted you to make like the iron weapon armament or the armor ones, and then you just basically gather like 1,000 iron, 1,000 wood, and maybe like 1,000 raw hide, and you could just sit at the town projects board and then get as many of those as you could and do them like right then and there, and then you get like 2 to 3 or 4k per armament one that you did. And then also even the ones that wanted you to gather like silver ore and make it into ingots, iron ore, get it in, put it into ingots, people were doing that too. The water based ones, the flint based ones, all of that added together was giving people a lot of experience. And some people were also getting mats funneled to them, because you didn't have to actually gather it for the quest line. You just had to have it in your inventory or get the materials needed to craft it and then just go craft it. So people were able to funnel materials and gold to buy that material. So some people were able to shoot up super high, or they nerfed it last night. They nerfed the reset timer on it, so now it takes about 30 minutes for the town projects to reset, or you can get new ones. But the people that were doing it were able to get up really high. And some of us were just doing like quest lines, like main story side quests and corrupted breaches like this. Like what we're doing, we've been doing breach trains for a couple of days now. It's been really fun. Found someone at 46. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and even we do have a 46 on our server who was doing town projects too. It was really good for XP. It was crazy. Rapier musket or rapier bow. I like both of those combos, but I personally would go rapier musket. Just feels right, you know? Just like bow spear feels right. Rapier musket. I'd do that. Hitting 1,000 on mobs because full strength build. You mad lad. You absolute, and you got the you got light armor on too, don't you? Absolute madness. Too powerful. Too powerful. What server are you on? We're on El Dorado. No, we're not on Thule. We're on El Dorado. Go across the bridge. Guild Wars 2? Yeah, I remember playing the crap out of like World v World. I played, and yeah, Guild Wars 2 is a game that I reference a lot when I talk about like how cool how cool it would be to have more dynamic events in this game, like the merchant caravan escorts, the world bosses, dynamic event chains, like in Silver Waste, for instance. That's one I've referenced before quite a bit. Like how it was so cool that we started out with like escorting the caravan, then we had to take over the fortresses from the enemies, and then go into the underground, fight those bosses, and then we go to the end of it, and then there's 3 lanes, and you got like 20 or 30 people per lane, and we had to take down those bosses with different objectives. That stuff was cool, really cool. Do you think they should increase the amount of XP for mob grinding and faction missions? I would love it if they did that again, because yeah, faction missions used to be so much better. So much better. Like faction missions used to have it where you knew exactly which point of interest you were going to, and you could take multiple different faction missions and they would overlap with each other. Like let's say you were in Morningdale, you'd have Marsic, which is right here, then you'd have like this one over here possibly, or you'd have one right here, and you probably would have like 2 for Marsic, 2 for Marsic, 2 for this one, and then like 3 for New Balefire. So you could just go do them in a rotation. You do this, go up here, maybe do this one. Usually had that one, and then, oh no, it was usually that one actually. And then you could just go to New Balefire, come right back to town, turn them all in at once. It was great. But no, we don't have that anymore. And the XP was much better. And then mob farming, we used to be able to do that, but during the preview, people were farming Scorpius Tower, which is also in Morningdale at the top right corner here. And there was a tower right over here-ish where people were sitting up on top of ledges and stuff like that, and there was a lot of mobs spawning in over there at once, and people were just farming the crap out of those the whole time. Which, as far as exploits go, like it was some, like people were able to get, you know, leveled up pretty quick over there, but it wasn't the best thing, like the best thing at the time, because well, I think that was actually when they didn't split party XP. I think that was before that, so that part was pretty good, but I miss it either way. I miss mob farming so much. What will be the biggest server in EU? Probably Asgard or Hades. Probably going to be pretty big, but I haven't been watching those numbers too closely, but before the game went into beta, those were pretty popular on the polls. And I think there's at least one more for EU too. Best build for tank. Sword and hatchet is usually pretty popular for tanking. Also, this life staff, sword and shield that we're doing, the Paladin build, you could also do that too. But if you just want like a simple tanking build, go sword hatchet, or even sword go sword great axe if you want to as well. Stuff like that. What happens if one faction has the same town as another? Who owns it? Oh, like when they merge? Well, that's a good question. Because yeah, the primary focus of those clusters seems to be, according to the server screen, that if the population got too low, that they'd be able to merge it. But who owns it is a very good question, actually. I don't think they've said that yet. But if I had to guess, wasn't there a thing like an Arcade when they used to merge servers, like what are those servers called, like when they did Reckoning and Vengeance, and they did those fresh start servers, and then they started like merging other servers together, and there was a thing where because there was land ownership for guilds and stuff like that, and then there was something that happened there. I think they might oh yeah, they might reset like all the territories potentially, like maybe the ownership of them, maybe. Like I think that's what they did in Arcade, right? But it would kind of be a little messy if they did that here. So that's a very good question though. What'll happen? And probably climb here. Oh, that is juicy territory standing right there. Sometimes you get 400, sometimes you get 1.5k. So right now, for the Windsward portals, yeah, we're getting 400 for the minor breaches. We're getting 1.5k for the majors. So the major ones are like this icon right here. And then the 3.3k experience, or 3.7k that I just got right there, that was for getting level 37 in my territory standing level for Windsward. So right now, it is possible to get to get an XP bonus when you get the next territory standing level. So once you get to the 30 plus range, and even once you start getting to like 20 territory standing levels, like once I get to like 10, 20, 30 territory standing for Windsward, it starts to increase the amount of experience you get as you get those levels. Like when we first started, I was probably getting like 900 experience every time we got a territory standing level. Now we're getting like 3k. So that's why it's kind of sporadic and all over the place, because of the territory standing. But the minor and major portal XP stays the same. And when we get to the higher regions, which we're gonna, once we get to like level 37, 38-ish, we're gonna start switching over. And we're gonna get even more XP in those ones. And actually, after this next chain, I'm probably gonna... Let's see. I'm probably gonna do... Brightwood chain, potentially. Maybe I'll do a side quest and main mission chain. See if I can get myself to 37 through that. Because I do have to do... I do have to do the story quest to get the next tier of the Azoth staff. So I'm gonna save my main quest and side quest until I get a little bit closer. That way I can do all that at once, and maybe I can boost myself up. "1v6 with the Hatchet Great Axe." Yeah, Hatchet Great Axe is a really, really fun build. Really, really fun. It's like a berserker build. I used to do that in the previous build, actually, previous testing phase. That was really popular in that testing phase too. But yeah, you got a lot of different combinations that could end up working. Like deck spiders have a lot of pretty good combinations in PvP that can work as well. And my stats are also for my tech tree for sword and shield, I have primarily everything on the defender side. So shield rush, shield bash, and defiant stance. For my life staff, I have beacon, sacred ground, and orb of protection. Those are the spells that I take for that. And then for my attributes, I'm gonna go west, right? Yeah, we're gonna go west. I've got 111 con right now and 76 focus, but I'm gonna go for 150 focus right now. And then after that, I'm probably gonna get like either 100 focus or I'll go 200 con, depending on what happens. But at end game, when I initially get there, I want to have at least 250 con and about 100 focus. And then I want to get the really good pieces that give me like 30 of an attribute, and then I'll get probably about 300 con and 200 focus. And what's a good healer build? My buddy is trying to do it, but he said he doesn't do well alone. Most of the time, like Life Staff Ice Gauntlet is a pretty good healer build that people go with, but when you're soloing, it's going to be hard either way. Yeah, especially early on. But as time goes on, you'll be able to have a little bit of a smoother experience with it. Yeah, medium on. Okay, medium. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I know some people are starting to do light armor, and they're starting to I've seen a couple people doing great axe. Great axe. I don't know if they're using hatchet too, but just using great axe in general with light armor, and it's starting to do a lot of damage, I've heard. And yeah, the max level of territory standings is 300, and max a best combo for hatchet. There's really multiple good combos for that, but great axe hatchet is a really good one. Really good one. It's the same thing with like sword hatchet you could do, but I think right now especially, I'd probably go hatchet great axe. Better big server or small server to play on. Oh, better big server or small server. I probably go, as long as it doesn't have a massive queue, I'd probably go with the bigger server, because you're probably going to have a much easier time finding people for expeditions, and if you need to do corrupted breaches and stuff like that. But yeah, it probably would be better to do a bigger one, as long as it doesn't have like a crazy queue. Yeah, if you join like a portal train, oh yeah, if you do meteors, yeah, absolutely. That'd be really good to have, Josh, for fire staff. Yeah. And then you could do incinerate, and you could either do fireball or flamethrower. I don't think people take flamethrower that much anymore. I would go fireball probably, but yeah, meteor would be really good there. Really good. And then you could take burnout instead of incinerate if you want that ability, so that you can dash your way to different portals faster. But yeah, meteor would be a must-have. Where was the poll done for servers? So they had some polls going on Reddit about the designated PvP servers, and for EU specifically was one of those polls. And then Asgard and Hades were both pretty high in multiple polls that they did. And then also they did a couple straw polls that they advertised in like Discord and again on Reddit. But past that, there wasn't too many like official polls going on or anything like that. And a good bow build. You could do bow spear if you really want to, and then bow I always prefer to take penetrating shot over rapid fire, but you could totally do, like, for the skills for bow, poison shot, or sorry, poison cloud, penetrating shot, and what was the third one? It was, oh, okay, yeah, you could do poison shot. If you're gonna do like territory wars and stuff like that, you could potentially do rain of arrows, poison cloud, and penetrating arrow. Or if you feel like you're gonna be getting hit a lot, like you're gonna be doing maybe small skirmish PvP, you don't have a good secondary defensive weapon, you could also potentially substitute that for evade shot. No crap, we're at the wrong portal. We're split. Okay, let's go this way. When do you want to use medium armor? Most people tend to not use medium armor. Yeah, because the 20% damage bonus for light and the resistances of heavy tend to be more appealing. But I mean, there's a couple different, ways you could probably incorporate medium armor and have it still work. Like, so since they have the bonus thing where if you have medium armor, you have a 10% damage bonus and a 10% increase to the duration of status effects you apply. If you have like a bleed thing going, like a bleed build going on, like maybe you really like the idea of having keenly jagged on a spear, where you have skewer, which is already something that applies bleed with the spear, and then also you have keenly jagged, which makes your critical strikes apply a bleed. If that medium, because this would take some testing, if that medium 10% status duration effect also applies to those bleeds, then you could potentially use that to your advantage on top of the 10% damage bonus. But stuff like that would take testing. But there could potentially be certain cases where that could work. It's a lot of things to be unsure about right now, though, because there's so many different ways that builds can go. But it's definitely worth testing, though. Do you think New World will stay alive a few months after it launches? I think the game has a lot of potential. I was always thinking that the game was gonna have a rocky few months after it first launched, because in comparison to games that have had 5-10 years of a lifespan, the game doesn't have nearly as much right now in comparison. But yeah, it's got a really good foundation and potential, and if they continue to remain receptive to player feedback, continue to do you know, really good content updates and, you know, changes that are able to tweak the combat, put it in the right place and stuff like that, then yeah, I think it's got potential to last very long. A drain tank with the great axe is a good build. People have been saying that the light, what's it called? The light armor bonus, the 20% bonus, is actually affecting the drain on the great axe. I would say if you want to do great axe drain in general, there are perks and jewelry that you could actually look into. There's a life staff ring actually that I remember you could get from the quest lines, and people were theorizing early on in the different testing phases that would actually be a really good thing to pair and using with the great axe to get like a life skill build going. So you could use things like that, and also different skills have different perks that you can get on armor. Like every skill, like whirlwind blade on sword for instance, has a perk. You get it on your armor set and it should give you something like increased damage or something like that. And then somebody was even talking about leeching flurry for the rapier. So yeah, there might be one for reap that you can get for great axe that would increase the lifesteal bonus that you get from that skill. I would look into that. You get things like that and combine them all together, then you're probably going to have a really good time with a build like that. If it'll be viable remains to be seen, but I think it could turn out pretty well. Fireball. Yeah, fireball is so fun to use. God, because they used to have a spell where you'd actually have like a thing you could do where you launch projectiles long distance range with the fire staff. I forgot what the skill was called, but it was like a cannon thing that you did, but it was really weak. But they replaced that spell with fire staff, or with fireball actually, and it's just so much better now. It's so much better than that one. But you got that impact damage and that it still does that puddle, I think, where you have that burn damage constantly going on anybody standing in it. That's so good. Oops, I forgot to block right there. Does focus increase healing? Yeah, like healing output. Healing output. If you're thinking of doing like a life drain focus, then it's probably not going to do that. Probably not gonna like affect it. What was I looking for? Yeah, it should be the output, though, not necessarily the life drain. But that was an interesting concept that people were thinking about, though, if it did. And then that would also be something to always test, because sometimes they do implement hidden changes that they don't necessarily talk about in the patch notes. Like the first time they introduced the elemental weaknesses and strengths, as far as I remember, like during Alpha 2, that was never in a patch. Like I remember reading through I read through all the ones that I saw pop up, and I don't ever remember seeing that actually be in a patch. But I remember the first thing I fought after they did that was I think Banes, which is the gate guard to Malevolence and Eden Grove, and that's when I first noticed it, when I was fighting the Dryads next to Banes. A good pair for Hatchet. Great Axe is pretty popular right now for pairing with Hatchet, but there's a lot of good choices there. But yeah, I'd try out Hatchet Great Axe. I used to use that build too. It was really, really fun. You get like Raging Torrent, Feral Rush, and Berserk on the Hatchet, and then you can get Creep, Charge, and you could either do Gravity Well right now, honestly, especially for PvP, or you could do Whirlwind. I would actually probably take Gravity Well, because that skill's working a lot better now than it used to. They fixed the hell out of that skill. It's really nice right now. So you can go Reap, Gravity Well, and what was that other one? Charge. Yeah, there you go. Gravity Well's really growing on me, except for when it causes the spikes at corrupted breaches. That part sucks. Everything else about it is fantastic, though. How are you applying your stats given your strength focus build? Oh, it's actually more of a what's it called? Constitution focus based build. So right now it's not really any strength at all. But what's going to happen is when I get to Endgame, I'm going to be able to scale up my weapon's damage with the second sword I'm gonna get 2 swords. One of them's gonna have a carnelian gem in it, one of them's gonna have an amber gem. And what the amber gem does is it scales up your weapon's damage based off of your focus. It's the only one that does that. Because what the gems actually do is they convert a portions of your weapon's damage to elemental damage, and then it takes that and it can raise it based off of your intelligence or your focus for the amber gem. So that's going to be really useful to have as a paladin, so I won't have to really worry about putting points into strength at all. Oops, okay. Okay, had to look away for a sec. Lagginess in the game in towns? Yeah, I think so. They've always been pretty good about, you know, fixing different issues that like happen and get reported. Sometimes certain things take a little while to get fixed up, but I'm sure they're aware of that and always working on performance like they've always been. And we've had some times where performance in certain cases was pretty bad, but it seems to be getting periodically better than it used to be, at least, which is good. I'm hoping that in wars, in territory wars, that we're not going to get as much lag though as we used to. No, there's no con gem. No, there's no con gem. Only a focus gem. Only that one. And only only focus gem, and then also there's an intelligence based gem, but no no con based one. Just found region unavailable in Everfall. Oh, so if you're trying to go next to the fort while there's a while there's a territory war or invasion going on, it's actually not going to let you pass because they put a force field around it while a territory war or invasion's going on. Oh, so what's going on, Sai? Does your sword have a proc spell on it? Oh yeah, so the chain thing that you saw, that's actually a perk. So you can get perks like chain lightning, chain void, chain fire. And when you attack anything with the weapon that has that, then it's gonna form a projectile that bounces between targets next to it. So yeah, that is a thing, but it's actually not from the weapon itself. It's more of the perk instead. Does the cost for respeccing increase every time? Yeah, so not every time you do it, but every time you level up past level 20, then it starts to dynamically increase. Like, it's free from 1 to 20 for attributes, and then past that, it starts costing gold, and by the time you get to level 60, it's going to be 500, but it'll always be 500 every time you respec at level 60. And then for weapon skills, it's free from 1 to 10, and then after that, it starts costing Azoth. Execute gravity well. Well, you know, that's actually true. Because gravity well is actually starting to work much better now, you could probably land executes more often, because beforehand, most people didn't take execute because it was harder to land and easier to dodge for people. But if you have somebody stuck in a gravity well, then you could potentially land it much easier now. That's worth a shot. It's definitely worth a shot to see how it goes. But if they're still able to like block and dodge while in the gravity well, which I think we still can block and dodge, then they might still be able to, you know, get out of it, kind of thing. when you like PvPing as much as you like harvesting. Yeah, I know the harvesting in this game can be pretty fun and relaxing. Fishing too. I loved fishing like crazy. It was so fun. Ouch. Okay. Hammer hatchet is viable. Hammer's always been, not always, but right now hammer can serve as like a decent, supporting weapon because of its CC capabilities. But in terms of like pairing it with hatchet, you probably would have better options like doing hatchet great axe, like maybe even hatchet sword and shield if you want to tank. But you could make hatchet warhammer work if you wanted to. I'd probably go hatchet great axe instead. Especially if you want to look into like what's viable, especially right now, probably hatchet great axe would be better. The great axe what was it? Great axe warhammer, that has a lot of CC as well. A lot of CC in group PvP. 9 seconds with the additional. Okay, yeah, the fireball puddle. I think after we're done with this chain, I can dip out for a little bit and then do the, I can start doing the main story quest line and side quests and faction missions in a specific area. Get the tier 3 Azoth staff and then come back. And then maybe we can try to get to like at least 37, ideally 38. And then we can start looking into doing the 45 portals. Can't go through the portal and Everfall. Lost cause. Are you doing the one in Arcturus? Like you're trying to go through the blue wall? That one in Arcturus? Because I think yeah, if that's the one, I know exactly what quest you're talking about. Yeah, it's not really hefty. Nuh-uh. Will the amber gem scale up? Damage with fire staff and no, it'll oh, okay, I see what you're saying. If it lets you put the amber gem in it, then I would imagine so, yeah, because I think there are certain gems like the sapphire and the aquamarine that I've been able to put into the fire staff before, where it converts some of the fire damage into ice. So technically, yeah, if you put a amber gem into a fire staff, if it lets you, because some of the gems are just straight up uncompatible with certain weapons, then yeah, it should definitely scale it up if you're focus based. Yeah, if you wanted to do like a focus con build and then put an amber gem in the fire staff, if it lets you, then that should do it. Should definitely do it. See, got 1 major and 3 minors. Okay. Was hoping for Warhammer Healer. That's actually something I'm gonna try too, because yeah, that's like a Ret Paladin build idea that we were talking about like a day or two ago. That sounds pretty cool. Because yeah, we could put a focus gem inside the Warhammer too. And then I probably would try that more for like PvP tanking or PvP crowd control kind of thing. Got your team. Why are you doing level 30? Oh, okay. So the Weaver's Fen portals, they don't give that much more experience than the 25 ones. So what we're gonna do ideally is go from the 25 ones to the 45 ones, and then skip the 35 ones entirely. Because they don't give that much more. It's like 500 experience for the minor ones compared to 411. And then for the major, I can't even remember what the ones were for that, but it was like 2k compared to like 1.5k. And we do these ones much faster because most people tend to flock to the Windsward ones, and they don't tend to flock to the Weaver Spins ones as much. But the 45 ones, if we get enough people there, we can probably take we could actually take people that are even like level 25 plus, even though they're massively under leveled over there. As long as we have enough healers, and people group up so that they can get all the heals, then we should be fine. But we need at least like 30, 40 plus people for that, like we did in the testing phases. And I'm about to drop out of the chain because I'm gonna go do some main story quest line so I can start catching up, make sure I can get my tier 3 staff, so that when we get to like level 37, we can start, or 30, 37, 38, we can start getting ready to transition over to the 45 portals. As long as we're not 10 levels below the mobs, and if we go down, we should be able to get revived. But if you're 10 levels below, it's going to show a red skull. And what's going to happen is if they get you down, then they're going to just immediately kill you. It's not going to put you in a down state because of their elite system. Warhammer, yeah, Warhammer Lifestaff, like we were saying, it could be a fun build to do in PvP. Yeah, it could be a fun build. What's the size of your group? The group size is only 5, but you can do these kinds of things in a big mob like this, because as long as you get to the breach and you can hit a few things or heal somebody, then you should be able to get credit. And we're on the El Dorado server, Anfield, El Dorado. The right click throw instead of blocking on the hatchet, good. I've used it a couple times in like PvE situations when I was specifically DPS, but most of the time I tend to just stick with the left side tree. I don't really use that one too, especially not in PvP, because you know, if somebody gets right up on you and you have that, then you're not going to be able to block, so it's gonna be a little bit messy. So yeah, I tend to stay away from that one unless I want to just use it in PvE situations, like when I'm soloing kind of thing, for the aim throw. How do you play the game? I can't play in beta. You can sign up on the website, and periodically they're going to be sending out invites for people to get in, or you can pre-order, and you can pre-order on Steam and get it automatically while the beta is going on, or you can pre-order on Amazon, and it might take up to like 48 hours for you to get your key, but you won't be charged until you shouldn't be charged until launch, I believe, if you pre-order through Amazon. Oh wait, Theseus. Haven't done the main story quest yet, right? So we're gonna be going to Weaver's Fen, so we can do a whole chain over there, and that should do. Oh, that's gonna give us the ring too. Yes. Shrine. How to repair weapon. Oh, okay. So, oh, and how many healers? We probably have about 4 or 5 healers and a couple tanks, but you don't really need that much of, you just mainly need a couple healers, and that's about it. You can have like all DPS. So you can repair your items by clicking this at the bottom of your inventory, or you can hold R and left click on your items and repair them that way. Hatchet Great Axe is good for PvP. Yeah, Hatchet Great Axe is pretty good right now. For both options, actually. Yeah. Absolutely fun to use. And max weapon level is 20. Max weapon level is 20. They removed the luck on the breach chest. Oh, you mean like, yeah, I did. I noticed that a while ago. You mean like how the luck bonus doesn't count for the breach chest anymore? Yeah, I was bummed out about that. Is the chat in game? Did it crash again? Uh-oh. Is anybody able to see chat in game right now? Well, I'm gonna... What the shiz? That's weird. Okay, well, I'm gonna go to Everfall. Can't see chatting. Oh no. A guy on our Oh, you're talking about Josh? Yeah, Josh was going ham with the town projects before they ended up nerfing it. Town projects were really, really good XP. But I think they're still decent XP right now. It's just that with the timer nerf, people aren't really spamming them as much, but it was nuts. Okay, I'm gonna dip out of the party for those of you that were in my party. I'm gonna... Oh wait, is it done crashing now or... Second. Nope, server chat is still... Okay. Damn, that sucks. The town projects. I'll catch up with the train later. I'm gonna do the main story chain and Weaver's Fin. Ooh. Armaments. Yeah, these are the armament town projects that people have been doing periodically. And these can give you a lot of crafting XP and also just regular XP in general. Might level off of these three, actually. Let's go check. And yeah, healing staff is... Well, healing staff is good in PvP because healers are always great in PvP. But it's like a support thing. Yeah, it's definitely like a support thing. But if you're like 1v1ing kind of thing and, you know, you have a life staff, they might not be able to kill you. You can just like out-sustain them if you want to. But yeah, healers are always great in PvP. Oh, I need timber for that. Okay, timber and coarse leather. I went and gathered a bunch of mats last night and I was doing a couple town projects. 7 timber. Okay. Is that Theseus? Theseus! Fancy seeing you here. Fastest way to go from 25 to 30? Well, it would have been town projects yesterday, but you can probably do your main story quests, side quests, and also town projects and faction missions all in one go. And then if you run out of those, like your next main story quest is to get to level 30, you can do corrupted breaches right now too, like we were doing earlier. Do a corrupted breach train where you get a group together and you can... Oh, right. Horse leather. Hold on. And you can go do these different dynamic events around the map. These little portal trains. And you can get some XP, territory standing, and gear caches off of doing that too. And some Azoth too. Oh, okay. Theseus, you're here too. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do the Weaver's Fin chain. See if I can get that tier 3 staff. Do you want to do anybody want to do the Weaver's Fin chain? You want to come with Theseus to get the staff and see if we can start getting ready to transition over to the 45 portals? I'm hoping they give some decent XP right now. I think from what I remember, oh right, they should give about like, what was it, 700-ish for the minors, and then probably about 3k almost for the majors, something like that. Then we should get a crap ton of territory standing off of those. And that should take us to the promised land, even with their territory standing nerf. It should take us to the promised land. Thank you. Okay. Almost level 40. Sweet. Prime, you want to come too? Still need to do Spark of Hope. That's the Brightwood one, right? Or are you on the I'm drawing a blank. Are you on Amrain or Brightwood? Oh, sorry. Do you like this game or Albion? I like this game. I haven't played Albion in a while, but I also used to have fun in Albion too. Actually, used to have a lot of fun in Albion. Way back, like during its testing phases, and also the first couple weeks of its launch is the last time I really played Albion. 90 ingots? That's a lot to make right now. You know, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna save the rest of my mats, but I'll take this. I'll take all that with me. And I can salvage all those later. And I won't take the wood because we can get that over there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to Weaver's Fen, take all these resources with me, and then if they have some decent town projects over there, I can do those real fast too. Come to heal, Trog. Okay. Okay. I'll cancel that one. There it goes. Yeah, Rapier Musket can be a pretty good combo. I love using Rapier Musket, actually. Even for both of those. And attributes for Musket Spear. Yeah, I would go mostly Dex, and then you could do Constitution after that as a secondary. Oh, hey, chat's fixed. Let me see if Theseus wants to join. Yes. Okay. And then this is where the... Sweet. We got all these different side quests over here. Juicy side quests. For Weaver's Fen. You can do all those at once. And maybe I can buy a couple pieces of iron right now to take with me. What's the most interesting in-game? I'd say probably the field bosses, like fighting Zinc the Obstructor, who's now named Morzul, as well as doing Outpost Rush is pretty fun now. And the last thing is probably going to be fighting in the Elite Points of Interest is pretty fun. Ooh, that's a lot of money to spend. I'm going to just gather. Thank you. Yeah, those ones are good. I'm doing con mostly, and then focus is the secondary. Gear progression works with crafting armor. Is it the more you craft, the better the gear will be? No, it's more like, well, technically yes, because as your gear score or as your crafting level gets higher, then you'll start to craft more efficient gear no matter what. But the gear score that is tied to like what you craft is influenced by multiple factors. So if you get what's called like crafting food, where you can make food at the kitchen, but it gives you bonuses to the gear score or the quality of stuff that you make when you eat it, you could get stuff like that. There's also gear that has perks that give you quality bonuses when you're crafting. There's also trophies that you can put in your house that give you bonuses to crafting as well. And that all gets influenced along with a couple other things and the skill of your crafting in general. So as you get to like 200, you're going to be crafting stuff at higher level gear scores by default than if you were just at level 50 with your trade skill. Yeah, that influences it, but there's also other things that influence it too. And then also there's a degree of RNG there. So if you were to craft like 10 chest pieces, then yeah, they will all be at different gear scores. You might get like a blue grade or green grade one in there somewhere, but those other factors are the main thing that will influence it, especially at endgame too. There's no iron over here. We need at the... Oh yeah, it seems like you have game guides for this game. Yeah, I do. There's several guides that I've already made, like the advanced combat guide, the ultimate weapon guide, stuff like that. Since stuff has dynamically changed a lot over time, Some of the information might be outdated, but yeah, I do have guides on it, and I'll still continue to make more in the future for sure. I'm not finding any iron over here at all, so we can probably just go ahead and head out. Wait, are you guys over at Weaver's Fen or close to Everfall? Oh, okay. Okay, copy that. Head over to Weaver's. You're on. Oh, you're on the storm source. You said Prime, right? Storm source. Okay, yeah, let's go. Oh, grats. You got 500 iron bars, Mazing? Holy crap. Are you using them? The economy is better in Albion, do you think? Well, with Albion, there's a lot of... there's differences between the economy system, I would say, because, I mean, there's things that might influence, like the fact that you can, you know, part a lot of resources to different towns very quickly, like with the ox, I remember, and like different mounts that you can get that allow you to carry more stuff. So right now, like, yeah, the economy in Albion might be more fleshed out, but like 1 or 2 years down the line, we might start seeing stuff like that here too. For the main quest? Oh yeah, Pain. Yeah. $84 iron. Oh, I'll take that. Oh, actually, yeah, that's right. I need forgot I needed ore, not ingots. It's okay, Mazing. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I can just take the. Well, technically there's the ingot ones, but still, it's okay. Do we friend or? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's go. Any tips for PvP? I've just been button mashing and it works, but you want to get better. Well, yeah, definitely, you know, doing things like incorporating dodges and making sure that you're not, you know, getting hit too much by the enemy player is a good thing. But also, if you want to really optimize your skills and stuff like that, passives, probably should look at like what combos are best with the weapon that you're currently using or the weapon that you enjoy the most. In the field, wait. I can't see where you are. I don't know where you are, Mazing. Hold on. Let me come back to you. Have you done the quest line already, Devil? And worth getting? Yeah, I'd say so, but honestly, I've played the game so long and played it through so many different phases that I'd say it's probably better to, you know, continue to watch it and maybe even potentially try it for yourself before deciding. If you do decide to try it, then you can still like get a refund before launch if you do pre-order it, that is. But also you can sign up on their website and then they're going to be letting people in the beta periodically. So if you do decide to try it, you can do that, or also just keep watching it a bit and see if it's something that you might enjoy. But right now, yeah, the game itself, it's a pretty nice experience overall in terms of like the world itself is really beautiful. The sound design is great. The combat can feel really nice. Content side, there might be a little bit of a drought right now on that side. Not just a little bit, but I'd say definitely needs to get more content overall, especially with just the late mid to early game portions with leveling methods, but it's got a lot of potential. Oh, you're in Monarchs. Oh yeah, never mind. Okay. Okay, never mind. It's okay. Yeah, I can get it later. That's fine. Let's go. 35 portals. We could totally do those portals really quick too while we're over there. And what's the best to spec in for rapier? On the blood side, you can do Tondo, Flourish and Finish, and you can also get Grace. You can get the Flesh skill from the Grace tree. I tend to prefer using that in PvE, but in PvP, sometimes people like to use Evade instead of like Flesh. And then also, most of the time, people take take Tondo and Flourish and Finish in PvP too. But yeah, it all comes down to whichever third skill you prefer. So Flurry, sometimes Flurry can be cool too, and there's actually a perk called Leeching Flurry, I've heard, which allows you to heal based off of the damage done. So that could be also pretty cool if you get that, but I would probably go Tondo, Flourish and Finish, and Flesh. Awesome, okay. I'll meet you there. I'll totally meet you there. Do a couple of those portals just really quick too. Maybe just the minor ones. Great Axe Hatchet PvP build. Yeah, right now people are really loving Gravity Well. They fixed that skill up quite a bit. So you could probably go Gravity Well, Charge, and Reap on Great Axe. Or you could go Gravity Well, Charge, and Execute instead of getting the Reap. If you feel like you're going to be able to hit those executes pretty well, then you can totally take that with the Gravity Well. If you don't like the skill after you use it, you can just take Reap for the pull and Gravity Well and Charge. And then for the Hatchet, most people tend to just go Raging Torrent, Berserk, and Feral Rush on the left side tree. The right side tree, the throwing part is cool, but most of the time people just go the melee route. And no, wearing a shield on your back does not increase the stats, no. All it does is weigh your character down if you're not using it. And also look cool. What's the best time to level up? You were 25 yesterday. Well, right now we've been doing like a lot of portal breaches and occasionally doing town projects where we can. They nerfed the timer on town projects last night, so they're not going to be as spammable anymore. But if you still get a couple different like armament town projects in there, you can probably get a XP boost from that. And then also from like 1 to 20, you can do main story quests, side quests, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time. And then past that, you can combine like corrupted breaches, town projects, and continue to do your main story quests when you can too. And my full stats, yeah, right now I'm at like in the 100 bracket for Constitution. I'm going for 150 Constitution right now, and then I'm probably gonna go either 200 Con after that or 100 Focus, and then I'll keep going from there. And at level 60, I'm probably gonna go 250 Con and 100 Focus, and then when I get the really good pieces, I can get 300 Con and maybe 200 Focus. When should I really start life scaling? Well, if you're doing crafting, like if you're planning on doing crafting and gathering, then you could totally do it at the beginning. The fact that we have the town projects too, and they give you more experience and more options now, means that you can viably do those and level your crafting and gathering professions at the same time. That way, by the time you get to Endgame, you'll already have that stuff ready to go. But you can also, some people have also done it where you level up first and you get to like maybe 45-ish, maybe 30, 45-ish, and then you start doing gathering crafting professions, because you can also get the bags. You also have multiple bag slots that you can make use of. Like by the time you get to like level 45, you get your third bag slot, so that's more carry capacity. And you can also use the higher grade tools to gather much faster. But it's completely up to you whichever way you want to go. But if you feel like it's too slow right now, you can wait till like level 45, 50 and do it then. And how come you don't have PvP on? Most of the time there's not that many people to fight over and about out in this area, and a lot of people have just been doing like town projects and corrupted breaches on flag, so we haven't really been needing the flag either. But overall right now, most people are just focusing on leveling up to 60, and then after that the PvP is going to start becoming more common, much more common. Yeah, that trying to do Amring without a tank for the first time, that would be pretty tough. That would be especially on Simon. Probably do these few really quick. Oh, the chat's bugged again. Probably just this one. Gotcha. Oh. Okay. Healing power. Wait, hold on. DCS, did you DC? Why are you not on Twitch? I used to do that. I used to stream on Twitch, but I over time just got more used to the YouTube side, and also they have things where you can't stream at the same time on multiple platforms, so it ended up being easier to just stay on here. Juicy heals. Juicy heals. Power the Paladin, baby. Ow. And no, mounts aren't a thing yet. Nuh-uh. Come on, buttercups, let's go. And yeah, you can max all the trait skills. That's correct. Yeah. Ooh. I gotcha. Another exploding. Oh, those heals are juicy. Yeah, the 5% XP bonus is a thing, but like we used to have a 10% one. That was great. The 5% one is not, at least it's not really as useful. So most people don't really care about it right now, but you also can get rewards like, what's it called? Getting XP, as well as getting gear drops and stuff like that from killing people in PvP. But even with that, people don't really, mind not having it as much right now. But sometimes when you're constantly fighting in PvP, if you're trying to focus on leveling up, it can kind of get in the way. So sometimes people just kind of go unflagged, but having fights every once in a while can be super fun. Like the first day or so, we were having some really fun fights. It was awesome. Okay. Do better crafting tools get you more mats, or gathering tools? No, it's just faster harvesting unless you have perks for getting more yield, because you can actually roll perks when you're crafting those tools. You can get perks that give you better yields on that stuff, and also you can get perks like for having a chance to get Azoth and stuff like that. So that part is a thing. 2 T4 treasure chests. Oh damn. Still no large salmon. Yeah, I would take a look at that. Oh, I'm running around in circles. I would look at that Reddit thread that was related to fishing, because I know that they did a lot of research to make that as well, and that might give some more insight on how you might get salmon or different types of fish.
Now that is funny.
And I don't have to worry about reading this. I've already read that. 2 times already. Do all the quest lines. See here. Someone who can teach you more about the bear repellent. What mobs are angry earth? Those are like the dryads, the pretty much everything in Eden Grove. And something like you'll see bears that look like this in Eden Grove that are like fully green. Oh wait. There he is. That would be considered an angry earth. So pretty much anything that's dryad or
Sure. Easy enough.
nature infused,
There's an old recipe that
like in
hunters
Eden
here
Grove,
used for
like a lot of
ages.
those mobs in the northern area,
Here,
those will all be considered like angry earth. Now one of them, now the bears and stuff like that, they might fall under the class of beasts, but the dryads definitely count as angry earth. You'll start seeing them in like southeastern Brightwood and oh okay, all over the place in Eden Grove. Rude ass bear, man. Okay. Weapon combo for solo, you can probably do like hatchet, great axe. You could do sword, shield, hatchet if you want to, because both of those weapons are pretty decent for leveling. And you can do most of the dex fighter builds too. Like you can do bow, spear, musket, rapier. But you probably might have better results with hatchet, great axe. And mages can be pretty good, of course, like in game, but early on they might they might be a little weak and run out of mana kind of quickly. But other than that, mages can be pretty good too. Later on, that is.
Wow, Yuden. Just what I needed.
Sweet. Okay, go to Daybreak Borough. Actually, this was the one. Bow or musket. No, ammo's not really a problem. You can actually buy ammo from the faction vendors. Yeah, I'm still coming, Maz. Yeah. You can actually buy ammo from the faction vendors, so it's not really that much of a problem. But if you try to craft it, though, like the bullets, yeah. But the arrows are pretty easy to craft. And for bow or musket, both of them are pretty solid. Both of them are pretty solid, actually. But, yeah, I think you can go either way. The musket used to be really powerful, but they just actually nerfed it quite a bit, so between which one's better right now, it's going to take some testing. But, I don't know, some people who have used the musket and bow already might be able to say if it's better right now between the two, what's better right now between the two, but it's probably like neck and neck, or musket could still potentially be slightly better right now because of the powder burn. I love powder burn so much. So I would probably try musket first because that might, you know, might be better for you right now. Doing everything correctly, it's just RNG, 2 RNG. Oh yeah, that's why I tend to avoid the fishing ones too, because I've had that kind of luck. I always have bad luck. Have you played Vindictus before? I used to, I played Vindictus in the closed beta when they had the one thing that I hated back then was when they made it where you had to use silver coins after you did a certain amount of dungeons to keep doing dungeons after that. So I stopped playing Vindictus pretty early on in the closed beta. I never went back, but I heard that they removed that so you don't have to use those silver coins. Like after they had like a energy limit kind of thing where back in the beta it was you did like maybe 6 dungeons and then you had to spend coins or you couldn't do them for the rest of the day. Hated that, but the Vindictus combat was amazing.
The bears were about to accept me.
Oh, I had so much fun with that. It looked like the next generation thing the first time I saw it. Like it looks like that was what every game was going to be from that point on was going to be after I saw that trailer. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. But like I saw how you could like chain mobs and pull their legs and crap like that. And I saw how you could climb on mobs and I think or jump over them and hit them. It looks so cool. It looks so cool. Musket feels a lot better. Okay, I'd probably do musket then right now.
Oh, you're with the bear. Well, I'm not exactly
I miss
sure.
Vindictus sometimes still though.
Close.
I
It's very
actually played
common,
Mabinogi
even
right
more
below
so
that,
maybe.
and I was really excited for Vindictus because I know that
However,
In other regions, Vindictus was originally called Mabinogi Heroes. I think it was in China. And okay, sweet. We're at Storm Source. Okay, we're gonna go through Weaver's Fen. On the way, Maz. And no, you can only get the runes of holding through the faction vendor. But if somebody makes the bags and then sells them to you, they can do that. But yeah, the runes of holding themselves, yeah, faction vendor. Is running breaches best XP to level? Actually, it's probably like one of the better methods right now, but you can also still do main story quests, side quests, and town projects and faction missions all in one, because they nerfed the timer on the territory town project missions last night, so they're not going to be as spammable. But you can still do like main story quests, side missions, and all those together kind of thing. It's just whichever you prefer. If you have a group, like a big group of people that are already doing corrupted portal trains, you might get decent XP doing that like we were earlier. But if not, if you're just solo, then you could probably just stick to the main story and side quests and faction missions and town projects in the meantime. For Spear Hatchet then, heavy or medium? Now Spear Hatchet, I think people would actually go light, because people aren't really using medium that much right now because of the in-between with the heavy equipment load, as opposed to just the light 20% bonus and the heavy armor mitigation and other bonuses you get there with the status duration effects. So medium isn't really popular at the moment, but I've seen a couple people using it, but I'd probably go light. Or if you really are keen on using medium, you could do medium instead for those two weapons. Fishing rod replaces your weapons. You can't see your abilities. Haven't seen that one yet, but hopefully relogging would fix that for you. If not, though, then maybe unequipping and re-equipping it. Hopefully the relogging one would work. And your character, I would relog in, like, wait about 7 minutes. Make sure your character's fully gone from the world, and then try to get back in. Standing cards. I usually prioritize XP, the XP gain in that territory. Then I get the territory standing gain bonus ones to get territory standing faster. Then faction tokens. And then I get storage after that normally. And then past that, it's kind of like whichever ones you want. If you're somebody who crafts and gathers and stuff like that, you can also get the storage ones more often if you want to. They changed the indication of hidden travel points around the map. No, they didn't. At the moment, it seems like that's the best way to find them, kind of thing. Wait, is Mazing right here? Oh, okay, never mind. Do you think anything will change at launch? It's possible. I don't think that they're going to add like a big, content update, but it's definitely possible. But, we'll see. We'll definitely see. I would love to see another weapon, like, of course, Greatsword. But who knows what they're going to do. I think the way they can make dungeons a bit harder and keep DPS on their toes is have one boss throw a one-shot skill once in a while. Well, Lazarus Expedition, it does something similar to that, but yeah, that would be pretty cool too. But back when they nerfed the block stability, like about a month or 2 months ago, the Lazarus Expedition has a boss called Chartis. He's a big ancient guardian construct, and what he does is he smacks across the battlefield, like he smacks across the room with his arms, like all the time. He's got these slow moving hits that he does, and then occasionally he'll do these beams, these red beams, and he'll target the tank first. But he has these pillars that you have to go behind to block the beam. And when you get throughout the fight, like at 75% health, 50% health, he starts to destroy the pillars. So it starts with 2. And by the 25% marker, he takes down the second pillar. And then this boss, he actually has a lot of resistance to your hits normally. And you have to get him not to knock down by standing behind those pillars when he does the beam. So at the 25% marker, you have to burst him and have a lot of DPS. Otherwise, he's going to start that beam again, and there won't be any protection for you. It's just going to constantly beam your tank. And if your tank dies, it's going to rotate. He's going to rotate where he's shooting the beam, and he's going to wipe your whole party if you're not careful. So when that happened, that really sucked. But I don't think it'll happen as much anymore. People will probably be more prepared, and also they might have changed the way that works to make it less unforgiving. But we'll see. But having a one-shot mechanic, yeah, that could probably work pretty well too. I'm trying to catch up to players in PvP chases. Oh, if you're trying to catch up to players in PvP chases, the popular option that people are using right now is Great Axe, because it does have a passive called Bloodlust. It's the left side ultimate. And wait, hold on. Oh no, the chat's bugged again in game. Okay, let's see if we can. Where's Maz at? Oh, okay. Maz is over there. But yeah, there's a left side ultimate on the Great Axe tree called Bloodlust. You move 30% faster while looking at a foe within 15 meters, so it's really good for chasing people down. So if you're having trouble with catching people, you can try that weapon. Hatchet Great Axe is a really good open world PvP weapon right now for that very reason. So that's definitely worth a try. Wait, hold on. I missed one. Here it is. Town board quest, mind explaining? So yeah, with the town board quest, what people have been doing is some of the board quests, because they're randomized when you first look at the board. Some of them will be like make weapon armaments or make armor armaments. So what they are is they're basically town projects where you have to go farm iron, like raw iron, farm raw hide, and farm like fibers or farm wood. And then you go to the benches after you accept those town projects, and you can see new recipes that pop up in the bench, and you make those and you turn them in at the town projects. And they've been giving a crap ton of XP to people over the past couple of days. But there's a thing where right now it's 30 minutes for the town projects to reset, because since they're randomized when you first open the bench, they have a timer, and it used to be where every 5 minutes it would reset the ones that you didn't accept. So people were, and you still can kind of do this now, people were taking the good ones and waiting 5 minutes for the other ones to reset that were not as viable, and seeing if they could get better ones. And then once you have about 5 or 6 of those, or even, 2 or 3, you could go just do them all at once and then get a big chunk of XP and territory standing gain. And you can also do that with the gathering ones, like gather water, gather flint, make iron ingots, make silver ingots. You can still do it with those ones too, like stack them up and do them all at once. But the reset timer being 30 minutes now is going to make that not as effective to rotate them out, kind of thing. Ooh, sea shanty. Yes. Hey, you. Okay. Ghost said nope. Oh, okay, Maz, you can't go to that city. Okay, gotcha. Okay, no problem. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's okay. I can get the iron late. I don't need it right now. I just realized that we don't even have oh, we should go to this one. Let's go down. Richmire. Can we walk across that? Actually, no, we can't. We got to go around anyway. But I just realized we don't even have any town projects going right now other than the upkeep ones over here, so I wouldn't be able to use that iron anyway. So it's completely fine. Yeah, never mind the Richmire one, actually. Here. What do you think about the game's dungeons? No, they're not necessarily dead. People You have to do specific quest lines to get the keys to go into the dungeons, and they just added the 45 to 60 quest line as well. So hopefully those ones are going to give us the keys for like Dynasty Shipyard, Garden of Genesis, and Lazarus. But no, the dungeons at Endgame are actually pretty cool. They're pretty fun, and they have unique gear sets, as well as all kinds of different rewards that you can get from them. It's just that so far, people have been so focused on leveling that no one's really done them yet. But people are starting to do the Starstone Barrow one, the Shattered Obelisk one, but people haven't been doing like the Depths or the Dynasty Shipyard yet. And, oh, good question, Nicholas. Yeah, there's no way for us to really know that right now. That's something that people have also wondered about, critical hit and critical damage and stuff like that too. So we don't really have any clear indicators on what it is for any of that yet. So not at the moment, I don't know, but hopefully we do get that in the future, because that's something we've always been wondering about. We might also be able to test that. It's just going to take a while to test, you know, everything like that. We're going to have to do a lot of calculating and stuff like that. And then, okay. Oh yeah, there should be an area over there with chests. Love farming on ancients though. It's so easy to take down. Is there any protections for low level flag for PvP? No, there is not. So if you flag up, then they can hit you and they can kill you if they want to. Oh, okay. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. You can walk through the water. Oh, no, I know that. I was just, I was trying to figure out what would be the best route to take for doing all these quests in one go, but I'm just going to leave that other one and say screw it. Just do all these ones. Should be another chest over here, I think. It's been a while since I've done Canopus. What did you do from 25 to 30? Oh, at that point, when you run out of options and you have to get to like level 30, you can either just do side quests in every other region, along with faction missions and town projects at the same time, or you can start doing corrupted breach trains like we were doing earlier. But to be effective, you need to get at least a couple people with you doing the corrupted breaches that you'll find like around Windsward, Everfall. Most of the time, Windsward has more spawns, but yeah, Windsward, Summon Monarch's Bluff, stuff like that. Yeah, over there. There we go. How should you spec your fire staff and ice gauntlet? Most of the time people would go with ice gauntlet, at least ice storm, entombed, and then they would take ice pylon. And then for fire staff, there's multiple options there for different situations, but most of the time people would go like for territory war, meteor, and then they would go fireball, and then the last one normally would be incinerate. And that can also serve you well in PvE as well. And then if you want to substitute meteor, you can take, oh, let me salvage some of this stuff. Instead of meteor, like if you're going to do solo, you could probably do, where are we at here? Either flamethrower or burnout. Pillar of fire can be good too, because that can help you regain your maximum mana per enemy hit. So if you want to do that, if you're having trouble with mana early on, you could do pillar of fire, incinerate, and fireball too for PvE. How important is constitution? Pretty important. If you're going to do any kind of PvP build, most of the time a little bit of con after you start putting points in your primary stat is good. Like 5 chests, don't we? Oh, 7, okay. But yeah, you'll probably need at least some con no matter what. And then if you're a tank, con will be one of your main stats. Best gem for rapier. So elemental wise, you could probably go arcane for most of the early game and mid game, because you'll be fighting a lot of corruption, probably a lot of corrupted and other mobs that you'll be fighting. Everything's pretty much neutral to arcane. And then if you're talking like non-elemental gems for rapier, let's see, because it doesn't do burst damage right away, I probably would do, oh, you can do opal for that actually, because yeah, it's one of the dex melee fighter builds, so you could potentially do opal, and that one gives you increased damage when your stamina isn't full, since you'll probably be using a lot of your stamina to dodge and whatnot, so that could potentially be a good one for you for rapier. And any weapons OP. I mean, there's weapons that are good for different situations, so in terms of finding a be all end all one, it's gonna be hard to find that, but oh yeah, damn, got that one already. Fuck. 7 chests in this one is tough. But if you like a particular weapon, then you can ask about what combination might be best with it, because there's a lot of good combinations that you can get in this game for different weapons. And how to have both weapons at the bottom right. Yeah, go to your gameplay options in your settings, and then it should be in right over here. It should be the one that says always show weapons HUD. Take that one and then it'll do it for you. $16, yes. And we're gonna go final blow. Is it time to get final blow? It's time to get final blow. Oh, yeah, ice. So ice pylon. Oh snap! Thank you. Thank you, Prime. Yeah, ice pylon, ice storm, and entombed is what people usually go with the ice gauntlet. Oh, my resolution. I'm 1080p, but I do have it on max FOV though. I always have the toughest time. This is why I never do faction missions in Weaver's Fen in Canopus. Over here, I used to get those all the time, and it would be a tough time for me finding the 7 chests. Or finding a bunch of chests in general over here. I think there's one similar. Might be one over here. No. Oh, okay. Does gear score matter? If you're talking about like in PvP, it can help, but no, it doesn't. It doesn't completely dictate if you're gonna win or lose a fight. The combat itself is still pretty skill based. So if you know the mechanics better than your opponent and you're able to outplay them, then you can probably still win the fight. But in terms of like PvE, yeah, it's gonna make a difference in some cases. Like when you go into a very high level expedition. Alchemy or jewel crafting, which has longer term income? I'm gonna probably say jewel crafting all the way through. Probably would, because people tend to not really get that many options when it comes to their jewels. You get pretty decent jewels from quest lines, but that's about it. And then at Endgame, you can make a lot. I remember seeing some jewel crafters in the previous testing phases that made bank off jewel crafting. Alchemy is pretty decent too, but yeah, jewel crafting, yeah, it was in another realm, I'm pretty sure. Oh, there's one. Because people are always going to need jewelry. Always. And good jewelry too. And there's a lot of different perks that you can get for different pieces of jewelry, so you might craft some really good combinations all in one and be able to sell it for a crap ton of gold. DPS longsword perform well in PvP, PvE. So yeah, if you're tanking, you can pretty much take the entire sword defender tree, like the tank tree, and you can do okay even in PvP as well, and even PvE. The only skill maybe that I would substitute if you're going to DPS would be maybe Defiant Stance for Whirlwind Blade, but yeah, most of the time you can just take Shield Rush, Shield Bash, and Defiant Stance and do anything in both instances for Sword and Shield. Plus, leaping strike and reverse stab, they're not as good as they used to be. Like reverse stab used to have 2 hits instead of 1, and leaping strike used to have charge strike passive, where you get 50% damage increase after after you hit with it. But it doesn't do that anymore, so I usually go shield rush now. Found it. Holy crap. Found it. Any company guild at launch? Probably not. I do like the idea of just being able to play with the community no matter what, without having to worry about like politics or managing a guild, because sometimes it can get pretty hectic. And also, why do you want to pick up standing on the upgrades for territory standing? Oh, so what I would usually go for, unless you're, focused on gathering and crafting, then that's fine. But I would normally go for like the XP ones early on, as well as the territory standing one, because that allows you to gain territory standing faster. Then faction tokens. Then you can go for like storage and stuff like that after that. Final blow. Oh man. I can also get the slow right now if I wanted to, but nah. Where to quest for the level 2 camp? Press K, go to attributes, and you'll see that if you click on leveling rewards, that the what's it called? Hold on. The milestone for level 15 will show you where you can not where, but it'll show you the name of it. Friends in Fashion for the tier 2 upgrading the campfire quest line, and then press your map button and click on objectives, and then you can see not just available, but also current quest lines, and you can click on it and see where it is. If it's not showing up there, then you can also zoom out on the map and go from settlement to settlement to try to find it, because I don't remember exactly where it is right now for Friends in Fashion, but I believe that the quest took us up to like Monarch's Bluff. We had to do the quest line over here for Friends in Fashion, but for the actual quest giver, I don't remember where he was. Armor passes per piece, or do you have to wear the full? So if you're talking about like the equipment load thing, it's not based off of like wearing 5 pieces of light armor to get the 20% damage bonus. You just have to be within that light threshold. And yes, there is a collision between players, but you can unequip your weapon and you can walk right through them. But yeah, in terms of like the equipment load bonuses, you just have to be within the threshold. Oh, the Stormwall Source. This one always looks so beautiful. Gorgeous. Let's see here. Theo. What was this other one? Fungal Step. Fungal Step. What armors work better for what weapons, or is it personal choice? Most of the time, healers and tanks take heavy, and then DPS characters tend to take light, unless you're, oh, that's 16 focus, yes. Unless you're like a bruiser kind of character, like a hatchet great axe, then sometimes people take heavy with that. A lot of times people take heavy with that, but right now people are starting to take light armor with hatchet great axe, so you can also try that if you're a warrior type like that too. But yeah, if you're a dex fighter or a mage, then most of the time they'll take light, and then healers are taking heavy right now. Thank you. Where is Fungal Step? I'm drawing a blank on that one. No mobs over here anyway. Right now, at least. Is it good to run fire and ice? Yeah, absolutely. That's a pretty popular mage combo right now. And for running like territory war builds, for that one, you could do meteor, fireball, and incinerate. And then for ice staff, most people always take ice storm, entombed, and ice pylon. And then just for regular PvE, you could substitute. Oh, okay, here they come. I see. You could substitute meteor for flame pillar, or you could substitute it for flamethrower if you want to. Wait, I don't see him. No, the territory standing points are finite, so the cap is going to be 300. for the territory standing points. That's per region, but it's pretty high, so you have a lot of room to move around. But as you get higher and higher in the territory standing levels, it starts to scale how much experience and territory standing you need to level up the next time. And sword and shield, fire staff. You could do a battle mage build like that. You put a int gem into a sword, and you could do that, or you could do like sword and shield, ice gauntlet. It could work, yeah. It could be a fun build to do as well. It might not be the most like viable choice, but it can definitely be, you know, fun to do. Absolutely. Oh, that's okay, Dan. It didn't. It looks like a boss didn't spawn in there. It's been a while since I've done that quest line too. Who's played a lot of other MMOs, but not who knows nothing about the game. It's kind of like people have made comparisons to ESO in terms of how it plays. It's got a unique combat system in its own right, though, but you can kind of get an ESO feel from the combat system, and past that, in terms of like the life skills and stuff like that, it might remind you of like BDO to a degree. But other than that, yeah, I would say those are the main two games that people tend to compare it to. And right now, in terms of the content, it does have a few things like you would see in ESO, like the dolmen farming. We have the corrupted breaches in this game, and that's basically what they are, is like dolmens from the ESO kind of thing that you can do for one of the pieces of content. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Did we do that quest? What is that? Gather material. Probably don't need to. Search chests at the North Vega Bridge. Pretty good. This should give us a decent chunk of XP here too. Spear bow or rapier bow better? I like doing spear. Both of those are fine, but I like doing spear bow. It's either, when it comes to the bow, I do spear bow, or I do you can do musket bow if you want to be pure range. But if you want to do musket, you can do rapier musket. It's really fun. Yeah, I do spear bow in that combo. Light boy armor for life. That's right. Right. A lot of duelists actually used to use light armor religiously, even before they implemented the equipment weight, because the dodge was really good in 1v1 PvP. What build is better for solo PvP? For solo PvP right now, you could probably do really good with like a hatchet great axe. Dex fighters have a pretty good track record with soloing too right now. But yeah, you could probably try out if you want to hatchet great axe. There's not really a best, because you know, different situations, there's better choices for different ones, but you can give those ones a try.
Stand upright and look me in
Oh,
the
that was
eye when
juicy.
you address me, Marauder.
And also, yeah, don't forget, whenever you're doing faction missions, you do get a daily bonus for the first three the first three that you do for the day. They should give you a pretty decent chunk of XP as well. Oh, okay, we're gonna go over there. Got it. Vega Bridge. Maybe we could go to the North Vega Bridge really quick. Let's see. Can I get over there? Okay, cool. Moving here. Yeah. We could do north and south. Thank you so much. What's the most aggressive healer ability you've seen? Life Staff and... Oh, aggressive. Okay. Yeah, Life Staff and Rapier could potentially... I would call that aggressive for sure. But you could also do Life Staff and Ice Gauntlet. That's a pretty popular one. Not necessarily like aggressive wise, but it's pretty popular because of the Ice Gauntlet being able to support the Life Staff pretty well. But yeah, if you want to go like aggressive kind of thing, like be up in their face and whatnot, then yeah, you could do something like that. Or even Life Staff, Fire Staff actually. You could do that too. Is it 2 weapons all the way to 60 now? Yeah, 2 weapons only. And global cooldown removed exactly. And no, we don't get a third anymore now. Rock and roll. For loot? Oh, loot is actually personalized. So anytime you get a drop, other people won't be able to see it. They'll get their own version of a drop too. So it's all personal loot. What are your thoughts about ranged weapons being very punishing in both PvE and PvP? So you mean like how it's easy for people to kite kind of thing? Because there is weapons that have a better, you know, chance of catching people than others if they're like melee based. Like Great Axe does have the Bloodlust ultimate passive on the left side tree, for instance. It makes you capable of getting like, what was it, a 30% or was it a 30% faster buff when you're looking at somebody within 15 meters. So you could incorporate things like that to catch people a little bit easier, as well as gravity well, which is working really, really, really well right now for catching people. And then you can also use the charge ability, which is great mobility, as well as the reap pull, the reap skill, which is a pull ability that you can do. Okay, got the heals going. That's done. South Vega. Tried ESO several. Yeah, me too, actually. That's the thing about comparing it to ESO as well. I totally understand that. I've always had a hard time with getting into and sticking with ESO, but I've always had I've had a hard time with that one, and this one I haven't really had too much issue at all when it came to getting into and sticking with it. I've had a much better experience and much better track record with staying and being able to play for a long period of time with this one. And you know, part of that could potentially be because it's a fresh game too, because there's always a well, I say fresh as in like not fully released yet in like a fresh new world, but there's always like a feeling that you get whenever you're playing a new thing where it's like a honeymoon phase kind of thing. So it could potentially be that too, but overall gameplay wise I've had a much better time with sticking with it long term than I have with ESO. And did the patch nerf breaches? No, you should still be getting standing XP. We were getting some earlier today still. It should still be happening, but maybe try a couple more breaches, see if it works then. Oh, chat's working again. Game menu. Respawn should do it. They will add more abilities with all the feedback that they're getting from people. It's possible that they could end up making some changes there. Who knows? Yeah, we just which one are you on? Which one are you on? Having a Grandmaster skill tree to weapons, which will then give you an extra skill slot. It sounds interesting, for sure. It might be something that, you know, could end up being considered unbalanced, because when it comes to like, you know, the progression system and whatnot, I know like in other games, like for instance, like ESO, like how they have the champion point system. If we had something like that in this game, I don't know, because when new players coming in, you know, them having to spend, you know, maybe 2,000, 1,000 hours to catch up to everybody else, even when they get to max level kind of thing. I don't know how well that would work, but that does sound interesting though. It does sound very interesting. I don't think it would make as much of a difference with some weapons, but it depends which ones we're talking about getting a 4th slot, because some of them could probably really mess people up with the 4th slot, like the Great Axe, for instance. At least right now, because you got execute. Well, execute, it's still pretty easy to dodge. It can be an easy to dodge spell if you're not using gravity well at the same time. Yeah, some weapons might be really, really crazy with 4 slots. But I think they'd, yeah, if they did do something like that, they'd probably find a way to balance around it. Guardians, okay. Last patch, no, patch didn't really even touch Fire Staff, I don't think. Oh wait, no, it did. That's right. It changed up the meteor and stuff. Yeah, the burnout spell is really good now. It seems it's actually not causing that super long delay anymore before you actually do the dash. So that part seems cool. And then they made the meteor into like a more of a dot thing now. And I haven't really used it too much myself, but the times that I did see people using it, it didn't seem that bad, but I haven't really seen a lot of mages around, to be honest, actually. But I want to test that at some point, see how it is. Is chat, but yeah, chat's been bugging out all day in game, and last night it had a full-on crash. But yeah, it was bugged out a second ago. Which one is TC's on? Head to Cutlass Keys. Oh, okay. We should be good with that. You post build somewhere? Oh, not yet, but when it's more fleshed out, then I'll definitely be doing something like that to showcase it. Look at the size of those bears. Oh, you want to talk about these bears in the game? Wait till we get to the corrupted. I hate that they're the banes of my existence. Oh, and there's one even worse. The one that you see in which one's more powerful? Is it the Eden Grove one or the Reekwater one? One of those is just all the bears at Endgame, they're just ridiculous.
Yes, it could be a good
Ridiculous.
thing.
Which makes sense too, but still. There.
Now, what to do with all this bear?
Able to. Oh, okay.
Has to be useful for something. A bomb, maybe.
Brightwood. Wait. Okay, we don't have to turn anything else in over here. Probably TP. Probably respawn to town and TP with the Azoth. Let's do that. On a town TP. Champion points. Yeah, I don't think champion points would really work here too, because I remember when it was veteran points first, right? In ESO, and I was trying to remember. I didn't want to say it without exactly remembering it right, but I'm pretty sure that there was at one point where veteran points were just at that point where it was like really powerful to have compared to a player that didn't have them. I think it's still like that technically, but also there's different campaigns that have restrictions on how many veteran or champion points you can have, and the ones that are just like they go up to 300 and past 300 champion points. I think the 300 ones they cap out at 300, so even if you have like 700 or 1,000, you don't get any benefits from it. And then they have the ones that are like, was it up to 160, and then the 1 to 50 ones, I think, something like that. Like level 1 to 50, not champion point 1 to 50. I could have sworn like at one point they were really powerful. And yeah, my visual settings, I have most of it on very high. Some of them I have on medium and high. I was trying to change stuff around to kind of offset and hopefully prevent some of those spikes that we were getting from happening and during the corrupted breaches, but they are still happening though. And the main culprit seems to be from the gravity well skill. The fire staff. Yeah, in the fire staff, some of the weapons are kind of weak early on, or they might seem weak, or you might run out of mana pretty fast. But late game, they are really useful for some things, like having a decent chunk of mages in territory war, for instance, or invasions used to be really crucial, and probably still is, because that meteor spell, as well as, you know, like the ice storm, even for Ice Gauntlet, they can be really useful for locking mobs down and keeping constant streams of DPS on multiples. Oh, okay, copy that. Copy that. Then oh yeah, we should definitely get to like 37 by the end of this.
Don't know what you've heard about Brightwood, stranger, but it may well be true. Perfect.
They completely missed the point with the meteor change. The meteor strike is like a... Oh, it's like a rain of... Yeah. I totally get what you mean there, yeah. I liked it before. You know, it sucked that it was causing lag in certain cases, but it was pretty cool though. But yeah, if it did have something like that where it was like a one strike nuke kind of thing, that would be pretty cool too.
Where strength is truly tested.
Be kind of hilarious to see somebody get just one shot by that too. First of Brightwood, okay.
Duty calls me to Brightwood, where strength is truly tested.
Get that one too. Oh yeah, to get the cooldown on my screen, you go into the gameplay settings and you can do always show weapon to always show both of them, and then also show extra ability cooldowns too. That rank ESO, yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why I wasn't really able to stick with ESO for some of the times that I played it, because I remember, yeah, I do remember that too, because when it first came out and it was still vet, I think I was still, you know, keeping up pretty well with people. I think I just got bored after a little while, my Templar, and I've always had a tough time with enjoying or, you know, finding the right class in ESO too. But I remember I came back, and then I think it was still vet based things at that time. I think the dungeons was like that too, where if you were doing a dungeon with somebody who was vet, or sometimes it was either you were doing a dungeon with somebody who's vet or just throw you into it. But I remember getting put into like a 161, I think, and my character got destroyed. It was, oh, it was tough. I think I remember something like that going on. We can do a really good chain here, actually. You know what? Let's do this. Oh, we can do the northeast side once Trog gets here. That's like a big chain. The quest we can do all at once, and then also there's a couple 35 ones there, but probably don't need to do that too much. Yeesh. Oh my god. I never get tired of the prone roll. Go barrel roll. Oh, we're doing the northeast. We're gonna do the what's it called? We can get some extra XP along the way. Yeah, we can do these ones over here. Actually, just mainly these ones. Was it soil sample? Oh, it's just one. Is that it? Oh yeah, shooting prone. Yeah, that's something that is really cool that you can do. Hell yeah. Server side, not client side, from what I can see. Next time it happens, notice the top corner. Oh really? Well yeah, because we pinpointed it down. Okay, sweet, yeah. We pinpointed it down to the gravity well spell, because anytime somebody does that on one of the tendril corrupted breaches, that's when like multiple people start spiking out. But past that, it's hard to pinpoint what else could be causing it. But it definitely seemed like gravity well, because every time we have been spiking, we started noticing that gravity well was being cast at the same time. But when we don't spike, gravity well isn't. Even on the tendril ones, when we don't spike, gravity well is not being used. And yeah, max level 60. Oh wait, isn't it most profitable to do the faction quest for leveling up to get max rep till endgame? So if you're talking about like getting faction gear, you can get the faction level 15 gear. And no, I don't do face cam anymore, so I can stream with my jammy jams and not have to care. But yeah, you can get the faction gear at level 15 to get the 280 gear score, which is pretty nice. And you can even get the 25 set if you want to. And oh gotcha, Trog. You can keep getting rep if you want to, but you don't really necessarily need to, because once you get to Amrine Excavation, you can do that a couple times and get a full set of gear. It's like 300 gear score. And then past that point, a lot of your gear upgrades are going to come from like drops. You can even get a really good, you know, decent chunk of gear from the expeditions and stuff like that. So you don't necessarily need to do faction gear. And when you get to endgame, you can easily, as long as they haven't changed the drop rates, you can get like 600 gear, a bunch of 500 plus gear, all without having to worry about faction tokens and stuff like that. So it's kind of just like preference, whatever you want to do. But early, like late game though, I think the faction gear can be a really good boost, because let me go check actually. I'm pretty sure like tier 5 faction gear is going to be like 555, 580 possibly. That could be a nice boost. If it's 580, then yeah, at some point I would keep on doing faction quests if you really want to, but other than that, you can still get, and then of course crafting, once people start doing crafting at endgame and get like 600 gear, and that'll take care of that too. Let me see what the tier 5 one
Duty
is.
calls me to Brightwood, where strength is truly tested.
Commander is, oh okay, 525. Yeah, yeah, okay, that's what I remember too. Okay, 525. So that's, you know, it's decent, but by the time you get to end game, you're probably going to be at like 480, 500 ish, and then you can probably just go to Merc Guard and sit over there for like 40 minutes, kill the elite priests that are usually over on the bridge. Where is he actually? The entrance, second entrance, probably like over here ish, right there. Yeah, there's an elite priest that you can kill, and he respawns like every, what was it, either 5 or 10 minutes, and he usually drops actually like 600 gear pieces pretty frequently, but he's probably going to drop like 515, 520, and then as your watermark gets higher, your gear score, you'll have a better chance of getting upgrades, like when you kill elite mobs and go into expeditions, from what the patch notes were saying a couple patches ago. Do a regular heavy attack. I always just did charges. Oh, I think a regular heavy is like, let's see. Yeah, I think you just hold it down slightly longer. Like if you hold it like where are you at Prime? I can probably show you. Like, does it have it for life staff too? No, it doesn't. Okay. Like this. Like that's kind of like a fast one, and then this like a charged. Wait, hold on. I think you can even kind of tell. Let me try on this mob. Just to make sure. So if I do like a regular charge like that, and then I hold it down a little bit more, let me see how much damage it does. What's the current build you're rocking? Oh, it's like a paladin build. So it's like sword and shield and then life staff healing. So 276 and then 284. Yeah. Yep. So if, okay, yeah, so I see exactly what I'm doing. So if I hold it down for like half a second, it's only going to do 213, right? But if I hold it down all the way, it does 284. So it's like a split second difference. It's like a split second difference, but it does work like that. Yeah. If we had a training dummy, that would have been easier to test that. But yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, just like that. I had to make sure because I felt like that's what it was, because I've been most of the time whenever I fight with a sword, I tend to do just a regular charge, make it much quicker. And sometimes when I do the other charge, I notice that I tend to get more DPS, so I had to double check that. But yeah, it seems like that's how it goes. Specific standing level that starts granting XP. No, it's kind of randomized. It's kind of randomized. But after you get past a certain point and like certain perks, like after you get like, let's say 30%, I think it was, or something around that, 30% or 50% in XP perks for the territory standing, then those should stop showing up because they put a cap on those after you get past a certain threshold. But you have like up to 300 points that you can spend though. What's a good gem for Great Axe? So let's see here. Yeah, for most cases, yeah. Okay, let's get those quests. I'd say for Great Axe, you could probably get away with doing... What did we say last time? Palliate? Nah. Critical damage or Malachite? Nah. Yeah, the Great Axe was the Moonstone one. Wait, no, that's the one where you're below that health. Emerald. Yeah, that's where... Yeah. So if you're gonna go like with an elemental gem, you could probably do like Arcane, because most of the mobs, especially if you're doing like corrupted breaches, they'll be weak to Arcane, and later on corrupted are always going to be weak to Arcane too. But also, if you don't want to do the elemental things like that and fight a lot of corrupted, then you can just do Emerald, because that'll give you a perk that'll assist with like the hatchet and the Great Axe perks that allow you to do more damage or even get heals based off of when your target is lower. That Emerald might complement that pretty well. So like if you do, what was it, critical gains, and then also teenage feed. So your Great Axe attacks below 30% health if your target heals you. That would work pretty well with something like that. And then also critical conditions. Critical 15% more often. Yeah, having a gem like that. So I would probably look into Emerald. Faction rep is useless for now. Yeah, I mean it's decent when you get to like the 25 range, but then past that, you might not need it. Like you could get the faction gear if you wanted to, but if you do get the faction gear, then technically that would give you that 525 watermark sooner than if you just go off of drops. But yeah, you don't really need it, because once we get to Endgame, we're gonna go hit up a couple elite POIs and we'll be good. And if we really need to, we can go hit up Mangled Heights and kill the priest. And then I've gotten, the first thing that I got from that guy's chest was a 595 Great Axe, which was, it was so awesome because it's like, I think it was 30 strength, and it had a tier 5 lightning gem already in it. It was beautiful. It had some good perks too. I think it had vicious in it. Do you think fire staff needs a buff? I might be using early on, it does feel weaker, and it also, you might feel like you're running out of mana very quickly with the fire staff one. But later game, it starts to get much better, just like the ice gauntlet too. Oh, for the fish, Patrick? Oh, hell no. Yeah, I know. I know fish hotspots, like somebody said earlier. They said that they tend to get better catches for that kind of stuff in fishing hotspots. I've never really tested it though with the fishing, because there's a lot that goes into it. Like, it took me the longest time to realize that if you're trying to reel the fish in while it's fighting, like it's actually fighting against you, it's going to increase the tension, because they have a mechanic for that. Like when you're looking at the fish, if it's splashing, that means that it's fighting against you, and if you're trying to reel it in, it's going to increase the tension. I thought that was just like a thing that indicated that I was reeling it in, but nope, apparently not. And then once it stops flashing or splashing, then it's going to reel in at a reduced tension rate. Yeah, fishing. And I love the fact that it's like that complex. That was awesome. I didn't even notice that for the longest time. You gave up on the fishing ones? I think we're on the bear one now. Need bear cohabitation. Ooh, Grey Veil bear. Are side quests worth doing, reward and XP wise? While you're doing your main story quests, yeah, you can, you know, totally. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can totally, while you're doing main story quests, do all the side quests like in that area. You don't have to really go like far out of your way to do the side quests, but you totally can though. Yeah, you can do that. And then you can also pick up the faction missions and town projects at the same time. Do all those in one go. And then just keep going. Once you get past the 20+ period, if people are doing corrupted breach trains, you can hop on one of those. If not, then you can keep doing what you're doing. Side quests, main quests, faction missions, and town projects periodically if you can. Okay, Yogi, chill. Okay. Let me get my heels off. Bear don't care about my heels. Sweet. Oh, you don't? Did you already do this one? Oh, Theseus is coming for the bear. Wait, is it the elite bear? The elite bear or regular bear? If you lose an invasion, yeah, it's gonna downgrade the benches that have been upgraded so far. Okay, gotcha. Okay, there's gonna be an elite bear after this quest that we have to take down. Copy that. Okay. Copy. But yeah, it's gonna downgrade the benches, and yeah, that's one of the you know, sucky things about getting invasions this early. But it's also good for spiking up the corrupted breaches. So at least we got that. And should you pick a main territory? You could. I mean, at launch especially, you know, there are titles for getting territory standing. Like, let me also, I haven't picked a thing for the longest time with this. But yeah, there should be a territory standing one. Let me see. Destination per territory. Place discovered. There's a lot of achievements here. Hold the phone. Yep, there it is. But yeah, and this is also where you can see how the max is 300. You can get a title for that. So that can be pretty nifty. But also you get the massive amounts of territory standing. And once you get to 20 and whatnot, you can start getting the really big houses. So yeah, you can do stuff like that if you want to. It's just up to you. But like early game, if your main focus is leveling up, then you can just stick with that. You can just stick with like going from territory to territory, doing the side and main story quest lines, not really having to stick to one zone. But later on down the line, you can probably specialize if you want to. Like me, personally, I'm probably going to live mostly in like Morningdale and maybe Ebonscale Reach. I really like the houses over there too. But yeah, I'll probably do like, you know, a lot of faction missions and town projects and stuff like that when I want to grind over there. Yeah, you can get some really cool things out of those titles too. Faction missions are the same as your party. Sometimes you might get different objectives, but sometimes you might get lucky. Like no bears. You need a... Or four. Dang, where are these things? No bears over here. Oh, I see one. Come on. Come on, Winnie the Pooh. Come here. That's right. Oh, I thought he was going to attack sooner than he did. Actually, hold on, hold on. Nope. Come here. That's right. That's right. Ow. DC is here too? Oh wait, Prime wasn't there. Did you find one, Prime? Oh crap, hold on. Oh, that's a really... Oh, 17 strength. Come on, that's juicy. Oh, chain fire? Oh, okay. But it has dex though. It has dex. I can use this as a temporary PvP one. I'm gonna keep that, thank you. Wow. Yes. You think Warhammer will work as a main weapon and play as DPS? It's not even mostly used for tanking. It's honestly mostly used for like the AoE CC that you'll have, like in PvP. Ooh, hello. Oh, that's light gear though. I need to get rid of some of this stuff. Okay. But for a main weapon, the basic and heavy attacks, trying to use those a lot is kind of wonky. So it's usually a weapon that pairs best with another one. Like it functions best as a secondary. Still 4. DCS. Does Great Axe have a spin to win skill? Oh, whirlwind. Yeah, and somebody asked me what my opinion was on Hatchet and Great Axe. Hatchet and Great Axe is really good. I love doing Hatchet and Great Axe. And right now it seems to be pretty powerful. So it's definitely worth a shot if you're interested in that. Absolutely. And does Paladin build make needing a healer in dungeon necessary? It makes it so I can take a lot of pressure off the healer. And in some cases, if I wanted to, we could potentially try do 4 DPS and just me as the Paladin tank. But we haven't attempted it yet. But we did try one with 2 Paladins at the same time, and that was fun. That was definitely really fun. From what level can you reach your first dungeon? About 20 to 25. Well, yeah, I mean you'll get the quest line around level 20. But yeah, the recommended level is 25 to enter the dungeon. Camping not unlocked yet? Is it a bug? No, you have to go through your starting quest line to unlock the campfire. So if you haven't done the quest line that starts at the beach and goes all the way to like the town and beyond, you got to do that. Where are these stupid bears? Oh, I'm waiting to... He needs 4 more. Where are these bears at? Oh, I see them. Be honest. But you can also, if you wanted to use Warhammer as like a secondary tanking weapon, you could. It might just be a little bit difficult to use it and, you know, taunt enemies and block like bosses hits, because bosses are going to break through your block in like 0.2 seconds. But if you wanted to use it as a secondary to sword and shield tanking, you totally could too. Is that where the elite is? I've hardly ever been up here, actually. Only been up here like once probably. Rebuild, how many points are you putting into stats? Probably about 150 con is what I'm going for right now. And then I'm going to go for like 100 focus after. But at endgame, initially I'm probably going to get about 250 con, 100 focus. And then when I get the really good pieces of gear, I'm going to go ahead and... oh god. I'm going to go ahead and get 300 con and 200 focus. Where the rest of the bears at? Okay, let's go back. There's probably maybe they respawn. Actually, hold on, yeah. Let me just turn off my HUD and enjoy that view. I gotta see. Hold on. Oh, that is gorgeous. Look at that. Sometimes I like to do that. You just turn off your HUD and kind of enjoy the scenery. Got a lot of beautiful areas in this game. Oh, chat broke again? Oh, rip. Wait, mine's still working in game. Is your chat's broken, Theseus? Your chat's broken? Damn. See that? That's beautiful. It's beauty. I like that bridge too. It's a nice touch. Really nice touch. Can you show spears and hatchet? Spear and hatchet. I don't actually have those leveled up, but I can tell you that it can be a pretty cool combo. Most of the time people would normally do like, you know, spear, bow, or you could do rapier, musket kind of thing, but spear, hatchet could definitely work too. And sword and shield, great axe. Yeah, that's one that could also work. You can use just like sword and shield, hatchet. I'll look up left. Oh yeah. I think I saw what you're talking about. This looks great up there. Oh, it's lagging. I see. Yeah, you can do sword and shield and the great axe just fine too. And then I'm doing like sword and shield life staff for tanking, and you can do sword and shield hatchet as well if you wanted to. And recommend it for solo PvE builds. Solo, you can probably do like sword and shield and hatchet, just like we said, or you could do hatchet, great axe. If you're solo, that might be a good one for you. And also, rapier builds can be pretty fun. Like dex builds can be pretty fun solo as well. Magic builds are, you know, they might feel weak early on, but they get pretty good late game too. And you're gonna do focus on con focus. Yeah, it's gonna be con focus for my focus. Yeah, con focus. No, right? Nowhere to be found. How long does it take them to respawn right now, too? We'll check over here. Are you able to get full con stats in armor? There should be a... Yeah, I'm pretty sure there should be a piece or like a suffix that would give you like full con, like 30 plus con in each stat. Because I know weapons, there was ones that gave you like 30 dexterity, 30 intelligence, 30 strength. So yeah, it should be the same for con. But I'm gonna have to go check that. Once we get to endgame, I'm gonna have to check what my cleric one is gonna look like, because the cleric one is probably gonna be 15. Oh, found one. Oh, wait. Pain, wait. Pain. Wait. Kill that one over there, Prime, and then come over here. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. That way we get 2 in one go. It's probably going to be like 15 focus, 15 con for the cleric ones at endgame. Throwing spear and throwing melee hatchet work. Most of the time people tend to go the left side tree for the hatchet. So people go berserk, raging torrent, and barrel rush. People don't usually mess with the throwing one, but if you really wanted to try that, you know, just as like something for fun, you totally could though. And I love using the javelin too sometimes. And how do you upgrade your camp from tier 1 to tier 2? You have to do different quest lines for it. So if you go to attributes and then click on leveling rewards, you can go to the milestone for it and hover over the quest, and you'll see where or what the name of it is. And you can just look at your map and scroll through the different side quests, and then you'll find it. You'll find it. I don't remember exactly where the first one was for upgrading from tier 1 to tier 2, but it's somewhere like, it's got to be in Windsward or Monarchs, one of those two. Friends in Fashion, it should be the questline name. Okay, one more. Got it. And yeah, dual wielding is something that, oh yeah. Something that people have wanted for a long time too. About the, oh, what's the best way to get weapon mastery? Well, just farming on mobs most of the time. You can also get it now from corrupted breaches, because there was a point in time, I think in the previous iteration, where we didn't get it from corrupted breaches, like before the last wipe. But you can also go to like Amarine excavation, or sorry, Amarine temple if you're like around level 20 and kill all those skeletons. You can also go to Shattered Obelisk if you're like around almost 30 and beat up on those skeletons, and you can get a decent chunk. I like to farm weapon XP normally on either animals or ancient guardians. There's also an area in southern Eden Grove with corrupted miners that I love to farm in too. I'll definitely talk more about that one later on too. And is it online, this game? Oh yeah, yeah. These guys that you see with us, they're people. They're peeps. Is that a bear? Bear. Bear, bear, bear. Hey you. Come here. Nice. Gee. Okay. Do you think that Nomad might be better? What was Nomad? I don't remember exactly what Nomad was. Because I know Cleric is con focused, but I'm going to have to look at Nomad and see. Oh, I think I did have a Nomad piece one time. Nomad was like mostly con and little focus, right? Is that what it was? Because I could probably, since we get the 190 attribute points by the time we get to at 60, by the time we get to 160, or sorry, 60, we have 190 skill points, attribute points. I could probably move my points around a little bit depending on what gear I got to get that extra con or focus I need. Okay. There. Okay, the bear. To the alpha bear. Hold on, let me where's Theseus at? Is this Theseus? Can't see his name. Let me remake the group. Cause Maz isn't over here. Alright. Fight you. You. And I can't see your name right now, which is weird. Where was our fourth? Where was our fifth? Wait, who was our fifth? I forgot. Or fourth. Why is it not letting me? Oh, this is Trog, right? What the hell? Wait, where's Theseus at? Okay, let's go. I thought Theseus was still with us. Yeah, Theseus. Do you think Cutlass Keys is a good place to farm breaches? Cutlass Keys is like one of those weird places to farm breaches because you got like the swamp over here. It's kind of annoying to move through. Then you got to go all the way down here, and you got Benjamin down over here who's like a giant troll. He's like a giant ogre mini boss. It'd be kind of annoying to try to do corrupted breaches around. But I mean, it's not. The rotation doesn't look that bad, but most of the time, like right now, the 35 portals are just slightly better than the 25 ones. So what we're gonna do too is we're gonna probably jump from the 25 ones to the 45 ones. But oh, okay. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's right. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's why. I got Trog and Theseus mixed up. He's at the cave already. Do you think it's possible to get 150 con? Oh yeah, you can like with the good gear sets, like the ones that give 30 in an attribute, you can get like 500 plus attribute points to spend. That's why when I said I'm gonna get the good ones, I'm gonna probably go for like 300 con and 200 focus kind of thing. Oh yeah, you can be really flexible when you get the top stuff. Absolutely. I can't, because I couldn't see Trog's name and I thought it was Theseus. They I think their gear looks similar. Is the performance good? Out when you're out and about in the open world, it's pretty decent. Right now I'm at about almost 80 plus frames, but in towns I know some people have had issues with performance going down. Oh, there he is. Okay. That's what Nomad had. Okay. Yeah, I probably would go Nomad if that's the case. Yeah. That'll make it much easier. So we'll probably see once we get closer, but yeah, if that's the case, then I probably would go Nomad. Yeah, it's crazy. He's 47 right now too. And we have to fight this stupid bear in water. Here's a much more shallow area. We can fight him right here. Come here, Buttercup. Ooh. Sorry. Oh shit. Fuck. I'm sorry, Trog. Okay, I got him. Stay on me, you stupid bear. That's right. Is he glitched out? Oh, he's stunned. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, DPS. DPS. I'm so sorry, Trog. I thought you full died for a second there. I was so scared. Great Axe Warhammer be viable in PvP, PvE? Oh yeah, you could totally do that. Actually, well, more so on the PvP side because it has a lot of CC capabilities. But yeah, it could be really cool for that reason. My bad, Trog. That bear is ridiculous. Jeez, that's crazy. Bear is nuts. Yeah, I thought so too. For a second, I thought Trog was just full dead. The bear just sent him to the Shadow Realm. I was so glad to see that. Oh my god. Star Metal. I love the look of Star Metal. It's so beautiful too. Haven't been getting any weapon XP for spear tank build. I wouldn't really do that. No, but oh yeah, I can show my attributes too. Yeah. Right now I've got this. I'm gonna go for 150 con and probably go into like 100 focus. I don't have to go too much farther for that though. I might go just 200 con and then I'll go 100 focus. But what about Monarchs, Bluff Sparrow? What'd you say about Monarchs? And do you think progress that Amazon has been doing from the previous beta killed most of the bugs? Or no, they've been doing a lot of really incredible changes. Like some of the changes are really nice. Some of the changes they might need to do some more tweaking on, like the combat system for instance, but compared to the preview in terms of like the content and systems, they've improved quite a lot. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, there's definitely some things that need to kind of be touched up a little bit. Oh, he's flagged, so he can't. Nomad. Cleric is 20 in focus, 10 in con. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do Nomad then. Okay, I'm gonna write that down too because I never really took a look at Nomad. Yeah, that'll be juicy. So with that, then I should at least get... I should probably be... probably like 100 con-ish by the time... or sorry, 100 focus-ish by the time I put on all those pieces, even without putting any points in. So that'll be good. And then with con, that'll be really nice. Really nice. Can you change how the... Oh, you can't change the animation for the great axe now. What type of armor do you think suits the great axe? Well, right now, a lot of people seem to be using light armor in the open world. I'd say you could probably rotate. If you're going to be doing like territory wars and stuff like that, I would more than likely take heavy in there for great axe, because, you know, you're going to be getting hit quite a bit and the damage bonus might not be as beneficial as staying alive more. But in terms of well, yeah, it is. In terms of light, like open world, you could probably take light if you want to, like the barbarian type of armor. And Josh got 60. I saw that. Yeah, that was crazy. I know he was going crazy on those town projects. That was nuts. The main thing though is he's the Marauder faction leader for that the event that they're doing, the Battle for New World. So they gotta win it now. They gotta win it. There's no other way. Marauders are gonna win it, so that's all that counts. That's all that counts. Amazing. Do you think they'll add swimming animation? I think they probably will, with how people have been, you know, how many people have been asking about it over the years. Plus, also, people were always asking about jumping in place, like during the preview, and they just added that with this last beta patch, which is kind of funny that we can do that now. So yeah, I think they probably would add swimming at some point. It's one of those like random things that nobody expected to actually happen, but did. So I feel like swimming will be in the same boat, and they'll probably add that at some point. Oh crap, why did I jump over here? Sorry. I just realized. Oh, dumb. I was so dumb. Let me see if I can, okay, let me, yeah, respawn. Respawn at Brightwood. We can run over there. Bright, yeah. And any of the weapons leech? Yeah, actually, the Great Axe can, by default, like it has passives and upgrades on its Reap skill that can cause it to leech. But also there's different perks that you can get, as well as there's jewelry even that has perks for lifesteal that you can get through like quest lines, and maybe even like later on when people start crafting more. But yeah, there's different ways to leech, yeah. And the rapier even has a perk for flurry called leeching flurry, I believe it's called. And that one actually should allow you to leech too. Okay, there we go. How's the guy 47? Oh, people were getting a lot of, like, just how like Josh is level 60. People were getting a lot of experience by farming up territory town projects. Basically what they were doing is you can get the like armament ones, which want you to go to the benches and just put in like iron, wood, and like fiber or rawhide, and then you can make those and turn them in at the town project board, and you get like 2,000 or 4,000 XP per. And what people were doing is they were going to the town projects and taking the ones that were really good for the rewards and dismiss, and really easy to get done, and dismissing the ones that weren't. And every 5 minutes you can reset them, and then what you can do is you just stack them up. So you wait 5 minutes after you get some pretty good ones, and then you get more of them and do them all at once, and you get a huge chunk of XP. Like people, I remember I think what was it, BCS, the guy that's level 47 with us right now, he was doing them last night and got like 8 in a row. And I think, what was it, like 10 to like 15 or 20k experience all in one go. It was crazy. So people were doing that for a couple of days, but they just nerfed them last night. So now the reset timer is 30 minutes instead of 5, so people can't farm them as much. But the people that were like already further in levels from doing that, they yeah, they stacked up a lot of those. Oh, nice. Grats. Okay, I'm gonna need to put some of this stuff in my bank. Con nerf before open beta? I don't think they'll... No, I don't think they'll nerf con. They've already actually introduced diminishing returns on it in multiple ways. Like they in one of the very last patches, they even put in a change where they said that early on, you're going to get more benefits from con than you will later on in the game. So that's going to be a thing. And then also they've done changes before where like diminishing returns as somebody gets close to like 250, 300, the benefits that you start to get from different stats are going to decrease. Your major breaches keep disappearing at the end. That's really weird. I don't know why that is. That's strange. Drop some of this stuff here. We can always get more fiber. There we go. You can breathe underwater by going prone. No, trust me, I've had my fair share of underwater deaths. You know that but that's not a thing. Actually, I've had my fair share of falling off of bridges accidentally and trying to get back up on land and dying to drowning deaths too. But no. Can't even tell you how many. Okay. This should be a pretty good chain actually too. Running in. Did they declare on Windsward? Oh, it's in conflict right now. On Windsward. Okay. So Syndicate declares on Windsward. We got to jump in there. It's going to be a fun fight. I can't wait for it. Okay, what's the objective here? Defeat the Inquisitor. Inquisitor? Where the hell is she? That's weird. What do you think about a spear tank build? It sounds like it would be fun, but yeah, trying to use a spear in tanking, like if you're gonna put a Carnelian gem in there and use Vault Kick to try to taunt stuff and try to block with it, probably not gonna work as well. You could potentially do like open world tanking with it, but in terms of like expeditions and stuff like that, I wouldn't try. I wouldn't try unless you use it as like a secondary to the sword, and then you could, you know, as long as you have the sword, you could tank with that and then do whatever you want with the spear. But I wouldn't use the spear mainly for tanking. Yeah, I think so. Where I think there was a guy over here earlier. He must have killed her. Is there a way to increase running speed? Well, if you're using like the Great Axe, for instance, there's a skill called Bloodlust, passive technically, where if you're facing a target, you can get like a 30% movement speed increase. And there's also haste potions that can be used in like territory wars and anything like that. The soil sample. Yeah. Bindings from the Lost. Yeah, we could probably do that in the meantime. But other than that, there's not too many other ways to like increase your running speed though. Can't tell you how many times I've hated coming to Brightwood to level up. And most of the time I've been solo. We got an army of people now. Oh, I didn't need to waste stamina right there. Or there. Oh, is she up? Oh, coming. Is she dead? Oh, I got it. Oh, okay. I think it's good. Wait, hold on. I got the first thing. Let me see. Where's the tools at? Got the tools at the Constant. Yeah, it's much grindier than the preview was too. Yeah. But leveling methods is something that we've always given feedback on too, because we want to eventually hopefully get more leveling methods in the game. But what the hell? Got one thing. I got credit for the defeat one. Wait, let me see something. Are they gonna nerf town project sport? Well, they actually already did. They nerfed it last night. They nerfed the timer that resets it. So now instead of people racking up some and waiting 5 minutes for it to reset, you have to wait like 30 minutes. Which is actually a faster nerf than I thought that they were gonna do. I thought they were gonna wait until like launch to do it. Okay, I think I gotta. We can come back. We can do the other ones first. Just buy flux. Yeah, on the trading post, you put buy orders on. Oh, wait. Refresh timer for the board, like 4 hours. Oh, there it is. I'm dumb. Oh, never mind. I got it. I was like, where is this thing? All good. Sweet. Thank you. I'm super blind with that stuff sometimes. I didn't realize it at first where they were. Now I got them. You know, I don't know. That's it probably would be like okay technically, but also I get why they kind of kept it at 30 minutes, because you know people that craft and gather, they also wanted to find a way for them to be able to progress too. And town projects have always been for most of the part of the game's lifespan, like in this new iteration. Town projects have always kind of been there. It's just that people never really touched them that much, and even hell, I forgot about them almost completely when the beta first started, actually, because I hardly ever touched town projects back when I was doing the testing phases. So I think it might be okay if it's like 30, 45 minutes. They probably just need to tweak the XP gain on some of them, or give us more. What would ideally be great is if we got more PvE based, potentially even PvP based progression methods to kind of compensate for that, especially. And it also giving us mob farming back would be great. I would love if that was a viable option for leveling now, on top of potentially buffing the faction mission gains again and kind of changing the objectives back would be awesome. How did you get 360 carry weight? Oh, I have 2 bags. Because once you start leveling up, you get extra bag slots. So I got 2 of them now. This is a pretty good one that I got from Theseus. Right? Oh, musket rapier. Yes, it's one of my favorite builds. I love it. Yeah, absolutely. I would highly recommend trying out musket rapier. A lot of fun. Temple. Okay, and grave diggers. You have 520. Oh my god! And Theseus makes bags too. He's got his own. Crazy. Oh, grave. Nice. Proper well-designed mobs. Oh, these are no, these aren't skeletons. These are the lost. So you've got wraiths, you've got the grave diggers, you've got the bombers that we haven't seen yet, luckily. You've also got the musket. Not, do they use muskets or pistol? I think they're pistols. Yeah, pistol guys. But these guys are more like zombies. And then you've also got the corrupted that are going to be directly north of here in Great Cleave. And there's corrupted like all over the place, but Great Cleave and Shattered Mountain is like their home base. Okay, soil. Nice. Also, thank you so much, No. Oh, Spore Bloom. Fruit for healing potions. Give me a second. I have corrupted spore blooms in my notes. I do not have the spore blooms in general, though. But if you're looking for the corrupted spore blooms, I found a lot of those in Shattered Mountain, west side of the Blighted Wilds. But regular spore blooms, I'm not sure. But I believe the New World fan, I know the New World fans website has the map going already, and also the New World map, and they might have it on theirs. Because there should be one that's called newworldmap.com, and then there should be another one for New World fans. They should have a map on theirs. Yeah, spore blooms, I don't seem to have those in my notes. Got 2. Can you respect those random territory? No, you can't. But you can get up to 300 of them, though. So if you make a mistake, you can always make a comeback later. Okay. 2. Copy that. Wherefore art thou soil samples? You see, felt like one would be right here, but apparently not. So how good is New World? It feels a bit more old school. Yeah, I suppose you could kind of see, you know, get the resemblance of it or get that feeling. But yeah, it's very, very, very wide in terms of how expansive like its graphical system is, like the fidelity of it. It's very beautiful in terms of its graphics. The sound design is great. Sometimes I just like to hide my HUD and really admire the surroundings quite a bit. The combat system, it's pretty unique in its own right, but in terms of the content, I mean, they've added more since the preview. Of course, we got the 6 new expeditions now, and you know, we got the outpost rush and stuff like that, but it's still got a ways to go on the content side. But in the combat's probably going to need some more tweaking too in several areas. But other than that, though, it's got a pretty good solid foundation going right now and a lot of potential. Absolute lot of potential. And yeah, like compared to the, you know, the games that have already been out for like 5-10 years. Oh, there it is. Thank you. It doesn't have nearly, you know, as much yet, but when this game gets to that 2 to 3, 4, 5 year mark, then I'm really interested to find out what happens there. 3 out of 6. Yeah, a lot of people tend to like Brightwood. Me personally, I hate the ghost here. I think it can look pretty, you know, it can look pretty in some cases, but for me, I'm a Morningdale guy. I love the rain. The constant rain of Morningdale, sometimes I just sit next to a waterfall. I just run up and down the road. I've done that for hours. Got one. How are you level 36? Some people are already in like the 50s and 60s. Well, 60. Because the town projects were really, really good for farming higher level corrupted breaches too. After we get this next tier of Azos staff. Rapier skills for PvP. Well, most people tend to go for like Tondo and Flourish and Finish in both PvE and PvP. but I like pretty much all the rapier skills. All of them can be pretty good. If you feel more comfortable with using the riposte skill, you could probably do like flourish and finish, hondo, and I can't do it. I can't do it, Vasa. I can't. No guilds. But if you can do flourish and finish, hondo, and then riposte, or you can do flesh. I love flesh. Flesh is like my favorite thing. So yeah, I would probably check out flourish and finish, hondo, and flesh. See how that goes. Yo. Gotta be one over. Oh, found one. Got one. Musket rapier. Yeah, musket rapier is fun. It's really fun. And yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, even in PvP, you can totally use the rapier to your advantage because it's got a lot of DPS output when you combine it with the musket. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. You can totally use that for both of those, PvE and PvP. And then if it's like a question of bow, I usually pair bow with spear. But you can also do like, you know, musket rapier, bow rapier. You can totally do spear bow, spear rapier. There's a lot of different combinations there. I feel like there's one over here too. I'm gonna go this way. Nope. How do you hide everything? Oh yeah, hold down the left alt button and press H. So it's Alt H. And then you can hide the HUD. Highly recommend it. Highly, highly. Where's the soil at? Oh, okay. Sweet. Last place I would have expected soil to be in. But when you're in Brightwood, it kind of makes sense. How do you set a marker? Hold down your middle mouse button and you can ping. All done. Okay, back to town. And yeah, the Azoth tree. That's you know what? That's true. Okay, the southeastern part of Brightwood is an exception. Is definitely an exception. You got the Azoth tree there. You got the really beautiful fungal grottos. I love going inside those grottos. I would actually chill in those grottos if there wasn't a bunch of angry earth over there too. Those dryad bowmen are dumb. So, and dumb as in like they're so smart that they're annoying to fight, kind of dumb. Is Warhammer tanking viable for like expeditions? No, not really. Most of the time when you're tanking expeditions, you need, for the most part, to have a sword and shield. But you can have Warhammer as a secondary thing and have a Carnelian gem in there, have some extra skills to taunt with. But if you try to take a boss's hit to the face and block it with the Warhammer, he's gonna like shred through your block. And do you have a company? No, I don't have a company. I just play with I play with the Marauders and everybody else in the community. And it's been really fun so far. Really, really fun. First of Brightwood and okay. Okay. How is the mid-game content? When you get to the mid-game, that's the part where it kind of starts to slow down a bit, like 20 plus really. It's going to start to feel a little bit slow. But when you get to the end game, that's where you get more options available to you. But yeah, the mid game itself, it's not, you know, it's not the worst thing ever, but yeah, it's where I consider it to be the slowest kind of thing when it comes to the progression side. Unless you have different things like the town project thing going on, or like in the preview we had the delivery thing where you could like spike up an XP really fast. That kind of changes it a little bit. I think we can TP turn in that. I think we can turn in that main story one now. Probably do the rest of these later. Best thing to do to level up faster. Corrupted Breach is the best way. Well, right now, if you're leveling solo, you can still stick with like main story quests, side quests, and town projects and faction missions all at the same time. And then if you're doing it in a group or you have a group available, you could do Corrupted Breaches. If there's like a big group, it goes a lot faster. But yeah, just doing solo leveling, it might be better to stick with main story quests, side quests, town projects, and faction missions. And how do you set a marker yourself? Oh yeah, same thing. When you hold down your middle mouse button You can just hover over it and set it right there. You might have to, I don't know if the first time I did this I had to rebind the key or not, but it should be middle mouse button by default. If it's not for you, go down to ping, and then you can just set it through here too. You can also set custom ones if you want to as well. Got your third staff? Good. Okay, so it's the 30 quest line, not the 35 one. That's still good though. When we get to 37, well, even right now, we could probably start working our way to the 45 portals and gathering people up. We're gonna need at least 10 people though. The only thing, at least 10. It's gonna be hard to bring people over here. But if we get it a big enough group, we can get a really, really good return on those 45 portals. Yeah, see with rapier, that's the weapon that I consider to have the most well-rounded skills, because all of the skills can be useful. And yeah, I've had the same thing where it can be really hard to choose between them, because yeah, flesh and riposte, they're really fun, but I love using flesh. Like probably my favorite between the grace tree, but riposte is really cool too. And focus. Once you're at like plan to do PvP though, yeah. Yeah. Where do you make better bags? Still at the workshop, but it's got to be at a higher tier before you can create the better bags. So you have to wait for people to do town projects so that the workshop bench can upgrade. And then you also need the better runes of holding, and you get the runes of holding from the faction vendor. So just access the faction NPC and see if you can get those, and then you can go from there if you have a workbench that's available. And what do you think about having mounts in the game? Mounts has always been a hot topic for the game, like for the better part of a year and a half or so. But I think that people are kind of divided still when it comes to not having mounts or having mounts. But me personally, I've never really had a problem either which way, unless the mount system was really, really buggy, or it was a case where the only way you can get them, or the faster way to get them, was buying them in a cash shop. But yeah, overall, I think we'll have to see what they decide to do with it, but it seems like they're going to go for a more detailed mount system if it does happen in the future. Oh, it was level 35. Okay. Oh, okay. So you were able to do it even at 32. I see. I gotcha. I gotcha. Jonas, we're coming for you. This fortress is actually pretty cool. I liked it a lot when they first introduced it. How do you gather people? You can use the /recruitment channel. It's a yellow channel that you can use to kind of point yourself out and tell people, you know, you're looking for a group or looking for people to do a content piece. But yeah, you can do that, or you can also type in global chat.
Welcome home.
Just have people whisper you.
Blasted minds, you astound me. But the corrupted are still, yes.
The head chat bubble. Oh, it should happen automatically when people are talking.
I say give it a shot.
But you probably won't see it on yourself. It'll just you'll see it on other people. Was that Spirit Shrine and Cutlass Keys? Travel to the Cutlass Keys proving grounds. Okay. I've never been to... I don't think I've been to Cutlass Keys on this character. Let's see. could probably TP to the Hermit Shrine. Gonna TP back to town, respawn to town, and then can TP to Cutlass or the Hermit Shrine and run from there. Do different factions have different things available from the vendor? Once upon a time, that was a thing where like Syndicate had muskets kind of thing, and then Marauders had like I believe they had the Great Axe in there kind of thing as well, but I don't think that happens anymore. Oh, apparently do have the Cutlass Keys one. I do have that. Never mind. Portal's the best bet of legendaries. I would say once you get to endgame, elite. Well, they did just. I think they did just do something in the patch notes for portals in the beta forms. But if you don't have the max tier corrupted tinctures, I wouldn't even attempt those, because the corruption damage is ridiculous on the max level ones now. So I would probably just do the elite points of interest and like fight the field bosses with the group and get them from there for the legendaries. And yeah, for the rapier musket PvE builds, for the musket, powder burn's been pretty popular right now. You've got that one, and you got the trap one that you can use from the trapper tree. No good ones there. And then you also got a sharpshooter stance that you can also take. And then for the rapier, you can go Tondo, Flourish, and Finish right there. And then you can either go Flesh, you can go Flurry if you want that extra DPS. Which actually, yeah, you could probably go Flurry if you want that extra DPS, but I'd probably go Flesh so that I can have that one defensive ability if they get close. But it's totally up to you, whatever you prefer. But yeah, that should totally work for PvE. Proving Grounds. Okay, Proving Grounds.
Ooh, if we're lucky, you'll find more than just artifacts.
Because those tasteless thieves stole my pots and pans.
What time does the massive PvP war start? So they haven't declared yet, I don't think. Yeah, so it's just in conflict right now. So right now there's no timer for it. But when the war gets declared, if they do declare, then it'll probably be like a day from now. They could be waiting to do it till it's at the opportune moment, because if you
The corrupted are up to something.
what's it called? There is a war timer that people can set, like a designated time of the day that they prefer to get, at least if I remember right, declared on kind of thing. Where like they can't really declare and then fight can happen at like 2 a.m. in the morning kind of thing. That's not really a thing. It was in the first alpha from what I remember, because I think it was like 24 hours from when you declared it happened. But yeah, that doesn't really happen anymore. 25 minutes until war. Oh, well, there's an invasion that's happening in Monarchs, but no, the war hasn't even been declared yet. Wait, is Prime down there, or where's Prime at? Oh, Pain's right there. Okay. Crafting bags from the outfit station, has it been changed, or is there a difference? Do you mean like has the bench changed that you craft bags in? Because I can't remember if it was on a different bench or not, but yeah, the crafting bags process, you're gonna need the runes of holding now. You haven't done it since the preview, and you got to get those from the faction vendors. Are you on this quest line too, Pain? And the shrine's probably going to be like right either that one or that one. I think it's that one. Oh wait, was that a page? Oh, okay. Okay. %, damage converted to nature damage scale of focus. Yes. Yeah. So that's exactly, it's just the 20% that's converted to nature damage. That's the one that scales with focus. Same thing with the intelligence gems. It's just the elemental damage that comes from it that gets scaled with it, but not the overall damage itself. And now that I leveled a bit more, do you think fire ice is still good in PvP? Yeah, right now and they kind of have always been this way. Okay, gotcha. Is that fire staffs and ice gauntlets, they can be pretty weak early game, but later on they become much better. So it's kind of the same thing where even though you're seeing a lot of that now, we will come to a point, especially like the war, for instance, it would be good if a lot of people started leveling up fire staff like on our server, because in wars, fire staffs are going to be really good to have, as well as ice gauntlets can be really good in like certain expeditions, like Garden of Genesis specifically. The end boss of Garden of Genesis is really good to have an ice gauntlet on. Yeah, come on over. Yeah. Near the proving grounds. Gonna remake the group and invite you to. Okay. Let me wait for. Hold on. Oh, okay, okay. Wait, Cutlass keys does have a. Oh, okay. Yeah, nobody's claimed Cutlass keys yet. Okay. Yeah, we should at least from this entire like chain that we're doing probably get we could probably do that upper chain in the meantime. Hey Maz, can we have your for that? We can probably do silver doubloons. Thank you. Do this one. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, there he is. Okay, so we can go ahead and wait by the proving grounds. DC said watch this. He's probably about to boost up in levels. Oh my god. Nice. Freaking nice. 21k experience. That's crazy. Crazy. Are there iron veins around Windsward? Oh yeah, actually, if you look at Windsward right here, and then you look at Eldrigate, just about west of that, over here where it says False Watch Overlook, and where it's Perilbrook, in this mountainous area right here, there should be quite a few iron nodes. And there should be right about southwest of Windsward over here. Be a lot of them right there. And then there should be a decent chunk here too, in this area, but I think those will probably be gone. I think there's probably only like a couple nodes actually, but yeah, right there, decent chunk of iron. And then there used to be a decent chunk of over near Bear Claw Pass, northeast of that, like over here in where was Bear Claw Pass actually? It should be like right here, but it's not showing on the map actually. Yeah, I would check down there first just to see. And there's other spots around the map that have really good iron spots. 48, holy damn. He's probably the highest on our server right now, actually. He's still the highest, I think. Nobody else is even close at the moment. And yeah, town projects, if you get really lucky with the armament quests, you can get a crap ton of XP from doing those. Your server is entirely claimed? Good God. Are you on are you on Yama or Olympus? And yeah, that too. You can also look at the New World Fans website. They have a map there. And New World Map has a website as well. Not getting any doubloons from... Wait, yeah, chess. Hold on. 1 out of 4... Is it worth it soloing? Nah, I wouldn't try to solo those for XP. It would probably take too long. Like for us, we're probably gonna have to get like 10 plus people over there just so we can, you know, start doing them, and then they should be efficient as more people start to show up. The woodsman armor, I don't think we I don't think we have it yet, or at least it's not available yet. I don't think, but it was actually available in the testing phase, last testing phase actually, I believe. Mandible, ooh, okay. Yeah, I don't have it on mine, at least not yet. That's a pre-order one, right? Yeah, but there's a picture of it. Actually, I might be able to show you a picture of it. It comes from like an old post that they did. Hold on. Oh, let me get the last chest. And then I'll auto run while doing it. The last chest. What's the... Yeah, max level 60. And yeah, you are able to mark the map locations with map markers by right-clicking on the map. And it actually does show for your party members too. And they color code it so you know exactly... You know which group member put what marker. And you can also hover over the markers and it'll show their name. But you can't put like permanent markers on the map though. That we can't do. Great Axe and Hammer. If you have Great Axe and Hammer, yeah, you could probably get away with using heavy armor. I probably would with that combo. If you're using Great Axe Hatchet, you could potentially use like light armor in the open world and then heavy armor in territory wars. But if you're going Great Axe Warhammer, I probably would use heavy, yeah. Oh, one more chest? Oh, okay. Okay, you got it. One more? Okay, there should be one right here, I think, too. Oh, oh, you're on that one. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I know. That was crazy too. When we first saw that there was only like one Oceania server, that was so worrisome. And then they put 3 up. And then South America ended up being the one that had the most queues. What was it? 13? What was the biggest queue that we ever saw? Somebody said, I think 18K one day. Like, oh my God. Hell no. I think there's one here too. Great Axe secondary musket with light gear. Haven't given it a shot yet, but even though that, you know, sounds like it'd be a cool thing to do, it just would be spreading you too thin because you'd be trying to do like strength dex, and you probably wouldn't have enough points for, you know, both of those at the same time. And how do you make weapon slot? Oh, if you mean weapon gem slot, you either can get it from drops, like drops have a chance to have a gem slot, or crafters can put different things in the recipe while they're crafting, like Azoth, to have a higher chance of getting a gem slot. Oh, okay. Roll. $5K on all server. Yeah, something like that. Whoosh. I'm surprised the queues were taken care of with all the servers that got added. I thought even with that there was just going to be a big size queue forever on some of those. All right. Fastest way to level is by completing the faction missions. No, not necessarily right now, because, well, the town projects up until last night was like the fastest way. You were able to get a crap ton of XP by turning in town projects that want you to craft like armaments, and even the gathering and crafting the refining mats one. But now, a combination of that and doing like main story quest side missions and faction missions is a good way to go. And then also, if you have a big enough group, you can also do corrupted breach trains and do that instead. Nope. Missed me. Oh, yeah. That should do it, yeah. What would you change in New World before release? I would give us like 2 more leveling methods, hands down. I would give us the great sword. I would, oh man, I need a minute. I need a minute to think about that. I give us the great sword. I give us dual daggers. I give us musical instruments as like a weapon we could use. I give us pistols. I'd take the one-handed mace from the alpha one and give us that again. I do a lot. But absolutely would put in more dynamic events like caravan escort kind of things, or, you know, dynamic event chains, world bosses, more NPCs wandering throughout the settlements, maybe ones that you could interact with, or ones that could give you hidden lore, hidden quests, things like that. Ones that are wandering out in the open world, maybe driving caravans between towns that you could hop onto, like Skyrim kind of thing. What else? I'm thinking about the last, I'm thinking about all the last videos I made where I talked about what I would add. Marriage. We don't, okay. All right, we don't have to bring that up. Okay, tavern games though, yes. Poker, blackjack, mini games like that in the tavern, yes. Right? And then arenas like 1v1, 2v2, 5v5s. Absolutely. They could do like a, because I know we have dueling, but we could also have like a coliseum that you could enter where you have 2 sides and then you could duke it out like that. Tavern games, hell yes. So fun. Gotta be so.
It's possible you've heard of me. Oh,
37
you seem too clever
years.
to go looking for death. Besides, you don't find
Finally, thank you. I would need a day, like, you know, just to brainstorm to answer that question. Though.
fight inspiring.
But that would never happen, like, all before launch. Awesome, 37. Okay. What's the next one here? Boil the bells. Or where's our main quest taking us? Hold on. Oh, enter the arena. Duh. All right, let's do it. Thought we had to go somewhere else before this, from what I remembered. Optimal use of Azoth, not to waste and oversay. Oh, okay. So technically, the optimal waste is you could probably just use it via crafting if you're a crafter. But if you're not, though, there's not really going to be another optimal way to use it faster than you're getting it, unless you're doing a route in breach trains where you're using the spirit shrine pretty regularly. But if you're not doing corrupted breaches or anything like that, then yeah, you can probably just save it if you're not crafting with it. But if you are planning on doing crafting, then yeah, I would use it for that kind of thing. How do you break up your attribute points for Pally build? So for me, what I'm gonna get at endgame is 250 con and then 100 focus at least, and then I'm gonna get 300 con and 200 focus once I get the really, really good gear pieces. So that's what I'm gonna go for overall. And right now, and yeah, you can all, yeah, true. You can also do that. You can also teleport around to do the different town project boards. It's very true. If you're doing the oh, okay. Well, I guess we're done then. If you're doing all the town projects, that could be a really good way to use it. Great Axe Spear be good for PvP, using Spear solely for CC. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're using Spear solely for CC and then you're using the Great Axe most as a primarily damage weapon, you could, but the issue becomes when you're trying to like use basic and heavy attacks with the Great Axe, it might seem a little, you know, wonky and weird and hard to aim or hard to hit it. So that's where using like a Great Axe hatchet tends to be better in PvP. Because once you execute all your skills, if the person's still not dead, then it's going to be a tough time to try to hit them with the spear that you don't have the stats for, and then also try to hit them with the basic and heavy attacks available currently with the Great Axe you do have stat for. Have you played ESO? Yeah, ESO I did play during launch. Final Fantasy 14, I didn't play at the launch of that one. I played it just before, about a couple months before Shadowbringers, actually. Or actually, it might have been about a year before Shadowbringers, but I did play through Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, and yeah, ESO I did play it at launch. I would say that with ESO, because they already had like a big foundation in terms of the lore and stuff like that to go off of before that game even came out, and thinking, because I know we could still get to Cold Harbor in ESO, we could still do Cyrodiil. I'd say ESO had more to do at launch than we do. Yeah, I would probably say that, but I think the game definitely could get there. The Cyrodiil was still like, Dorado was like huge back then. I remember, not just the map itself, but like all that you could do in it. Pretty huge in comparison to our current like territory war system. And I would honestly, if we had what was it? Somebody mentioned World v World possibly entering this game earlier. World v World would be awesome here. I would love the hell out of that. It'd be so cool. But yeah, we don't have anything really like on that scale just yet. Where are they posting the patch notes for beta? Oh, on the forums. So you go to forums.newworld.com and you'll be able to find them on the official news. Oh, keenly jagged. Why you gotta give me keenly jagged on a sword? Even though I'm not gonna use the other weapons, but keenly jagged's a really good passive or perk. I mean. Ooh. Oh, that has a threat one too? Damn. No. Okay. Oh, I think it's still going. Yeah, it's still going. Should be. Yeah, here we go. Ow. Are you into ARPGs? Oh, PoE Last Epoch? Oh, actually, I used to play quite a lot of those, but I used to play like, I think I did try Last Epoch one time, but, what was the other one? I'm drawing a blank on it. There was one that came out, probably about a year ago that a lot of people ended up playing. It's on my, I know it's on my Steam list, but yeah, like games like Diablo, Path of Exile I did play quite a long time ago. It was before the crafting based league that they did. I can't remember exactly what league it was. I remember one where we were going down into mines in PoE, and I remember there was like a bunch of mobs that spawned down there, and it was like caverns that you could do in stages or something like that. Can't remember though. Holy crap. It's been a while. But yeah, I used to play a lot of those though. And do you think the game has enough content for longevity, staying in power? Oh wait, yeah, it was before the crafting link. But yeah, overall, I think right now it does have a way to go in terms of its content. Like there needs to be, you know, more leveling methods. That's something that a lot of people, including my, well, no, yeah, a lot of people, including myself, have asked for a long time. Just more leveling methods in the early to mid game, and also, you know, overall, just more content in general. But it's got a good foundation and a lot of potential, though. Oh wait, what the shiz? That's what I get. Hold on. And yeah, I'm not opening them so I can save on weight. Damn it. Okay, there we go. Completely forgot to get the blood outside. The freaking derp. Whoa. For a second there, I couldn't attack with my sword. That was weird. Delves. Yeah, there we go. Delve League. Yes. Delve League. That's the one. Every league is a crafting league. Yeah, I was trying to think of the exact name. Delve League. That's the one. Wolson. Wolson, yes. Yes. There was a really fun Berserker build that I remember I used in that one. That was really fun to use. Wolson. Yes. That was the other one. Yeah, I got super distracted. My bad. There we go. Okay. Just that one. Okay. I don't think I got credit for that. I gotta do the next one, I think. Yeah, it is. We should totally do Starstone Barrow at some point. Damn it. There we go. Ursa. There she is. Oh. Can you level purely by crafting? Oh, with the town projects, yeah, you totally could if you wanted to. Actually, for the first time, town crafters and gatherers got a huge advantage over everybody else, which is actually kind of cool. But yeah, you totally could now. You totally could. You can do town projects. You can just do crafting in general and get territory standing levels to get an extra chunk of XP. But yeah, the majority of your gains are going to come from town projects. Absolutely. What gem will you use on the life staff? Diamond. Diamond is going to give me rally. So what it's going to do is it's going to give me an effect that gives me a damage and outgoing healing boost when I'm at max health. And most of the time as a healer, you're probably going to be at max health pretty often. So that's exactly why I want to get diamond for that one. Harvest. Yeah, that one I didn't do, but I did do delve. Yeah, I knew it was before harvest, though. That's the one. So it was delve. And yeah, Wilson did. I know that, I can't even remember what all was wrong with that game.
Let me read that letter.
Oh, I remember, like, during the launch, there was some issues with the online mode, right? The online versus the offline mode. What was it? Was it that people weren't able to play if they were offline, or was it? I think it was that you had to play offline for like the longest time. The servers were having issues, right?
For Ursa and for those who can't
We're
fight,
out.
we will fight.
Where's the Fort 10?
And we will win.
Aha. Okay. I should have put up a campfire up there. What's this about new GPUs crashing? Yeah, but the 3090s, there was an issue where they were getting bricked. I believe people were saying that it was mostly due to having an issue with like uncapped frames in the menus. And maybe the frames were going too high, or it was putting out way too much processing speed. Something of that nature, and it ended up getting bricked as a result because I think people were saying the EVGA ones just they don't have any like safeguards when they're operating in that kind of power. So something like that must have happened and caused it. But for the most part, it seems like it's mostly just the 3090s from what we've seen so far. But either way, though, that would totally suck to happen. Have you bound a weapon switch key? Oh, actually, no, I usually just use 1 and 2. Nice, congrats. I usually just use 1 and 2. I'm so used to using that at this point that I don't really need to, but you totally can. And yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. It switches at the bottom. But if you want to keep both of them there at the same time, you can go to the gameplay settings and click always show weapon to on. And same thing with show extra cooldowns, always on kind of thing. Go to Brightwood, baby. You know what? I'll admit, I'm starting to warm up to Brightwood a little bit. You guys got me. Especially when you guys reminded me about the southeast portion of Brightwood. I always forget about the Azoth tree and the little grotto over there. Starting to warm up to it a little bit. Morningdale's still my top favorite, though. But I'll cut Brightwood a little bit of slack for its ghosts and stuff. Yeah, the game itself, though, it's got a lot of beautiful areas. Like, my god. Oh, holy crap. I got 3K already again? Not broke anymore. Yay. These quest lines are pretty decent for that. Okay. Getting pretty decent XP from it, too. All the quest lines. Hell yeah. Yeah, once we start doing the bleeding edge, that does sound. Oh, you know what? Yeah, bleeding edge does sound familiar. Are you talking about like the Wolfson builds? Because that does sound like what I was using actually. Yeah, if that's for Wolfson. Once we start doing the 45 portals, which So sure, still isn't spawning theirs. Damn. But we should start getting some caches that we can use to upgrade our gear a little bit faster. My gear score, somebody asked about, it's 328 right now. And a lot of these pieces I got from Amory and Excavation, like the Forsaken set. And then the other ones I just picked up randomly. And dump all those. What faction am I? Marauder. Laughed in 1060. Oh god. I couldn't believe that somebody said the other day, because I have the, are you gonna get the 380 Ti? Nah, probably not. Especially not with like you know, some of the bugs I've been hearing about, like over the past year, I think, about those cards. What I usually do is I wait like maybe 2 years or so, and then sometimes I wait until the next generation comes out, and then I get the previous one. So I think the prices will probably be pretty good by then too. And I don't want to like overshoot my, because I'm totally used to playing on like low and even medium graphic settings. I used to play on like really crappy computers. So for me, I tend not to care too much about like how good the game looks over like the gameplay, but I do like the fact that I'm able to at least play on like high and very high now. It's such a difference, holy crap. But so far this one seems to be working okay. The 2070 Super and the i9. I'm digging it. Wait, who's our oh wait. Part. About to get our staff. Yes. Do you use repair kits? No, you don't really need to, but repair kits, what you can do with those is it's like a way for, you know, you to make money. If you want to dump your repair parts into those repair kits and you can sell them to people, then they can take that and you can use it to fully repair an item of that tier. And I guess it does have its uses if you want to use it yourself, but normally I just like salvage stuff from the caches and stuff like that, and then I just use that. Because once we get to Endgame as well, there's going to be a pretty big durability problem if we run out of repair parts. I don't know if they made some changes to some of those weapons, but I know the Ofen set, the 600 pieces, I think it was those that dropped from like Mercguard Elites. Those ones, how many repair parts do we have to use for that? It was a ridiculous amount. And I ran out pretty much immediately when I started dying in an expedition one day. It was so expensive in repair parts. Oh, okay, gotcha. If they don't fix the main story before launch, which part of the main story? Because I know they just added the 45 to 60 portion. Are you talking about that area? When choosing a weapon, should you always choose 2 weapons based on the same stat? You don't necessarily need to, but you want to choose 2 different weapons that would probably pair well together. So you would start with whatever type of play style you're looking for. So if you want like a melee fighter, if you want like a dex fighter that's very agile, uses muskets, rapiers, spears, things like that, then yeah, you can go based off that, or like a mage, and then find the weapons that pair the best together. Forgot all about that. Oh my god. One 1v1, 1v2 weapons to use. V1, 1v2. Right now, Hatchet Great Axe is doing pretty good in group fights, and I would say that could potentially be one of them. You know, there's multiple options there. Like dex fighters could definitely use rapier, spear, rapier, musket, and probably do okay. I would say probably if you're doing 1v2, depending on who you're fighting, like 2 melee users, could do Hatchet Great Axe. You could do Sword Hatchet. if you're, you know, able to capitalize on the combat system. And you can do rapier, spear, builds like that. Yeah, I would say hatchet and great axe are dominating right now in open world PvP, so you could probably give those a shot. It sounds like they are, at least. Hatchet great axe is doing really good in the open world aspects. You can give that a shot, but there's still multiple good options, so either way. Okay, so you guys want to give the 45 ports a try? See if we can do it? I'm curious to see if we can. No, actually, I think you could do a truck, because we used to, in one of the previous iterations, we used to take people, like we used to take probably 20, 30 plus people, and a good chunk of them were like level 40 plus, and then the rest of them we had 20s with us and all kinds of levels. So we have some tinctures. I think we could do it. Oh, nice. We have some tinctures. It's possible. Gonna start advertising for it. Let me see if Casey's on. Let's see. Casey, okay. What's the end game content like after you complete all the 45 to 60 quest lines in the dungeons? You're gonna be seeing a lot of like in-game elite points of interest that people are gonna farm. Field bosses like Zinc the Obstructor, who's now named Morbzul, Malevolence, Banes, Mangled Heights, for instance. And then you're going to see Outpost Rush, that's going to become a common thing, as well as stuff like Territory Wars, of course, is going to be a big thing throughout, but at endgame, it's going to get even more intense. Stuff like that is going to be the main thing, and invasions too, which is going to be like a tower defense mode, where we have to go into the settlement and defend it against waves of corruptions. That's going to be one of the next big things too. And you think your Paladin build could work with the Great Axe? I think it's possible, yeah. But yeah, you need to get a focus gem into the Great Axe, and then if you had different perks that were capable of giving you like lifesteal, because there is rings that you can get periodically throughout the game that give you lifesteal. If you had stuff like that, and then also if you had perks that were specifically giving bonuses to your skills, like there should be a perk for every skill pretty much. So like the Reap skill should have one that might increase its lifesteal for the healing gain effect. If you have something like that and the lifesteal ring, it could work. But there might be, you know, there might be better choices like the Warhammer life staff even, or especially the Sword and Shield life staff. But you could also try Great Axe, see how it goes too. I think it could totally, PvP actually could potentially work. Yeah, I think it could potentially work. Oh, Adriana Fountain. Okay. If you reset the quest, it might actually fix that. I would try to reset it a couple times just to check, and then it might start working again. Oh, okay. I know what you mean. Oh, you mean the tentacles. That thing. Never mind. Yeah. Hatchet, Great Axe, Con, Strength and Con. Yeah, pretty much Strength and Con. Yeah, and you can go like a more primarily strength build if you want to, but definitely, especially if you're going to be doing, you know, PvP, Con will be really good to have too. And no, there's no group finder now. Complaints about Mage. Yeah, Mage is really good at endgame. The thing is, it's weak early on, and you might run out of mana pretty quickly, but it can be really good at endgame. Get a Meeting Weaver's Fin. Corruption tinctures, yeah. All right. See who we can get. This is it. Oh man, I hope we can do this. I hope we can do this. Are you only West Coast streamer? Oh yeah, I don't know actually. I haven't really checked that too much. But thank you guys so much though. All right, let's see. Gathering up for the 45 portals in Weaver's Fen. We get enough people. Can take us all the way. I'm not gonna put that part in. Let's see. I'm just gonna see who we can get first, and then we'll go from there. Recommended level for 35 plus. See if we can get some people for this. Robin, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, I see. Yeah, holy crap. I don't know what's Sweet Ducky, okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is about that quest, but that was happening earlier today too. People were saying that there was a lot of people gathered over there and there was something going on with the tentacles. We're at the northeast exit. Give this a shot. See how many people we can get. I'm gonna see if I can get some elixirs from the... I've hardly done any faction missions today. Maybe I can get some. Guilds can tax solo play. Yeah, guilds can put taxes on pretty much anybody if they own the territory, and then you use the territory for, you know, not gathering, but crafting and whatnot. Trading post, and you buy a house there, then yeah, they can tax you. That's correct.
Now, what is your business?
I thought it was in the first tier. All right, we got to go to the second tier. It's going to be pretty 7. This is not that bad, actually. Okay. Not that bad. All right. That bad. Okay. We're going to want to set up campfires at the crossroads when we get over there, too. Busy with the tournament. Okay. Absolutely. Yeah, I hope it works out. I hope it works out here. And yeah, you can split the chat. You can also... Your feed chat is like your all chat. And you can click on this spinning wheel icon. And like I have the faction chat muted by default in there. But you can turn it back on at any time too. Devil, yes. Good on mine. Devil. Let's see here. About 7+ people so far. Oh, rip, I've had that happen. Do basic attacks hit only one target, or are they AoE? No, they should be AoE. Yeah, if you have like a sword and you're swiping multiple targets at once, it should hit both. all of them, as long as they're in front of you, kind of thing. Is heavy medium armor viable for deep dex TPS? Yeah, light armor, normally people go light because with you're using dex, you also have a 20% damage bonus for being in the light threshold. But people were theorizing earlier today that if you're able to potentially stay within this light threshold but still have like multiple pieces of medium in your build, you could potentially do that too, as long as you're within that. But you could also, you know, go medium if you wanted to try it, just to get a little bit more damage mitigation. If you want to, you know, be more of like a bruiser dex fighter and, you know, take some hits but also dish out some DPS, or you're just doing it in PvE, that could totally work. Oh yeah, meeting at all run together. Level solo, yeah, probably main story quests, side missions, as well as town projects and faction missions. The town projects, you can do the armament quests. So what that is like when you go to the town project board and you see different missions that tell you that it wants you to create armaments at like a forge, or armaments at like a, I think you can create those at a forge too. Yeah, you can take those missions and then bring them to the forge when you have like a bunch of mats for it, like you have iron fibers kind of thing, or you have rawhide, and what was the other one? Iron, rawhide, potentially fiber, but I think those ones use hemp. Yeah, and then you bring those and then you can create those and turn them in at the town projects board, and you get like 2, maybe 3 or 4k XP per. And oh, I don't have a company at the moment. We're just playing with the community. But there are a lot of really cool guilds on this server though. We're on El Dorado. Thanks, Robin. Oh god. Think they would add special skills that unlock based on the 2 weapons you have equipped. That sounds very interesting, but I don't know if they're actually thinking about anything like that right now, but I think it'd be a good idea to definitely submit feedback just to see, you know, maybe they might think about it. You can also start like a forum thread too, and then maybe they might reply back to it. Okay, so to see the extra damage, go to your equipment and then look at where it says equipment load right here. Hover over your weight, and then it'll tell you right here, while wearing light armor, your dodge is a quick roll that covers a long distance, and then you can deal 20% bonus damage. Wearing medium weight armor, you get 10% damage bonus and 10% crowd control debuff bonus. And then heavy, your dodge is slow, but your block stability is increased by 15%, and crowd control debuffs that you apply last 20% longer. So in that, what that is the thresholds here. So like if I'm in the medium threshold, I take off those 2 pieces, then I have this apply, where I deal 10% bonus damage, and crowd control debuffs I apply last 10% longer. And then if I go light, then I can dodge roll like this, and then I get that 20% damage bonus too. So the lighter armor you wear, the more beneficial it could be as a DPS character. Was I wearing this one? I think so. Yeah, I was wearing that. Okay. All right, we should be good to head out in like 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Pear. Rate the game out of 20, you say? Out of 20, okay. Okay, I'll give it like a... I'll give it like probably a 16. See, what I would say about the game is that the game itself, or I'd say about 16 or 17 on the high side. The game itself is really beautiful. The sound design is awesome. The combat is pretty unique in its own right and can be pretty fun. There's, in terms of the content available, you probably have enough content for like a month and a half right now, but there does need to be more leveling methods. More in-game content would be good too. So it's still like a fresh game, even though, you know, it's been in development for a little while. I think it's still got a ways to go. But yeah, overall, it can still be a pretty solid experience. And no, you can't refund territory levels, nuh-uh. Wait, did I already say we can head out in like 5 minutes? Minutes. And my current build, yeah, right now I have so 112 constitution right now, 81 focus, which getting up there in focus. I'm probably gonna go for like 200 constitution, and then I'll probably go up to like 100 focus. And then for my spells on the life staff, I got sacred ground, orb of protection, and beacon. And then for my sword and shield, oh, and also for the passives, you want to make sure to get protector's blessing, but don't go farther than that with the orb of protection. You can max level sacred, you can max level beacon, and you can start getting other passives too, but don't go further than this. Otherwise, it's going to make your orb of protection disappear when you switch back to your sword. And then for the sword tree, primarily on the defender side, just everything on the defender side pretty much. And I got shield bash, shield rush, and defiant stance, and always get this defensive formation right here. Morningdale Port. We got a really good chunk of people here. Out in about 4 minutes. Okay. And what do you think about the fashion? Oh, they have a lot of really, really cool gear sets. There's ones that I'm really looking forward to, like the Wraith Hunter set when we get to later. I can't say where it comes from because it's going to be a surprise. But the Wraith Hunter set looks sick, and they got a lot of different unique armor sets that they've been adding and changing the looks of. So I think people are really going to like when you get to the later parts of the game and seeing the gear sets. It's going to be really cool. Same here. I hope the XP is good. And do you think it's stupid to go full on some stats like Dex Focus? Well, if you're going to do PvP, Con is always a good thing to have a little bit of. Most people that would recommend what you should go for in DPS specs is probably like 2/3 of your point put into the DPS stat and 1/3 of your points put it into Con. And then also you can go for like, you know, the intelligence has a really good 300 milestone attribute thing. But if you're going to be like full on glass cannon, then it's probably best to stick with that kind of thing in PvE, because in PvP it can hurt if you get hit, like pretty much at all. But yeah, I wouldn't. And plus another thing to think about is the diminishing returns. So even for tanks, for instance, when you get to like 250 constitution, the difference between 250 and 300 isn't going to be that big compared to like this paladin build that I'm doing. That's why I'm okay with going like 250 con and then going for the extra points into focus kind of thing. And then as you get past 300, the diminishing returns get even greater. And isn't it worth it to get medium armor as a great axe hatchet user? Most people tend to stay away from medium armor. Most people either go for light or heavy because of the armor bonuses that you get. But you could totally, you know, try medium armor if you really want to. And even, you know, in PvE, for instance, you could definitely try that out, see how that goes. And you know, there's actually, what's it called? It's actually a really cool set that I would love to try in the future, called Beast Hunter. Where is it? Wait a second. Yeah, Beast Hunter. And this one I'm pretty sure is medium. And it's like a tier 5 legendary set that you can craft when you get to like max level armor smithing. So when you're looking at sets like that and wondering about medium armor, that kind of thing could be worth a try, just to see how it goes, because that set might have really good perks, might have really good, you know, stats, as opposed to any kind of light armor that you find that would be good for your build. So you could totally give that a check out and see how good that stuff ends up being. And yeah, there's benefits of doing side quests, like when you go to, you know, do your main story quests, doing side quests that are in the area can give you an extra dose of experience, give you an extra dose of, you know, money gain and whatnot. And yeah, it can kind of add on to everything. Same with like doing town projects and faction missions whenever you can. Absolutely. Oh yeah, this, you know what? Oh yeah, Theseus, you should already be able to. From the Morningdale caches too. I think it dynamically scales now though too, but I can't remember. Someone start a second party. Invite Devil. Should be good to go soon. We'll definitely want to be in multiple parties too. Corrupt things weak against. Oh, they're weak against arcane damage. Yeah, arcane. Gonna be interesting. And lifesteal. Oh yeah, lifesteal healing scales with focus too. Yeah, it scales with focus. Absolutely. Okay, Trog's back. Welcome back. Let's roll. All right. We're going to Morningdale. Time to give it a shot. We got a decent chunk of people here already. Damn. Yeah, this should actually work. Soul Grots. Hold on. One sec. On his way. And did the in-game voice chat went down I know yesterday, and I haven't tried to log into it again because I've been having issues logging into it. Oh, my bad, Pear. Would you say the response by the devs warrants high hopes for the development? Overall, yeah, they've always been pretty receptive to feedback. They've always been receptive to, you know, what people want and putting that kind of stuff in. So yeah, I think overall, if they continue to do that, then the game itself can have a bright future. Absolutely. Second group with this spot. Oh yeah, someone probably needs to start another group. Up here, connect with the main road. Yeah, we'll need actually, Trog, I got an idea. We should split up the healers too. We're gonna need to. We're gonna need to split up the healers. Thank you so much, Baggins. I appreciate it. We're absolutely gonna need to split up the healers. Actually, how many healers do we have? Me and Trog. We're gonna need to split that up. Yeah, absolutely. Is there a reason you pick Marauder over Syndicate? I love Marauders. I love it. How much strength and con shall I get for Hatchet Great Axe? 3 to 1? Yeah, about 3 to 1. Most people say like you can go 2/3 strength and then 1/3 con kind of thing. You can give that a shot, and that should work pretty good. Uncle. You guys have an uncle in your party? Or uncle, you heal, right? Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. 32. Okay, I'm gonna... Frogs in this one. Alright, I'm gonna... Alright, I'm gonna do this. Take that at that. And then... Anyone still need a group? And where is... Let's see, Soul Grots. Soul. You. Is magic weapons under tune? Early on, magic is kind of on the weaker side. You might run out of mana pretty quickly. But overall, when it gets to endgame, that's when it gets much stronger. But also, magic has its place in like invasions and territory wars. That's where it becomes really, really useful. And you could technically solo portals, but it's much better to do them with the group, though. Much, much better to do them like with the train. A decent chunk of people up here. Okay. I think I might be able to get back in the other group. I think I might be able to get back into Trog's group. Double checking, anybody not have a group? Head for the settlement. Wait, settlement first, settlement first, settlement first. Just in case, settlement first. Okay. Can start at the middle. And it should be fine. Yeah, because if we die, like over here. Exactly, yeah. We gotta die. If we die, we gotta run back from Weavers. That would not be good. When a faction takes complete control of a server, do you think devs will implement faction territory resets like in Planocide 2? I don't think so, because what they've always said about you know, faction warfare and whatnot, when it comes to like, you know, overtaxing and stuff like that, they kind of want to create that conflict, and they want people to feel motivated to band together to take people out of those positions. But also, you know, there could also be bonuses, and I've talked about this before, where like the underdog faction could potentially get an XP bonus, you know, just to get people a chance to catch up and get more in league, and maybe they can get, you know, benefits for joining those factions, and they can see those in the faction selection screen, so that people can maybe flock more to those factions instead, and maybe that will like help with that to eventually, you know, create that balance that's needed. I know some games have done that in the past where like I don't know if they've necessarily done damage bonuses. I'm trying to remember how Dark Age of Camelot did it. I think that was more of like a thing where you captured certain objectives and then you got buffs or something like that. I know some game did that. But yeah, I definitely think there's things that they could do to help with that. Best build for leveling in PvP. There's really not like a best build for everything, but in terms of like leveling in PvP, you might have fun with hatchet and great axe. You might have fun with rapier musket if you like the thought of those weapons too. But yeah, you can also do sword and shield hatchet, sword and shield great axe. Yeah, there's a lot of really good choices. But yeah, if you really like melee warrior, hatchet great axe is pretty good too. I loved using that one. when you're around level 37 to 38, which area would you recommend going to? So you're probably going to be having limited options until you get to Restless Shores, but I think you could do... Oh, sweet. We have 2 icons over here now? No freaking way. Of course they do it right when we get over here. I think you can start doing the Restless Shores quest lines like around 40, right? Something like that. So until then, you can probably continue to just do town projects as well as faction missions, any side missions that you haven't done yet. And then you can also do territory corrupted breaches. If there's any big groups, you know, doing that, you can do that as well. But yeah, until you get to like 40 plus, your options are going to be kind of limited there. And you can also do the side missions and stuff in Cutlass Keys if you haven't done that yet, and Weaver's Fen too, until you can get into Restless Shores and Morningdale. All right, let's go. We can set up camps at the crossroads. Okay, Morningdale. Set up camps at the crossroads. Crossroads. And then we will start this train right here. This is how we did it back in the day. What GPU are you rocking? 2070 Supers. 2070 Super. When are you gonna launch your... What the hell? Oh no. Oh god. No comment. No, maybe I'll get a big beard first. And then maybe I'll think about it. Yeah, you know what? I think I have to have a beard before I even think of doing something like that. Here we go. Oh, shiz. Fucking Skull Wolf. Hello. Leave me alone, you demon. Ow. You douche. Thank you. Okay. Right here. Camps up. Set up camps. Camps. Just in case. Yeah, baby. Yes. 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 All right. Ow. Okay, put your tinctures on if you got them too. Tinctures on if you got them. Moment of truth. All right. Here we go, baby. Let's see how this goes. When you say a group, do you mean a party of people? Yeah, like you can do it in a party, or you can do it in what's called a mob train like this, where you got a bunch of different people running around, and you can basically just tag along as long as you have hit the mobs a little bit. Oh, thank God they're not skull icon. Whew, good. Ow, this still hurts though. Let's see what the XP gain is gonna be. Stupid wolves. Ow. Oh, God. I'm so glad the wolf wasn't the one that killed me. Oh, no. Yes. I think we're able to do this. Oh, that was quick. Nice. 648. Okay. This should go pretty quick too. Yes. Okay, it does scale. Good. Yeah, bow spear. Oh yeah. Really, really nice. Okay, let's see what the majors get. When we get there. Nice. Yeah, it is a lot of chests. Oh yeah. Ow. Oh, that slicer. Ooh. $957, okay. We'll get some really good caches from doing this too. Animals drop fur. Oh yeah, like 25, yeah. 25 plus animals. Yeah, bears, wolves. Can drop it too. If you have a chance to, I think west of Windsward, if you go west of Windsward and past the Bison Island, there's some level 20, 22, 23-ish deer and elk over there, and they might drop fur as well, or at least they used to. Great axe musket build work. I mean, if you put a gem into the great axe, you technically could if you had like an int build, but it would be not so viable at all to do that. I wouldn't really recommend it, but if you really wanted to do it, you know, for like fun, you could. But I would rather go like, you know, great axe hatchet. You could do musket rapier kind of thing instead. And switch to AoE axe. All right. Springdale portal train. Plus. Oh, good. Kill that wolf immediately. Oh yeah, okay, relics, that's what it is. Gotcha. For Dark Age of Camelot. And yeah, there are armor sets for there are armor sets for both crafting and gathering. That's correct. Okay. Major's gonna be really tough. Really, really tough. Let's see what we got. Okay. Pop a tincture. Kill the wolves first. Kill all skulls you see. All skulls. Any skulls. Like for wolves and stuff. Okay. Gonna taunt. Come on, baby. That's right. That's right. Yep. Oh, shit. Nice. Nice. Oh, I can't see it because it is... I think it's 2.7k. That seems pretty good. It seems alright. Maybe we can get even more people over here. We got territory standing at the same time, though, so it's kind of hard to tell. That stupid wolf. And no problem. Hatchet, great axe, PvE. Yeah, for hatchet, most of the time people tend to take berserk, raging torrent, and barrel rush. Oh, that territory standing is juicy. And then for the great axe, you could take, if you're gonna do PvE, charge, reap, and whirlwind, and then do that. Skull means that if they kill you, it's gonna immediately murder you. Like, you're not gonna get into a down state. It's just gonna full on destroy you. Don't let the skulls get you. And that means that you're at least 10 levels below the mob, around there. That's why we wanted to wait until around level 37, 38-ish to come over here. Oh, it's actually working, though. We're doing it. I'll watch out for the gravity well. We might spike. Oh, hello. Wonderful to meet you. Oh, this is great. Far north. Okay, now we go far north, then southeast. Should be able to loop. Far north and southeast. Okay, yeah, far north. All right, Marauders buying colors. Ooh, yes. Yes. Yeah. We're getting caches too. Watch out. Don't get hit. Twilight stop with the sword. Oh, this is like a paladin build, so I'm able to put down heal over times and get my sword back out and still continue to tank at the same time. Oh, fuck that. I'm not dying to those. Oh, thank you, sir. Watch out. Thank you. Alright, this one needs to die. Thank you. Wait. No. Wait, no. Far north first. Wait, no, far north first. Come. Ah. Okay, we can do this one. It doesn't matter either way. Doesn't matter. Okay, we can do these. $2.7. Yeah, seems okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh, kill the bear. Kill bear. Head north. Hold on, let me do recruitment. In about 700. There we go. Done any PvP? Yeah, that first day we did quite a few PvP matches that were really fun. And tomorrow we might end up doing even more PvP, depending on how things go. That's interesting. Wait a minute. That is relatively new. Okay, yeah, avoid that. I haven't been over in this immediate area in a little bit, but I don't remember that being there last time. Okay. And stats at the moment, I have on me 112 Constitution and 81 Focus, and I'm going to be going for 200 Constitution before I go to about 100 Focus. Okay, that is good. Yeah, hammer or great axe, yeah, it's absolutely a thing. Especially since they fixed the gravity well. It can be really fun in group PvP from what I've seen. Explosions. Okay. 648. And this should get much, much easier as we get leveled up. Are you going to stick to El Dorado? Yeah, absolutely. If the server names are the same, it's El Dorado for life. After what we went through on the first day, yes. You mix stat, strength, focus, and... Or just, no, we do focus con with this build. Focus con. Because the PvP portion of this build, where the damage is going to come from, is when we get into the point where we can get 2 swords. We can put one sword as a sword that has an amber gem in it, and the other sword's going to have a carnelian gem. The amber gem will scale the damage up because it's going to convert a portion of that damage to nature damage, and then it's going to scale that up based off the focus. And the carnelian gem will just be for like tanking expeditions and stuff. Sacred. Gravity well, baby, yes. Oh, bear. Don't die to that. Okay. And yeah, Warhammer Lifestaff can be like a Ret Paladin kind of build. Yeah, it can be pretty fun. Pretty fun to use, especially in like group PvP. Oh. Stupid slicer. Come here. Nice. Very nice. Might get some upgrades. I'm gonna start opening those caches right now too. Come here. The game ping lags a bit. When we're doing corrupted breaches, it does sometimes, from what I've noticed, especially when anybody uses a gravity well from the great axe. Next to the corrupted breaches, it can cause spikes sometimes as well. So, take us to the promised land, please. Oh god. Stupid cougar. Ow. Like the Guardian build from Guild Wars 2? Yeah. Exactly. What's up? Okay. Juicy gear. Juicy gear. You spiked? Okay. Okay. Okay, hopefully it's not a long spike. Let's see, what is this? Constitution Intelligence. I'll take it just because of the damage mitigation. And con focus. Ooh, it's medium though. Oh, my boots are medium right now. Oh. Wasn't even opening the 37 ones. Dual wielding, yeah, that's something that people have really been curious about for a long time too. That'd be really cool to see. I'm actually gonna split this and dump this like I should have done. Okay. Taunt that bastard. How do you update crafting station? Oh, through town projects. Gotta do it through town projects. Rapier. Oh, rapier is probably one of the most well-rounded weapons in the game, for me at least. A lot of the skills are pretty useful, and rapier musket can be a really fun build to use. And yeah, 2 swords would be really fun to see in the future, or even just dual wielding daggers. Oops. All right, I got you. On him. Ow. Oh. Okay. How bad was the mission table nerf? Yeah, they made it like 30-minute wait instead of 5-minute wait kind of thing now. Want this bastard. Come on. 65% damage mitigation for a little bit here. Did you level up to max with 2 weapons? Right now I am leveling up with both, holy fuck. Oh, the slicer. No! No! That damn explosion. Ugh. Come on, Deba. Come on, Deba. Come on, Deba. No. Somebody. Yes. Okay. Yeah, right now I'm leveling both my life staff and the sword. You are actually able to level up multiple weapons at the same time, like in the middle of a fight, for instance, as long as you use both weapons during the fight. Good shot. Okay. On him. All right. Open inventory. If your screen goes black, opening inventory might fix it. Yeah, open your inventory. Holy fuck. Yeah, these portals, at this level, it's really gonna make us, keep on our tippy toes. Come on. Explosion. Ooh. Gotcha. Spots for gathering mushrooms, fungus. Well, yeah, there's a lot of different types of mushrooms, but if you're looking for like the petal caps or the yeah, things like that, you could probably find them. Like there's a couple mushrooms, for instance, like south of Windsward, but it might be a heavily traveled area depending on what server you're on. But also, I would recommend looking at the website New World Fans or even the New World Map website, because they actually will have maps on both of those sites that'll have a more updated look at where those resources are. Thank God. Wow. When did you stop doing... Oh, basically when we got to like level 35, level 36, we did the main story quest to get our tier 3 staff, Azoth staff, and then we went over here and started doing these. Come on up. We need more people. More. Still hung up, restarting. Okay, gotcha. Mace and shield. Yeah, and they actually did have a mace in the first alpha. So seeing that come back would be really cool. Really, really cool. Okay. All right. Whew. Oh, man. Best build for solo players. You got multiple good options there, but right now you might have fun with like sword and shield and hatchet, or maybe hatchet great axe. Maybe give that a shot. See how that goes. Just going from town to town instead of staying in one spot. Yeah, the town projects, yeah, doing that probably still would do the trick. But me personally, I fucking love doing this. Corrupted Breaches is where I live. I like doing more of the combat based stuff rather than, you know, really focusing too much on that. Plus, I think it's probably going to get nerfed again, because it's very similar to how like the delivery mission exploit was going in the preview, where people were just going from town to town talking to the faction vendor guys, and then you stack up a bunch of deliveries and you could turn them in like all at once. It was crazy XP. Crazy. I think I can start another group if we need to. Oh, Casey's up here. Sweet. Another 2K run back. Oh crap. And right now we're level 37, about to hit 38, but right now we're fighting level 45 mobs. We're in Morningdale right now. Portal should start spawning soon, hopefully. Ooh. Okay. Playing hardball, I see. Nice. Nice. Anybody else have the issue after the latest patch when you turn the game on and get stuck on the compass part? I don't think I've seen that one yet, no. But hopefully that does go away. If you're getting that, I would probably try to also restart the game. Maybe that might help it a little bit, but no, haven't seen that too much yet. Okay, good. Yeah, they're starting to respawn. Good. Exactly, yeah. This is where I live. That's why I want to see them add more dynamic events kind of thing in the future. It's what it's all about for me. This kind of stuff. Big groups and maybe get like a world boss or two. Ouch. Oh, the slicer's gonna kill me. Why do we have a bear right there? Okay, cool. Just in case you have upgrades, make sure to open your caches. Berry juice. Oh, yeah. I'll take that. I even need to read the stats. I'll take it. Intelligence. Okay. Okay, coming. Let's go. I wish it was a tower shield, though. Marauders need to buy first light now. Yeah, do you guys still need, I know one of the guilds was still taking donations. How to get vials of ectoplasm mutagen for Amrine excavation gear. Can't find it anywhere. Oh, some of the resources you'll get within the expedition itself. So I would take a look, inside, maybe in the chest after you have done it a couple times and see if you get it from there. But it should also tell you on the tooltip when you scroll over it. Oh yeah, that block stability increase is nice. Oh boy. Whoa. Okay. Okay, ow. Damn. Come on, come on, come on, come on. We gotta kill that bear. So many. I gotta heal real quick. On him. Yep, and pull it away. One sec. Oh shit. Ow. Oh no. Oh my god. The bleed tick. No. Oh no. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. That damage was... That's why bears are ridiculous. Holy crap. I'm coming back. Are corrupted breaches the best way to level past 35? Well, right now the fastest, one of the fastest ways is doing town projects. But you can also do main story quests, side quests, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time. And corrupted breaches, you can get a decent amount of like gear from it. Gear cache upgrades and whatnot. But right now we're struggling to stay up here. Holy. That bear was tough. And we're doing the breaches mostly for XP. Because at this stage, like the 45 plus portals can be pretty useful for XP gain. It should take us all the way to 60 as long as we can stay here and do them efficiently. Oh, they do the major? No. Bears are so bad over here. It didn't tell you where to find it. Did 6 runs so far. What did you say it was? Oh, yeah. Emerine Excavation Dungeon. The boss have a rare chance to drop it in 2 runs. I got it once. Yeah, I would just keep on killing those bosses, and then it might drop. It might take a little while because some of the resources can be kind of rare. Best way to acquire things like flux, sandpaper for crafting. I would put, if you're a crafter, I would put a buy order on the trading post, or you can, advertise in like recruit chat or global chat. You're buying them. And then what you can do is you can just keep on checking back periodically if you put a buy order on the broker. And then if your buy order isn't the highest, I would kind of highball it a little bit more. And then also past that, you got to basically just keep going around the different points of interest and opening supply crates to get it. See something. Okay. They made it. Nice. Uh-oh. Taunt that bastard. Come here. Whoa. Gonna say he's not responding to my taunt. Yeah, just for a little while we gotta watch out for the bears until we get more leveled up. Hatchet throwing side. Yeah, most people tend to avoid the hatchet throwing side, actually, yeah. Phew. Come over here. There's a way to climb up right over here. We can walk up or climb up either way. Right over yonder. we got one cycle done, and that's one done. Jeez. Yeah, and once you do the left side tree for the hatchet, you can just do Feral Rush, Berserk, and Raging Torrent, and that'll be pretty good to use. And of course the Undying perk too. Here. I wouldn't run through there. There's what's his name? Pablo? Mr. Pablo. Watch out. Padre, I'm sorry. Nope. Oh, dude. Oh, it's level 41. And only has strength. I'll wait. Maybe I'll get lucky. I hope. You saw that data mine void gauntlet, and yeah, void gauntlet we saw that a while ago too, I think. But for the daggers though, I haven't checked too much and seen the daggers actually. I haven't checked too much of that stuff in a while. Daggers, you say? On. Oh, Pain, I'm sorry. Oh no. Oh, Pain. Oh, Pain was... Oh, the wolf. Pain was standing right on top of me when the thing slammed on me. Ow. Okay. This way. Oh, okay. All right. I'm coming. Did they fix the town board quest XP? Well, they changed the timer, so the timer is now 30 minutes between when it resets, but the XP is still pretty good for the armament, so some people are still using it, but like teleporting between towns and doing it, or running between towns. What did you say you would sock it into your life staff? Diamond. Diamond, because what I can do with that is... Oh, that was a long jump. Is I get a bonus amount of damage and also healing output while I'm at full health. And as a healer, I figure you're probably going to be at full health most of the time. So Diamond, I'm going to take that for the life staff instead. And that'll probably work out pretty well. Oh, ow. Nope. Okay. What are we doing here up here? They're starting to respawn there too. Okay. Best place for steel. Well, since you're gonna need since you'll need the iron ore or iron ingots, and then wait, is it iron ore or iron ingots you need for the steel refinement? I think it's either or. And then you'll probably, what is it, charcoal for steel? You could probably do okay at like First Light. There's some nodes over in the northwestern area, like just northwest of the settlement on the other side of this mountainous area over here. There's a couple nodes. Normally they're less traveled too because there's mobs over there that people really don't mess with most of the time. But you can also go like northeast of Monarch's Bluff in that mountainous area. There's quite a few iron nodes over there if you need to get a lot of iron. Also southwest of Windsward, there's like a mountainous area over there over at Perrilbrook. You'll find a lot of iron. And I think what's the other refining thing you need for steel? It was iron, charcoal, and something, I think. Perfect spot. Yeah, and there's also going to be some really good ones probably near and at the starting zones right now, because they increase the spawn rates of resources at the starting zone. So like there's, if you go find a hemp plant, for instance, in like First Light, you might respawn really fast kind of thing. That's also something you can check out too. That's awesome. Oh, sand flux, right? Okay, sand flux. So yeah, you're gonna want to just put up a buy order on the trading post for sand flux, and then what you can do is periodically keep checking back. And then if you for some reason start getting outbid by somebody else's higher buy order, then just raise yours up. But yeah, you can put buy orders up on the trading post for sand flux, so that way when people try to sell their stuff, sell their sand flux to the broker, you'll get it first. Oh my god, this wolf wants my ass. Get off me. Fuck. What did I do to you? Ah. And then after that, you're going to want to just go to different points of interest and gather chests. Oh, actually, if you go east of Monarch's Bluff, right over here, the mines, if you open chests over there, you might get a lot of sand flux over there, or a decent amount. I used to get a ton over there. Just go east of Monarchs. Try that. What did I do to you, though, wolf? Damn. What's up, Zach? Oh, God. Me too. Me too. I would take that so much right now. Why can't we grind Scorpius Tower? Why? Why, Amazon? Damn it. Oh, fuck. That hurt. That really hurt. Scorpius Tower would be great right now. Or at least the previous objectives that they had on faction missions would be great to have again. The old system faction mission. Ouch. I just miss mob farming in general though. I used to love doing that. Oh, I was looking away. Ouch. Ooh. Yeah, these breaches are really going to keep us on our toes. Healing. Far north. Well, where are you guys going? We can do far north first. All right, why are you going south? Oh, never mind. Oh, south. Okay, yeah, I see what you're doing. We can do that. What's the most needed class, you would say? Definitely tanks and healers are really needed. But also mages can be needed for like invasions and territory wars and stuff like that. So if you like the idea of any of those three, like later on in the game, mages and healers and tanks can be really nice, because right now, like they're not going to be, you know, there's going to be other builds that might be better in PvP right now, open world, and maybe at killing people in territory wars. But having that AoE damage on your side can be really, really beneficial. So if you're someone that fills that slot of any of those, the healing or the tanking or even the magic part, then you'll probably be really needed, really sought after. Mostly on the tanking and healing side, but still though. Portal train out western portals. Bow hatchet, yeah, you could totally do bow hatchet. If I'm using a bow, most of the time I'd prefer to use bow spear. Yeah, you could totally do hatchet bow as well, or bow hatchet. Sorry, yeah, bow hatchet. And yeah, bow skills. Musket's doing really good right now. A lot of people are liking the musket at the moment. So if you're not liking the bow, you could try that one. But the X fighters in general, they have a lot of pretty decent combinations to them. But yeah, bow's still viable. Yeah, and actually the patch that they did didn't really even touch bow at all, so it's still pretty good. Yeah. Like poison shot, rain of arrows, penetrating shot, or evade shot. But you might get a more bang for your buck out of musket right now in terms of like territory wars, for instance. You might see more muskets running around, but bows can still be pretty good. Game update release schedule. No, not at the moment. We're not 100% sure on that just yet, but we're hoping that they might release their roadmap shortly after launch. It would be really good, but at the moment we're not too sure. Quest. And yeah, because I mean, so far, like since the preview, they've added a lot of new like weapons, for instance. Like they had about 5 or 6 weapons, and the expeditions, those were still pretty like, well, non-existent back then during the preview, so they added that. And they added a you know, a bunch of other changes to the game. So if they keep the same like pace, then overall within the next 6 months, then we'll probably have a decent chunk of more content. And then expansion time, it's probably going to be like a year after launch. But I'd have to go back and check the articles, but I don't think they gave an exact time frame of that just yet. But I know articles in the past have said, like when they've done interviews with media groups, that they would be doing like a roadmap kind of thing after launch. But if that's still what they're going to do or not, it remains to be seen. But yeah, they're probably going to, though. Gotcha, Prime. Okay. And rapiers, yeah, rapiers are pretty solid. I love using rapier musket, for instance. Really, really fun combination. And rapiers are probably like the most well-rounded weapon in the game right now, from what I've seen and like played with in previous testing phases. So yeah, I'd say rapier can be pretty fun to use. If you're gonna use any skills for that one, like for DPS mainly, you could probably go Tondo, Flourish, and Finish, and then Flesh. I like using Flesh more often now. It's a dive bomb skill that doesn't have any unit collisions, so it'll like spring you 10 meters forward. It'd be really useful for gaining distance or hiding some mobs as well. Okay. Congrats, Pain. Are they going to add another weapon soon? So we're not... They could, but last we heard, these were probably going to be the same amount of weapons that we would get up until launch, what we have now. But after that, though, probably like maybe a month after that, if they don't add one in this next patch that they're going to do before launch, if they do this next patch before launch, then yeah, we'll probably get it within like a month or 2 months. Oh god, please no spikes. Don't do a long spike, don't do a long spike, don't do a long spike. Oh my god. Yeah, everybody spiked. No. Everybody spiked. Everybody spiked. Mod game. Oh no. Damn it. Oh god. You can do this. I believe in you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man. Okay, so how's your stat distribution? Right now I'm going mostly con, and then I'm going focus secondary. Oh why? Wait, hold on. I don't think Trog's gonna be able to res anybody. Let's respawn. Let's just respawn. Oh no. Okay. Oh man. Oh, but yeah, I'm going con primarily and then focus secondarily. Or focus secondary. Alright, it's a good time to open up some caches. Oh. Do you have a good weapon combo for both PvP and PvE? If you're getting hit by great axes a lot, you could do, you know, if you wanted to do great axe, hatchet, or potentially you could do musket rapier and see how that goes for you. Because yeah, the bloodlust passive on the left side of the skill tree right now is making people catch up with you pretty quickly. So if you want a counter or a possible counter to that, you can try rapier musket, see how that goes. Then if they get close to you, you can attempt to trap them. And if you're hit with a gravity well, though, it might be a little bit difficult to escape. But flesh may be able to get you out of that from the rapier. Might just be able to get you out of that. It's worth a shot at testing, though. Okay, let's see. Did it crash your game? Oh, no. Oh, man. These lag spikes are so dumb right now. Oh, man. It's like, if you don't want to do the town projects, it's like the lag spikes are nerfing the hell out of the corrupted breaches at this point. Because every time a gravity well goes off, I don't even know if a gravity well went off that time, actually, near that breach, but that was a hell of a lag spike. I don't know if people were meeting up outside the settlement or not, but we had like multiple crashes. We had multiple crashes. And I'm still down. You know, we could probably go over to are they doing the portals in Weaver's Fen right now? I think they are. Oh, no, they're not. Did they all just despawn not too long ago? Oh boy. Regroup outside the settlement, maybe. Wait, you're in a queue? For how many people? I wish there was a zone chat. Oh man, that's even worse. The Weaver's Fen portals, looks like they stopped. It looks like they stopped spawning as well, because there's no icons for the corrupted portal presence anymore. The Weavers. That's a rip. Oh no, and Windsward went down as well. Oh shit. Oh no. Morningdale's like our actual only choice right now. It's our actual choice. It's our actual only choice. 32 people? Okay. Wow. Oh, okay. That spike is probably... Yeah, that spike probably did it. No. Oh, no. I think we had people dip out after that wipe. Is bow worth it at all? Yeah, bow can be pretty good. Musket might give you more bang for your buck right now. But yeah, bow can be pretty good. I don't want you to be 50. Alright, I think we had too many people split off from that because I think some people stopped. We might not have enough to even do Morningdale portals anymore. Oh, this is the worst timing though. We can't even do Windsward portals right now. The corrupted presence. See that red icon right there? We had 3 of those earlier, and we had a bunch of portals all over the place. Oh man, we might be. Damn. Even the Weaver's Fen ones are gone. No. And Restless Shores are barely spawning, but we're gonna have to do quest lines and stuff. Yep. Shit. We're gonna have to do town projects and quest lines, I think. What was your question? Does passives from one weapon carry over to another? They used to, but not anymore. No, not anymore. So if you swap weapons, you won't keep that move speed. Yeah, there used to be certain passive, and not all of them used to do that. There used to be certain passives that did that, but no, not anymore. Don't carry over. That sucks. I think we're gonna... Spike. Oh shit, we're gonna have to we're actually gonna have to do town projects. Yeah, all passives right now are like that. So all weapon passives, none of them carry over. What you can have though is some skills can stay like out and about in the world when you switch weapons, like this Paladin build. If I put down those 3 healing auras right there, I can switch to my sword and shield and still, you know, tank. And Ice Gauntlet has like the ice pylon, and you can put that down and then switch to other weapons and it'll still be there too. Some did, yeah. No, on Twitch I used to do it, but after a while I was trying to do both platforms at the same time and it got too much of a hassle, so I just ended up settling over here, hibernating over here. Gotta do town projects. Can't beat them, join them, right? Damn. Oh yeah, soul DC from that? Yeah. Yeah, we could just call it there. And then let's do town projects. So we're gonna have to okay, get a decent chunk of fiber going. I'm gonna go to Bison Island. Winds were to never fall. You can't open up your inventory without being able to... Oh yeah. Yeah, that's been something that people have requested and talked about before too. Quite a lot actually, being able to open the inventory while moving. I would not mind having that at all actually. But I think they're really dead set on making, you know, wanting us to stand still while doing it, but yeah, I wouldn't necessarily mind either way. I'd like to have that option. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna have to do town projects because the portal presence is just gone everywhere. Windsward's down. Weaver's Fen. Reduced to atoms. Warningdale. Spike happened and killed us all. Alright, let's go get some hemp. Or, yeah, hemp. I'm gonna put this stuff in the bank. El Dorado. How does El Dorado have a queue right now still, though? How big is the queue, though? Is it, still about 50 people, or is it growing? Alright, so let's do town projects. So, we're gonna have to do this. And... this. Oh, why am I... character's lagging a little bit while I'm trying to deselect those. I'll keep the iron one. Take that one off. 20 minutes until the reset on that. Okay. It's part of the reason why nah, everybody... Oh, I forgot about Brightwood, actually. Hold on. Brightwood has portals too, right? Part of the reason why I wanted mob farming back so bad. Mob farming and like more dynamic events, because when you get to this point, it's like, what can you do? totally do Brightwood too. I think everyone's gonna take a little bit of a break from it though. Yeah, we can come back and do Brightwood later. At least Brightwood does have some. We can do that. All right, let's go get some hemp. Oh, it's 13 people. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, petrified wood and fey iron. Oh. Yeah, I know. That can be a pretty rare drop too, especially early on. Yeah, if you get like gathering gear that has perks on it for like getting, you know, luck bonuses in mining and luck bonuses while cutting wood, then that might help a little bit, but even then it might still take a while. You're getting hemp right now, Matt? Yeah, I'm gonna do some of that, and then hopefully that'll spike me up to 38 at least. Do you have a company? No, we don't have a company. We're just playing with the community, playing on the Marauder side. I'm just gonna take like a few of these. I'll keep going. Okay. I will say though, it is nice to just travel through Windsward sometimes because it really does have a beautiful landscape. I love those windmills especially. But my favorite part one of my favorite parts in this game is the water. Water can be so gorgeous. Grinville. Damn, gathering 95. Already up there. Are you crafting too? Or just gather? Also nice to see so many people running around. Thoughts on PvP healing and heavy gear with hammer for secondary CC? Yeah, you can totally do that. It's like the Paladin build that we're using. It's sword and shield and life staff, except for the Warhammer, that's gonna have way more crowd control in PvP. So yeah, you could totally do that, or AOE crowd control, I should say. The sword does have decent CC, but not as much as Warhammer though. And is your build any good on PvP? Yeah, absolutely. Because in PvP, the main idea is that I'm going to be there to tank, or like in a territory war, I'll just be sitting there on the capture point. And I can also heal myself at the same time while I'm doing that, so I can keep myself going. But my job is to just sit there and try to block people or keep people locked on me and keep my teammates safe. So with this build, I'll be able to do that a little bit better. Because we'll have those constant heals going on me at the same time. And then in open world PvP, it can probably get like countered by a class that can outrange it, like keep on kiting it or CC the crap out of it. But for the most part, it'll still be pretty beefy. Water in real life. Oh, here we go. Does that mean you joined the faction? Yeah. I'm in the Marauder faction. But not a company though, just a faction. Axe, Warhammer, full strength glass cannon. Full strength build? I mean, you can, if you get, you know, a little bit of con in there, yeah, you can totally make that work. Full glass cannon though, diminishing returns will definitely, you know, come into play when you get to around 250, 300 strength. So going too much farther past that point, you might not need to. You probably want to get at least some con in there too. But you can, yeah, that could totally work in PvP. Because hammer with the shockwave, clear out, and path of destiny that can be a really, really good supporting setup so that other people around you can do more DPS. But oh wait, you said glass cannon DPS. Yeah, hammer isn't really going to do that well in the DPS department as opposed to CC. But if you want more damage, you could go great axe, sorry. Yeah, and then you'll get way more DPS out of that. That is really good. Oh, mana engine. Oh, okay, that'd be good for mages too. Except that it's heavy, but still, that's really good. Hell yeah. Sword and shield. People don't really use it as much for DPS as they do tanking, so it's more of a tanking based weapon. Not really meant for DPS, but you could try to, you know, DPS with it like in PvE. It's just that it's built more for the tanking side. And in PvP, it can be a pretty good dueling weapon too. Love the landscape of Windsward, hell yeah. And no, we're not going to keep our progress from beta. It's going to wipe. And the stats that I'm doing right now is focus con, mostly into con, and then secondarily into focus. So I'm going to get to about 250 con at in-game, and then 100 focus. And then once I get the really, really good earpieces, then I can probably go 300 con, 200 focus. Thank you so much, Katie. And yeah, oh, for life staff, a secondary one that you could use is Ice Gauntlet. You can do Entombed, Ice Storm, and Ice Pylon. The Entomb one is really good because that gives you increased mana regeneration while you're using it. So that can be a really good one if you need to get your mana back up really quickly. Oh yeah, for the mushrooms, absolutely. Hammer, great axe, because you can stomp. Yep, exactly. Yeah, actually, well, with the hammer and great axe, the gravity well skill is working really, really well for the great axe right now. So we fought a couple people a couple days ago, and one of them was using gravity well and a warhammer. He was using the great axe and warhammer, but he had the gravity well skill, and it was keeping me locked down super hard. It was really good. It's a really good combo. The great axe, yeah, from what I hear, I think it's messing people up pretty hard in PvP right now. And the bloodlust with that 30% movement speed buff, that'll really help for catching people. Seriously. Yeah, I think we should have enough. Have enough to go back to town. This should work. Good luck. Exactly. And you got charge, reap, and gravity well on top of bloodlust. Like, oh man. Oh, you're going nowhere. I was surprised when they put that in because I was like wait, 30%? Okay. But melee you know, for a while there was in need of some gap closers, so I think that might have been why they did that, is they wanted melee to get away to catch up to range players, because range players were kind of kiting pretty hard in the past, but maybe that one was kind of, you know, a little bit too out there of a buff. But I'm really interested to see what they do with the next couple weapons. I just want to see great swords so bad. Hard tank class, PvE. Oh yeah, shield axe. If you want to go hard tank, yeah, shield axe. Shield hatchet, that is, shield hatchet. That way, after you taunt stuff, if for any reason, if you need to switch to the hatchet because you need to get that berserk to heal you up a little bit, or you need to use an undying, that passive, so that if your healer maybe is down and you go down to 0 health, you won't die immediately with that passive on the ultimate. So that can be really useful to have hatchet. Mark that just so I know. Does it make your dodge rolls faster too? No, I think it just keeps your dodge rolls at the same speed, but it does increase your character's movement speed. But it might look like it. It might look like it does, but I haven't tested it in a little while. But yeah, I think it just kind of changes up what's it called? What your character move speed is at. Do you think Great Axe Life Staff would work as a tank healer build? As a tank healer, probably not. Especially if you're gonna try like expeditions, you could try that in PvP though, and you put a focus gem inside of the Great Axe, then yeah, that could potentially work. But in PvE, what's gonna happen is that if once you taunt something like a boss, for instance, and he hits you, it's gonna break through your block like pretty much instantly. It's gonna hurt a lot. A lot. That's why people tend to go with the sword and shield for the tanking part, but for the rest of that though, for like PvP, that could potentially work. 106 honing stones. Oh, whoever just did that, I love ya. Hell yeah. Oh, you know what? Hold on, I forgot. There should be a chain. Oh, you know what? I know how to do the let me check something. We can do the Starstone Barrow expedition, actually. Hey, yeah. Let me see. I forgot, we can do Shattered Obelisk. Spartacus. Where's Theseus? Starstone Barrow. Let me check something else really quick here too. I'm gonna go ahead and start working on the chain. So it should be the chain that wants us to do the... Let me see. Okay, yeah. Coming out for console, they don't say any, they haven't said anything about that yet, but in terms of getting controller compatibility, that's something that they've mentioned on Twitter that they might do at some point. But as far as like consoles, we don't know anything about that yet. I don't know if they'll do that for a while though. Ice Gauntlet for PvP, you can do mage, you can do fire mage, so take that staff and then put it with the Ice Gauntlet, or you can do, if you're planning on doing healing, life staff Ice Gauntlet does work well too. You could even do battle mage, where you can go Ice Gauntlet and then put a gem inside your sword, or if you're using like a rapier, you can do that too and go like a battle mage build. It should be, let me check. Let's see, Everfall. So it's going to be the chain that has us go to different, where is it? Different obelisks. Let me take down all the faction missions so I'll be able to see this better. Can trap base build for a musket? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Especially now that they have the, what is it called? Lethal combo. Yeah, you can put down a trap and get the benefits of that, for instance. And most of the time right now, I think you're going to see people using like powder burn, sharpshooter stance, and trap anyway. So yeah, you can totally do that. Water.
I salute you, fellow marauder. We will never give up the fight, and in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Okay. Weird. Why don't you open the chest? Oh, these ones, well, these ones over here. I've been saving most of those until I needed to like salvage repair parts, but I thought I had like level 25 ones in my inventory. I had a bunch of level 25 ones earlier from the Windsward breaches, and I've just been, ooh, I'll keep that. And I've just been saving those. But these ones, yeah, I can open these. No. No. Nope. I got a bunch of those in the bank. I'm not seeing the chain though. It's supposed to start in the inn over here somewhere. Not seeing it though, anywhere on the map. Really weird. Borrow. I'm gonna start doing all the side quests here though, and then eventually we might come across it. Yeah, Life Staff Ice Gauntlet is a pretty good combo, and Fire Staff Ice Gauntlet, yeah, that's pretty much a standard Mage Glass Cannon build that people have got going on. So yeah, you could totally do that. It's something that's going to be like weak early game, and you'll probably run out of mana pretty frequently, but then late game is when it starts to really shine. Mostly in like territory wars and invasions, open world PvP, you might have some trouble in, but for the rest of that, it might be pretty useful. Yeah, the obelisk, that's the one. That's the one, but I don't see it. Interesting. What's the quest? Wait, hold on. Ancient. Left and return to. Oh. It might be one of the ones over here. Okay. Yep, hold on. I think I see it. I think that's the one, yeah. I'm gonna go to that one and see if it works. And yeah, as a healer, that's correct. Yeah, constraint with life staff, with healing staff. Yeah, that's gonna be your main thing, and then you can also use the ice gauntlet as like a secondary thing. But absolutely, yeah. And what perks would you want on your equipment? It depends what kind of build you're going for. But for me personally, I'm probably gonna go with, well, there's actually a lot of different perks that I'm gonna have to choose through. For my life staff, I know I'm gonna socket a diamond into that I get that increased output of damage and healing when I'm at full health. But in terms of the perks, I'm gonna have to look at that some more. There's a lot of them to choose from, but if you want to see the ones that you have available in the game, if you go to the trading post, you can click on the perk filter and it'll show you all the ones that you'll see in the game. Like if you click on this, you can see all the different perks. So I'll probably have to do some testing later on for the Paladin build and find out which one I'm going to use. But yeah, you can totally check all this out and see what you might be able to theory craft about. Bleed after crit, good perk for musket, or are there better? Oh, you were talking about the keenly jagged. That can be a really good one for musket, yeah, especially because you're going to be critting quite a bit if you get those headshots. But yeah, over time you'll probably find some better ones. There might be one that you'll see for a particular skill that might end up being a lot better. Those ones I haven't really looked at too much for the musket, but I would say keenly jagged, if you got that one, you're pretty solid for the most part. You can keep that one. And then later on down the line, yeah, you might want to look at the different perks that are available because you might find something better. This looks like it'll be the chain. And how many we gotta kill? It's gonna be so easy. Oh, okay. Ancients. Yeah, I don't know why there's a queue for El Dorado today. That's so weird. That like never happens. I don't know why. Is it just El Dorado too, or is there like multiple queues? My life stat perks? Oh yeah. Wait, hold on. Try to hit that bastard. Yeah, I got these skills. So I got Orb of Protection, Sacred Ground, and Beacon. And then right so far I've got Protector Strength for my first one and Absolved for the second passive. Where you going? Hey, come back. What the hell? Oh, okay, there he goes. What does stagger do? Does it count as a debuff? Stagger, yeah, it's like a reaction thing. Like if you hit somebody and then they flinch, it's like that. Yeah. So it basically would cause your target to flinch. Soldier, barbarian, nah, no, I don't need this. Okay, let's go. Copy that. And yeah, strangely enough, I don't see the obelisk ones yet. That might be next. Ew. So main hatchet, sword and shield, CC stun, damage with the hatchet versus hatchet spear for PvP. For PvP focus, if you're going to be using hatchet sword, with the hatchet being the main thing, you might as well, like right now especially, you could go just hatchet warhammer, or sorry, hatchet great axe, and probably get more bang for your buck right now. But you could do, you know, hatchet sword, you could totally do it, but great axe is doing really well right now in PvP, so it might be worth a shot giving that one a try instead. And yeah, I can show my skill perks in just a second. And sword hatchet combo, but if you're using that for like PvE tanking, that kind of thing, it can be pretty useful for that though. Absolutely. But if you want to do it for like DPS reasons, then great axe might be the better choice. And for sword, I got mostly everything in the defender tree. So I got sword bash, or sorry, shield bash, shield rush, and defiant stance. And then this defensive formation one at the bottom, you really want to get that no matter what. But yeah, the rest of this, I got all that too. And then for the life staff, like I said, I got the yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the chain. Okay. Yeah, for the life staff, I got Orb of Protection, Beacon, and what was the third one? Oh yeah, Sacred Ground. Fire staff, gauntlet, best. Yeah, light armor. Yeah, light armor. What attributes to use for Ice Gauntlet Life Staff? Probably going to be focus and then con.
I can smell the
Focus primarily, and then con second.
We cannot yet be certain.
And
I am certain, however,
yeah, there it
the
is.
ancients harnessed the
Stars is our
powers
guide.
of
Okay,
these regions.
that's the one. Norma, here I come. Yes, we're gonna do Starstone Barrow. We're probably gonna get killed by a bunch of invisible beams, though. That part I'm not looking forward to. We'll see how that goes, though. What's up, Vinay? And is there no mounts? Yeah, there's no mounts. Nuh-uh. That's correct. Lupus. Oh yeah, all the obelisks. Oh, okay, just those three actually. Okay. Ice Gauntlet uses focus. No. Focus is going to come from the life staff, but the reason that you would still do that even with the Ice Gauntlet is so that the Ice Gauntlet can just support the life staff. Because for the most part, if you're going to do healer, then the Ice Gauntlet is just there to support you. So the Ice Gauntlet is used for when somebody gets up close and you start getting attacked. You can use Entombed from the Ice Gauntlet to do that Ice Shield. And then you can also do the Ice Storm so that they, slow down a bit. You can run away and get back to healing people. And then also Ice Pylon is a little mini turret kind of thing that can pew at people while you're healing if you really want it to. Because when you put down the Ice Pylon and you switch weapons, it stays out. So you won't really be using the Ice Gauntlet overall as like a DPS thing. With the life staff, it's just more of a defensive thing. Oh, there we go. Some of the builds will be... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Things are always drastically changing. So, like the Great Axe, for instance, with the Bloodlust, now that that a lot of people are starting to use that in open world PvP. Yeah, absolutely. Stuff like that's probably going to get a nerf before launch. And Hatchet, yeah. Hatchet can help with tanking, because if you go into like an expedition and you're tanking with the sword, you got your taunting going on and everything like that, while you're getting damaged, you can switch to the hatchet and then pop Berserk, which is going to give you that little bit of a heal over time. And then what's going to happen also is you can also do a Carnelian gem in that hatchet, and then if you put a Carnelian gem in a hatchet, it's going to turn your Berserk into a taunt gem compatible skill, so you can get a constant taunt going on by putting it into the Berserk too. And then if you get close to dying, that Undying passive, Defy Death, that's going to make it to where at least for 3 seconds you're going to be immortal and not capable of dying. That way it might give your healer a second to get situated so they can keep on pumping you back up, or you can pop a pot. And example PvP build for Great Axe. For the skill side, people are going to go more than likely at least Gravity Well, Reap, and Charge is what I would go. But some people might take Charge, Gravity Well, and Execute. But I probably just go with Reap, Gravity Well, and Charge right now. Carnelian Gem. Oh, no worries. I got one. Got a couple in the bank right now. Saving them for later. Okay. Last one. %, more healing if you heal someone below 50%. Embrace CD reduces 30%. Should I use that as a paladin instead for now? Embrace CD reduction 30%. That's a really good question. Both of those are pretty good. 30% CD reduction, like you have something that's giving you 30% CD reduction. Man, I think I'd actually use that, to be honest. I think that would probably come in handy more often than the 50%, because you know, sometimes people are maybe going to be at like 75% health, sometimes they'll be at 65%, and that 20% would be nice, but 30% though, oh god, that's pretty juicy. Plus you can keep on popping sacred grounds on yourself too every time it's off cooldown with that. Oh boy, hold on. Not gonna rock. And yeah, for my build, it's Constitution focus. That's correct. Wait, your company leader took the money and ran, scammed 100k gold, and kicked everyone from the company? No. Oh no. That's the very first time I've heard about someone doing that. Oh, that is so dirty. Oh, fucked up. Oh, man. You know what, though? I mean, just think of how that is actually a possibility with the new system that they've developed, where they increased the the cost from 10k to 100k. You could have some con artists running around even now doing that. That is rough. 100k, no. Yeah, it's almost impressive, like how bad that is, or how dirty that is. Fuck. I feel for everybody who paid that though. Oh, they really got raid. No raid. They got banned for 24 hours. Really? That is interesting. You know, it's actually more interesting that they banned them, because when they did that, you know, it is kind of promoting that kind of thing happening in a way, because, you know, if you look at like EVE Online and even Albion Online, you know, any games that have like player run economies and, you know, things where the players can determine a lot of factors like that, you're gonna get things like that happening, and in some cases it's a part of the game's, you know, it's just like a part of the game. So it's interesting that they actually banned him for 24 hours for that. I mean, granted, you know, 24 hours, it's gonna be laughing his way to the storage bank, but still. Damn, that's crazy in so many ways. But yeah, that's another thing. You can't really keep it. Like, it's just, wow. He's probably gonna change his name at launch too. That's very true. 24 hours on a 2-week bid. Wow. Wow, though. That's just that's crazy in so many ways. Marauder. Oh wait, really? Oh snap! We got Cutlass Keys. I thought we were taking first light, or I thought somebody was taking first light. Oh, that must mean somebody's still planning to do it. Whoa. I still can't believe that though. That's crazy. Yeah, I just saw that truck. That's crazy. Wow. And he got banned, he got banned for 24 hours. Okay. Man, somebody's gotta talk about that, like after launch. Just remember that happened. How are you doing Focus Con? How can it benefit Ice Gauntlet if it relies on Int? So if you're doing Life Staff and you got Ice Gauntlet, you don't want to do like, you know, Focus Ice Gauntlet or Focus Int, because it's going to spread your attributes too thin, and you won't really benefit to the full extent unless you were going, you know, mostly Int from the Ice Gauntlet anyway. So going Focus primarily means that you're, you know, at least instead of getting the best of both worlds, but you're like the jack of all trades where you're not really efficient at either, because you probably have like 150 focus, 150 int, and then like 100 con. Then you can just go about 300 focus, be really good at or 250, 300 focus, be really good at healing, and then you can just use the Ice Gauntlet for defense. Because as a healer, you know, DPSing, at least at this point, shouldn't really be in your top priorities, because you're not really going to be switching to the ice gauntlet that often while you're using a life staff. You're going to be using it more for like if somebody gets close and you need to switch and do an ice block really quick and then like push them away or slow them down with an ice storm. So you don't really have to worry about putting too many points into DPS for that one. It's like how you could technically take like a another example of that. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. That's another build example, I would say, like a ice life staff hatchet. How you would still go for focus and con, even though you have the hatchet, because the hatchet is just there for if somebody gets close, then you can like pop berserk and run away, or pop berserk and run or fight for your life. It's like that in a way. Like you wouldn't do focus and strength and then con. You would just do focus con, because you don't want to spread yourself too thin. Who got banned? So wait, and how's there 115 Q for El Dorado right now? What the hell? And what's charged attack versus heavy attack? So the difference between a charged attack and a heavy is that it is all determined by how long you hold down the heavy attack. So it's kind of hard to explain without hitting something, but essentially if you hold down your left mouse button for like half a second when you're charging up a heavy, like this is what's considered like a quick charge attack. And notice the timing on it. Notice how fast he's doing it. That, all right, like that. And then this would be a full-on heavy charged attack. You see how much it's a little bit slower? That's because I'm holding down the mouse button for the full animation. But with just the heavy attack, you're letting it go like mid-animation for the heavy. But for the full-on charge, you hold it down all the way. And if you look at my arm, my right arm, oh, he's kind of holding his sword back for an extra like millisecond, as opposed to this. That's the difference with the melee weapons. But yeah, so somebody apparently got banned for 24 hours because they were trying to get a bunch of money together to start up a territorial takeover, like take over Windsward kind of thing. But instead of taking over the territory, they kicked everybody out of the company and just ran off with the money during the beta. That is so wild. That is so freaking wild. And can you show your gear and stat skills? Right now, the gear itself is not something that really matters when you're leveling up, but if you're able to, you can get the cleric sets or the nomad sets, because the cleric sets is going to give me constitution and focus in every piece, and that one's not cleric, zealot, but still. And then nomad is going to give more constitution than focus per piece, but that's really good too. And then this one's barbarian. And then for my skills, for my sword and shield, I have shield bash, shield rush, and defiant stance. Majority of the defender side tree is what I've got for my sword. And then life staff, I have beacon, sacred ground, and not splash of light, orb of protection for my spells. Go here. What's your priority for leveling up on territory standing? If you're not doing crafting, then you don't have to worry about storage too much, because when you get a house and you buy storage chests from people that are crafting furniture, you can increase it through that. So in the meantime, what you can do is you can just do XP gain, territory standing bonus, and then you can do faction tokens. And what was the other one? There's another decent one you can take too. Hold on. It is... yeah, probably storage after that, or property tax. Yeah, you can do XP gain, standing gain, faction tokens, storage, and property tax. And if you're doing like crafting and gathering, then yeah, you can definitely do like gather speed, storage, perks, stuff like that. Can't wait to do Starstone Barrows. We're gonna die to invisible lasers, though. I know it. I can tell. I already know. We should get... Do you have a key still, Pain? For Starstone? Have you ran into any stream snipers, or is that even a thing? I couldn't even tell if I did. I mean, the first day there was we had some really good fights, and I think there was one instance where it seemed like it was, but it wasn't that bad at all. It was really fun fights, honestly. Yeah, El Dorado has been an awesome server. And plus, we haven't really been flagged up that much since that first day, so there wasn't really like... You can make one. Oh, wait, you can make... Oh, you got stone cutting? Yeah, there wasn't really any chances for that anymore at that point. We were all starting to do corrupted breach trains while unflagged. Also, nice, Maz. Wait, you're stone cutting? This gravity well will increase 4 to 5 for people inside. Does that include yourself? Take a look here. Allies gain 20% fortified when standing in the well. Yeah, if you toss it on yourself, it should then. That one I haven't tested out too much, actually. That's interesting. But yeah, I would go to I would go like in the middle of a field or something, or maybe you can go to the fort, since all the forts have a training dummy, and I would just toss it and see what happens. It probably should, though. Anytime it says allies, like when it says for this, it increases the base health of all friendlies in your group by 10%. It should count for you too, for the sake of protection. Oh, nice. So yeah, for the gravity well, it should count the same way. First, oh, nice. Hell yeah. Put a cap on trading, otherwise people will just funnel spam every resource. I think it's more of an issue of the town projects themselves as opposed to the trading. Because I've seen that happen like in RuneScape before they introduced the Grand Exchange, like way back in the day. But I think they removed the Grand Exchange somewhere down the line after that. Okay, Puma came up here. But I think if they were to tweak up the XP and, you know, they could kind of do the same thing that they did with the delivery missions, where the armament ones were less frequent, and then that would probably solve it too. Gravity well counts for yourself as well. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Settlement ever fall? Do you think fall damage will increase? It's been the same for like a long time. So I think it'll probably stay the same unless a lot of people give a lot of feedback on it. But yeah, even with the amount of feedback that has been given so far throughout the testing phases, it's still been there. The Witchers are taxing. I think they said something about that earlier. I forgot what they said they were doing there in Windsward. There was something going on with the benches that they were doing it for.
Yes. This is... I'm sorry if this is becoming repetitive for you, but such is the nature.
Okay. And then this one, probably the quest after this should give me the key. Yeah, PvP can give you pretty good XP. Yeah, I remember we killed someone that first day, or I was killing people the first day, and one of those kills gave me like 700 XP when I was pretty low level. It was good. And yeah, you know what? It didn't even occur to me until you talked about that, GH. that people would even do that for the for like saving up money to take a territory. Didn't occur to me that people would do stuff like that because it's the kind of thing you would see like EVE Online and stuff. But that's why it blew my mind that somebody did that and also got banned for it. Damn. Arena. Maybe I can just TP to Windsward. Nah, I'll just run. What is that lock icon on your sword? Oh, that means that it's salvage locked. So if you open up your inventory and you press L, hold down L, and then click on your gear, that will prevent it from being salvaged accidentally. Because I used to do that a lot, and a lot of people used to do that where, you know, you'll have stuff in your inventory that you want to keep or put in the bank, but you get to your bank and then you start salvaging, and then you salvage something you really need. So salvage lock makes it to where you won't salvage it, and you can even put it in the bank and it'll still be salvage locked. And what's the best way to power level weapons? They periodically, like over the testing phases, have nerfed the weapon leveling process, but in terms of what's the best way now, you could just find an area like Amrine Excavations, Shattered Obelisk, anywhere where there's a lot of ancients, and that's what I like to power my weapons off of. But Corrupted Breaches are giving some weapon XP too. We were getting some earlier when we were doing it. And if you're struggling as a fire staff user, you could potentially use a rapier to give yourself that extra mobility, because I know they said that people were saying that Great Axe is catching up to people really hard right now. So the rapier has a couple skills in the grace tree. Well, and I say this, but you really have to make sure that you hit these skills, otherwise, you know, it could kill you as easily as it tries to save you, kind of thing. But they have grace, they have flesh, they have flesh, they have riposte, and they have evade. So evade is something where you can kind of like dodge to the side while using it, and it's got a pretty quick cooldown on it, and it's like a full-on extra dodge that you can use. Flesh is probably the safer bet. I would say it's like a dive bomb skill that you can use to kind of dive bomb through somebody, and then you can also pick up either Tondo and Flourish and Finish with that, or you could possibly do riposte and then flesh, and then yeah, I would probably do, because if you take Tondo, you pretty good idea to take Flourish and Finish as well. So I would probably take riposte, Tondo, and Flourish and Finish. What's going to happen is when somebody runs up on you, or I would actually take flesh. When somebody runs up on you though, and they try to use like gravity well, that flesh skill is going to allow you to dive bomb forward. Now it might not allow you to dive bomb out of gravity well, but once the gravity well is done, or before they even do it, if you can hit it fast enough, you might be able to get yourself some distance to get away. But either way though, it's just, yeah, in PvP it's going to be tough for anybody using magic in open world PvP. And evade can be pretty good too. Yeah, and rapier also has a secondary scaling for intelligence, so even if you're going magic build, you'll still get that DPS boost for using rapier. And yeah, Ice Gauntlet is another one too. Yeah, because when you put an Ice Gauntlet into the mix, you can use Entombed. That's another one I forgot about for a second there. Yeah, you use Entombed, and then what's going to happen is you can execute it early by left clicking, and it's going to push enemies away, or you can wait for it to dissipate by itself, and you also get mana recovery the entire time. And then you also get Ice Storm, where that's going to put an AoE area around them and they can't really move that well. It's going to slow them a little bit. And then also you have Ice Pylon, but I think Ice Storm and Entombed are going to be the more useful ones for defending yourself, as opposed to the Ice Pylon there, when it comes to trying to, you know, get away from people using a Great Axe and stuff like that. But honestly, right now with the Bloodlust, it's going to be tough to get away either way, but the Rapier and the Ice Gauntlet, those might be the best options for you. But when you're using a fire staff and ice gauntlet in open world PvP right now, you know, it's not going to be, you know, it might not feel the strongest, especially because early game it might feel weaker and you might run out of mana a lot, but they really are good with territory wars, invasions, and stuff like that. Mastery tree for light staff, yeah. Right now I do Sacred Ground, Orb of Protection, and Beacon. For Orb of Protection, you don't want to take anything more than the Protector's Blessing, this one right here. Because if you take these two, it's going to make it to where if you put down the Orb of Protection, and you see these buffs right here, if I switch to my sword, they stay on me. If I had those other passives though, they're going to disappear. I don't know why it does that, but yeah, it does do that if you have those other ones. But if you keep just the Protector's Blessing, it'll stay on you. And yeah, I don't normally use Ice Shower with the Ice Gauntlet, but if you're trying to, you know, get away from somebody or keep somebody at bay that's, you know, coming at you full speed like with the Bloodlust, then yeah, at that point I would start to experiment with that skill too. Because yeah, Ice Shower, like it's you know, it puts down that shower in front of you, that those, was it three little fields of ice coming down. And you know, sometimes people can see that coming and dodge it, but you know, if they're right on top of you, coming right at you, you know, maybe you can actually land that in that scenario and then get that Ice Storm route as well. Any good spots to find from? Yeah, well, I know several late game ones, but early game ones, yeah, if you go to Amarine Excavation or Amarine Temple over here, you'll find a lot of skeletons like the Ancient Guardians. And then you can also go to Shattered Obelisk over here, like if you're closer to level 30, and you can farm level XP at those, or weapon XP at those. I used to farm it a lot over there because it was much easier to fight the Ancient Guardians than most of the other mobs. Oh, wait, this way. But at later levels, there's going to be other options too. Like there's an actual animal farm that is a really good one to use that I cannot wait to talk more about that. And then like later on in Eden Grove, southern Eden Grove, there's a mine in an area down south in Eden Grove that has a lot of corrupted mobs that are really easy to kill, the corrupted miners. Hatchet in PvE and PvP. Yeah, it used to be really powerful, especially when they, I mean, of course, not even just during the preview, but even when they remade the Berserk, and they made it to where you have a 30% health increase when you use that, like it would heal you for 30%. It was really powerful. But yeah, now with the CC immunity nerf that they did, it still can be good. It still can be really good, especially because you still have that movement speed increase, you still have that slight heal over time with the Berserk, and you still have the, you know, the Undying for the 3 seconds. So if you pair the Hatchet with the Great Axe right now, you'll probably have a really good time with it. Early on, it might seem, you know, a little weakish, but once you get a couple points in, and you get Raging Torrent, Berserk, and Feral Rush, you'll probably have a lot of fun with it. I tend not to mess around with the throwing tree, and most people don't really use that either. But the melee side is really good for Hatchet, really good. Someone's already level 59. Oh, somebody's already 60. Josh OG is 60 right now. There was something going on for the past couple of days where territory town projects were really good for experience because you could stack them up and you could get like it might show up right now actually. Let me see. Yeah, these ones like the iron armaments and the weapon armaments. Yeah, you can get those, and then they would give you like 2k. They were giving like 2k ish, 2k, 3k per mission, and people were just stacking a bunch of those together and doing them all at once. but they nerfed the reset timer on them. So now the reset timer for them is like 30 minutes, but it used to be like 5 minutes before they nerfed it last night. And you can craft dyes, yeah, you can craft them at the cooking station. And best PvP skills to use for musket, yeah, most people are using sharpshooter stance, powder burn, and trap right now for the musket.
It all makes keep the faith, my friend.
I used to use power shot quite a bit too, but yeah, powder burn is pretty popular right now. And sharpshooter stance is pretty decent, as well as the trap. I used to use sticky bomb quite a bit, but haven't been using it as much anymore. It used to be where you could throw 2 sticky bombs, but now you can only throw 1. Sword shield with hatchet or sword shield with life staff. Well, for me, it's sword shield life staff because it's gonna have way more sustain in expeditions. If you are confident that you're gonna have a really good healer coming with you, though, like if you're doing PvP or, you know, open world PvP, for instance, you'll probably have a better time killing somebody with that than the sword and shield life staff. But if you're gonna be in a more oh, I gotta do, wait, I thought I had 15 iron ore. If you're gonna be in an area like territory wars, for instance, where you can sit on the capture points and just tank, then yeah, you can just sit in your own heals with the life staff and the sword and shield, and then you'll be just fine. You'll be much better in that situation with the life staffs and sword and shield. But in a open world PvP situation, if you have somebody with you that's healing, then yeah, the hatchet might benefit more. And like as far as PvE soloing goes, if you want, shouldn't buy these, shouldn't, but I will, just for those 2 quests. Yeah, if you're doing a PvE solo situation, you'll get more DPS and probably clear stuff way faster with the sword hatchet. But at least with the sword life staff, if you do go that build, you'll be able to get a lot of sustain. Reduce cooldown by 50% perk. Yeah, I heard about that kind of thing. I know there was oh, nice. Congrats. Yeah, I heard there were perks like that were circulating around, actually. Yeah, there's gonna be some really interesting builds when people start really fully fleshing out their perks and stuff like that. It's gonna be really crazy. Syndicate 38. Okay. Now okay. We're almost there. Yeah, with the town but at least it's at least they fixed it on the timer side for the most part now, so that part should help a little bit. But people are still kind of doing it between multiple towns, so eventually they might need to nerf the XP of it too. But at least it's in beta that it's happening. If it was in launch, then that would probably be not so good. Then people would shoot ahead and be pretty advantaged in territory wars and whatnot. These 3, okay. We're so close. Oh, chat's not working? Oh, okay, that's why. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm almost there. I think this is the last quest. And then we should get the Starstone key, or we're gonna get the chain, the like quick chain to do the Starstone key after this. How did you get to 38 so fast? Well, I only did a little bit of the town project stuff, but past that, we were just doing main story quests and side quests up until level 20-ish. And then we were doing faction missions and town projects in between, like any ones that we saw at the moment. And then we were doing corrupted breaches past that for the most part. A lot of the corrupted breach trains. Ouch. Okay. One down. Orion. Yeah, and I really love learning more about these obelisks too. When I was researching the lore, it was so cool. How can I speed level? Right now, just continuing to do, if you're solo leveling, continuing to do your main story quest line and side quests wherever you can, and then town projects, faction missions at the same time, sorry. And that'll probably get you up to like, you know, the 30-ish, 40-ish range. And then if you do see groups doing corrupted breaches, you could probably join in on those. But for the most part, yeah, you'll just want to do like main missions, side projects, and side missions and faction missions. Level 60. Oh yeah, Josh. Yeah, Josh, because he was able to get Matt's funnel to him to do the town projects, which is really, really, really smart to do. But yeah, he was able to shoot up in what's it called, XP, doing that. It was crazy. I was watching him do it a little bit actually too. But what's good, even though it's kind of bad to say, he's actually the leader of the Marauder team in the Battle for New World event that they're doing. So him being level, because I think most of the people that were in that event were doing the same thing with town projects, but him being like at level 60 means that they're probably gonna win. So I'm okay with that. Go Marauders. Oh, it's just a wither. I thought it... For some reason, the wolves, like, they'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Most of the mobs right now... I think the wolves are a little bit better now, but most of the mobs will stop aggroing on you for a little bit of time, after a little bit of time, but the wolves, they're built different. They'll chase you clear across the field. And Boatswain Pirate, the pirate boss... what quest are you doing, actually? Is that a main story quest or a side quest? I know the name of it. Those armament ones. Well, see, because they wanted a way to make town projects and crafters and gatherers more, you know, viable in terms of like that being a way that you could progress your character. Because the town projects, like, they've been there for a long time, but people never really touched them that much other than to, you know, level up the benches. So when they introduced more town projects like months ago, you know, people were looking at it, you know, doing a little bit more, but nobody was really paying it any mind. But as the other leveling methods started getting nerfed, and I mean nerfed quite hard, then it became a thing where by the time beta came around, that's when the town projects were like the best thing. Because like about a month ago, if they had left things the way they were with the territory standing levels, if we were getting territory standing levels in like Morningdale or Restless Shores, we would have been getting about, because you know how right now you get territory standing levels per territory level you get, we would have been getting about what was it, 3k to 6k territory standing levels, like XP per territory standing level. It would have been huge chunks of just a bunch of territory standing. It would have been shooting people up to 60 in probably like 2 or 3 days ish. Would have been crazy. But periodically they were nerfing mostly the PvE side, and also mob farming was nerfed like long ago. Like I think back during the preview, because there was like people doing, you know, Scorpius tower farming, where people went into this big tower and there was a lot of mobs that spawned pretty frequently, so people were standing up on the ledges and stuff like that, firebombing down to the mob spawns with the meteor staff and whatnot, and people were farming like that, and they nerfed mob farming pretty hard after that. Like before that, XP didn't split between the party, which that part makes sense, but then also the XP was nerfed on the mobs themselves, and then now we don't really have a guarantee to get gold while farming mobs. It's more of a chance now, so there's hardly any reason to farm mobs. Just sit there for like hours and do it, but it used to be really good. I miss that. I miss that a lot. One threat at a time. It's like a pirate outpost. If you're Oh, okay. So you're up at Monarch's Bluff, right? At Trader's Hold. That boss is either going to be in the cave or he... I know there's a ship. Oh wait, are you doing the promotion quest, or are you at Monarch's Bluff's Trader's Hold? Oh, that's respawn. Spawn. Built difference on learning life lessons. Oh man, yes. Yeah, wolves are crazy in this game. What gem should you put in your cleric armor? For your armor itself, that one I haven't actually looked at too much. Let me take a look. Because for the armor, you can probably just, you know, go for like the physical resistance, since you're going to be using heavy armor anyway. So you got like, yeah, onyx, physical ward. You can just put a bunch of onyx in your armor and it should be fine. But for the life staff, I know I'm going to put the diamond in there so I can get that increased healing output while I'm full health, because you're probably going to be, you know, full health most of the time anyway. But yeah, for the actual armor, you can just do the physical ward. Do the, yeah, physical resistance. Make it easier. And what do moats do? Moats are used for alchemy most of the time. There was a couple other things they were used for in the past, but for the most part, it's mostly alchemy now. Like for making fire staffs, ice gauntlet, life staff kind of thing.
Now, if I not you have to make your own choices. If you can subdue the star fallen in the obelisk.
It's the last one. Wait, where is it?
That is the key that opens the door to the heavens.
Center. Okay, cool. Center of the stars. Hell yes. Thank you. Last to Rest Bay. Okay, yeah, I think you're... Let me see. No, that's Dead Man's Anchor. Yeah, good question, actually. That one is... I'm drawing a blank on that one right now. But if you're not seeing it there, like where you killed it, then the best thing that I would do... Let me take a look at World Fans really quick. Hold on. So I would look for any ships that you haven't explored yet, because sometimes the bosses will be inside the, not inside, but like they'll be standing on top of them. You have to climb up to kill them. Let me see. Stone cutting, yeah, that's right. Stone cutting, absolutely. Honestly, I'm totally drawing a blank on that one. One thread at a time. Where did we... I'm trying to think. What level are you right now? One thread at a time. Quest. Beat Ambrose and... Oh, Anchorage. You're at First Light, right? Yeah, if you're not getting credit for that, oh okay. Okay, yeah. If you're not getting credit for that, I would reset the quest, because sometimes they do actually bug out. Okay, yeah, I see it here. Strange. Yeah, both of them should have gave you credit though. But sometimes they do bug out. Some of the quests do bug out. It's okay, gotcha, yeah. He's in a cave underneath. Yeah, if you killed that already, and it hasn't given you credit yet, then I would reset the quest. But yeah, okay, yeah. So I would go underneath that ship into that cave. And then see if the boss is down there. Oh, you can't find it. Yeah, yeah. Just like Nightmare said, it's in a cave underneath it. So go under, and then see if you can find it there. That's got to be the one. And yeah, musket spear can be pretty good. Yeah, I tend to go musket rapier, but yeah, musket spear you could totally have that work because musket is pretty decent on the DPS side, and then spear has a lot of that CC going. You got cyclone, you got sweep, and you got vault kick, so you got a lot going there. Oh, what happened to my cape? Oh, I don't. My character doesn't have one. If you mean my character. Is there a mob that drops gold currency? All the mobs have a chance to drop it. It's just that they nerfed gold farming on mobs, so now it's just more of a chance instead of an actual guarantee. So yeah, that's basically, and it's more like a very low chance to get it from what I've seen. You found it? Okay, sweet. Any merit to a healing build that runs hatchet as an off weapon? Focus on maintaining debuff uptime from the throw trees. Now for a healing build, I would probably not do that at all. The only time I would probably do a build like that, like for throwing, is when I'm gonna do dex, because then I would probably pair the weapon with like a spear or maybe a rapier. But in terms of doing it like that, or no, I would probably do it if I was going to pair it with like a strength-based weapon. But most people tend not to even mess with the throwing tree for the hatchet and just go melee. So I wouldn't do it to begin with, but no, I don't think that specifically would work either, kind of thing. But if you wanted to try it, you know, just for fun kind of thing, definitely. But you just be losing out on way too much DPS if you're trying to maintain that uptime on those debuffs while also being a healer at the same time. If you're talking about doing infected throw, right? And then also you're mostly talking about infected throw, right? Because stay back, social distancing, yeah, and then rend for the rending throw. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't. But if you wanted to do like life staff ice gauntlet, like for your healing build, that would totally work. And you could totally do like, you know, life staff hatchet, but do on the melee side, and then you just have it be a thing where if people get close, then you can defend yourself with that. But yeah, people don't tend to mess with the range tree too. What time? Oh yeah, and I'm going heavy armor. That's correct, Chris. Yeah. First. Let's see. Oh yes, well it's been amazing. Thank you so much. It's been absolutely amazing. Really hope we get the key after this. I'm pretty sure we do. And crafting, yeah, crafting can definitely earn money. Some professions you'll probably earn, you know, money throughout the entire game, as opposed to some you might earn the majority of your money at end game. But yeah, all crafting professions can earn money. Absolutely. Hold on, I think I gotta go down. And I think I gotta, yep. Oh yeah. Battle axe hammer is good for PvP and PvE. I'd say it's more good on the PvP side, but you could totally do it for PvE as well if you wanted to. But yeah, PvP wise, you got a lot of CC going there, so yeah, it would be great for that. Absolutely, for PvP. And rapier, it does have the riposte, which is a counter. So if somebody hits you while you're triggering riposte, then it also gives you an iframe, but it will hit them, and then you'll do a stun on them. And then past that, you got evade, you got flesh. So no real CC past that, because you got flurry. Yeah, just riposte for the most part. Oh, there it is. So just that stun. But if you want more CC, that's why I would recommend spear. Because for rapier, it's basically just the riposte. Raging turret is the damage 90% per hit, or for all 4 hits combined. No, it should be 90% damage per hit. Yeah, it should be 90% per hit. Yeah. Or... did they change the... or has that always been there? Has that always been worded like that? Let me check something. As far as I know Raging Torrent usually does really good DPS, so it should be per hit, but let me double check something. How many points do you have invested in focus? Right now I only have about 20 points invested into it, but I have 81 total because of my gear too. So I'm going to stop around 100 focus for it and keep going into con. But right now I'm probably going to do like 200 con first, and then I'll get to 100 focus. And I'm going to do PvP build, Paladin build. So I'm going to do sword and shield and life staff for mine. What focus-based weapons would you think they should add? Well, right now, there's rumors about a void gauntlet that might end up being focus-based. That was something that ended up being data mined a while ago, but there's no like official confirmation on that yet. But other than that, musical instruments is one that I know people have suggested in the past would be really interesting, and that we've talked about with them. So I think that could be pretty cool to see too. But yeah, it seems like that's per hit. It should be per hit because I see the same wording over here too. It used to be, at least on the expedition side, it was 80% weapon damage, so 90%. So they buffed up the DPS a little bit. Back during the expedition event, it was 80% weapon damage. Oh, in terms of the gladiator quests, so in terms of like promoting yourself from gladiator up, you need to get to level 35 after that, and then you're gonna see, probably won't see it in the side quest, but go to your map and then go to objectives, and then you're probably gonna see it right here. It's gonna say advancement, marauder advancement, for instance. It'll say 35 without specific location. Click on that, except if it doesn't want to do it. Oh, well, you also need to get up to a sufficient amount of rep for it to unlock. So you have to be at the max level rep, and then it'll pop up in your it should pop up in your journal after that too. Forgot about that part. And the NPCs that are like in the cities and stuff like that, no, you can't kill them. And CC is crowd control. It's like stuns, slows, knockdowns, things like that. Roots.
Did you? No, quite the contrary. You've done Simon. Who knows? He never returned from the excavation.
Hey, give me a key for Starstone.
The Amrine excavation is a dangerous discipline.
Oh, do I have to do Amrine again first? Yeah, okay. Hold on. I'm ready to do Starstone. I want to do Starstone at least once. Oh, crap. Damn it. That's right, the chat's down. Why does the chat have to crash at a time like this? You got the quest now? Okay. Yeah, mine just gave me the Amrine tuning orb. I completely forgot we got to do these first. So we can just do your guys' keys, and I can get this one later. We can do that. We can do that tomorrow probably. That's the worst time for that to bug out, though. Let me see. Be able to go over to Starstone really quick. At this point, no, it's a 35 one, right? Yeah, we probably couldn't do it like 4 people. I mean, we could technically. I bet it would work okay, but probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't. You have the orb also? Okay. Okay, good, good. Enemy. You just have the Amarine orb, or you have the Starstone Barrel orb? I thought it was supposed to give it to us right there, but it's been a while since I've done that portion of the quest line. Thought it was supposed to give us the Starstone Barrel key too. And you can't kill the trading NPCs, and or not trading NPCs, but you can't kill like the questing NPCs and stuff like that. They don't let you. You have the Amarine orb? Okay, so Payne said that he uses or Payne has stone cutting, so he can make the Starstone one. So we could probably just use Payne's orb. If Payne, if you're able to hear, can you come over to Starstone? Maybe we can find somebody to fill the 5th spot. What are your capture card? No, I don't use a capture card. For my OBS settings, I have it at about 6,700 bitrate, but I haven't dropped any frames, and I know sometimes it does. Yeah, a lot of times it does do that, where it looks a little blurry. And for the most part, hello, you. For the most part, everything else is pretty like standard with the settings. I'm on CBR for the rate control. Keyframe intervals is at 2. And the preset quality is on, the preset's on quality. Let me turn it to max quality and see if that might help a little bit. Just to see. And I'll turn the bit rate up a little bit more too. Push it up to like 7,000. DPS level 32. Yes, yes we do. Absolutely. Big way to craft the tuning orbs. So yeah, if you don't get them, so once you get them from the quest line, oh, it's better. Oh, I'm so. Oh, let me turn the let me turn the bit rate down. I read that wrong. Let me turn it back down then. Thought it was blurry. Okay. No, but I don't use a capture card though. Nuh-uh. Oh, that's interesting. I read that totally wrong. I'll keep it on max quality though. Maybe it'll help a little bit or improve it even more. But yeah, you have to craft them only after you use all the keys that you've gotten from the quest lines. So by default, like when you get to level 20 to 25, you'll get a key for Amarine Excavation automatically, the first dungeon. And then in Everfall, you do this quest line, you'll get a second key. And then you'll start getting a key for like Starstone Barrel, you'll get at least one. And then later on, we'll get one for the Depths. And then since they added the 45 to 60 quest line, we should get ones hopefully for Dynasty Shipyard and hopefully Garden of Genesis and Lazarus. But there are quest lines, there are separate quest lines for those too. But then past that, yeah, you have to get stone cutters to make them. And one thing that is kind of good at least is that if you have 5 keys, like every person in your party has a key, you only need to use 1 key to enter for everybody. So you can go do like 5 runs of each dungeon from just the quest line ones. So that part is kind of good. But yeah, honestly, when the expeditions first came out, a lot of people, some people, I shouldn't say a lot, sorry, some people were talking about how it might be interesting if, or it might be good if you were able to like spam them for you know, getting XP gains and stuff like that. I kind of wanted it to be like that because since they had nerfed mob farming and, you know, they were starting to nerf other progression methods, I was willing to take just about anything other than doing the faction missions around that time, because it was such a drag doing the faction missions when they had it in that current state, in that previous state. And now I'm saying previous state, like at one point during the Alpha 3 period. But yeah, they ended up making it like this, so I'm hoping that they add more leveling methods in the future. But yeah, for the expeditions, it's going to be like that, where you do the ones you get from the quest, and then after that you do it from the stonecutters. You would go with bow if you were to use a spear. Yeah, if I was going to use a bow, I would use spear bow. I love spear bows so much. And do you know if the life staff bug is fixed? Are you talking about like the light staff machine gun thing? Like when people were crouching and then, you know, what were they doing? It was, yeah, I remember that. No, yeah, they fixed that. I'm pretty sure they fixed that. I haven't seen anybody doing that. If you're talking about that one. They were pew-pewing like a lot of light attacks all at once by just crouching and light attacking at the same time. From what I remember, it was a really, really fast animation. It was crazy. Is there a reason why you pick Marauders over Syndicate? I just prefer them. I like the warrior types normally, and in games when it comes to like factions, like even in ESO, I ended up going with the Ebonheart pack first. But then I was able to appreciate Daggerfall and Aldmeri Dominion the second and third times around, but I tend to default to like warrior type factions and stuff like that. Also, hold on. And are level 25 breaches worth doing after? Yeah, they can even be worth doing after that point too. Yeah, they can be. Vic, are you the... I was gonna say, but right now, most people are just doing... If you're doing solo leveling, you can do main story, side quests, and town projects and faction missions. And if you're in a big group, then you can do corrupted breaches. Like, you have about 10 people all in one area doing them, it can go pretty quick. But, Michael, is your in-game name Vic? Because, the in-game chat's bugged right now, but I'm trying to see if we can somehow communicate to get everybody over here. And we just need to get Pain, because Trog can heal, and Pain, I believe, has a key. Oh, I think Pain's coming over. Okay, cool. There we go. Yeah, I completely read Swole's comment wrong. What he was talking about, because sometimes people would say that it looks blurry, so I thought he was saying it was blurry. But that, okay, yeah, that's awesome though. But no, I don't use a capture card. Oh, that was you. Okay, cool. Let's get you. Cool. We got Pain. All right, and then we just need Trog and Theseus. We can do Starstone. We're totally gonna die to these invisible lasers. Wait, they're bugged on your server too? Yeah, let's see. T. Like, how are we gonna communicate? Communicado. I'm just hoping that Trog's listening. Blank. That's bugged on Olympus. Damn it. And yeah, like I said earlier, Switch, yeah, there are quests to get the expedition orbs too. Yeah, absolutely. There are quest lines. Southeast Asia server during release. No idea on that one. But I know that, you know, people have been asking about it occasionally. Like, I know on Twitter, there's been some people commenting at them, talking about it. So who knows? Yeah, they might do it, but so far I haven't heard anything about that though. Starting quest line for Shattered Obelisk. Oh, it's gonna be the one that takes you... I just did it too, not too long ago. It takes you over here to the... How do you pronounce that? Achernar? Did I actually get that right? Yeah, Achernar Gate. There's gonna be a quest that takes you over here. It starts at Everfall. and that's going to be the starting one. It's going to take you to Akranar, and it's going to make you kill about 10 ancient guardians, and then you're going to come back, and it starts over in the innkeeper in the inn. So you're going to find the inn in Everfall, and you're going to get the quest from there, and then it'll take you over here first. You come back, and it's going to start sending you to all the different obelisks that are scattered around Everfall, and a few of them are in Windsward. And all of these obelisks actually surround Shattered Obelisk. So it's going to take you to each and every one of them. Except I believe this one. We didn't go to that one. Anyone in chat just not coming up? Oh, okay, Dan. Oh, sweet. Trog. Sweet. Okay. And then, yeah, Theseus, if you can come over too. And then we're going to get Vic. Should have everybody. Awesome. All right, let me see if I can take a look at something really quick. I have my gems in Everfall. The diamond there. You know what? No, I probably don't need it. I'll just keep what I got. How do you get corrupted silver? Oh yeah, some of those materials you can only get from corrupted breaches. Like if I click on my storage here, like corrupted slivers. Yeah, these ones. You only get those from corrupted breaches. It'll tell you normally when you mouse over it, it'll tell you where it comes from too. Like these ones, corrupted fragments, and the corrupted shards. You can only get it from a corruption event. That's another reason why it was a good thing that we were doing these, because anybody who's planning to go into stone cutting, or anybody that levels up in stone cutting, is going to be able to make expedition orbs. So once you do the first ones, after you do like the quest lines, then you'll be able to do the second and third runs from the stone cutters being in your party. Equip a coat, duster style. I don't got one on me. I got none. But I love the coats in this game too. There's actually some really cool, unique armor sets in this game. And especially at like the end game, there's some pretty decent ones that you'll find. And can you milk one of the cows, please? Oh, you mean like... like how, I did milk a cow a couple of days ago, but nothing happened. No, I just got 20 milk. I love the fact that we're actually able to milk them now. What's the purpose of crafting armor weapons when you get the best stuff from quests anyway? So crafting armor and weapons doesn't really pay off until endgame. I mean, you know, early on, people will probably buy crafty gear if they look at the broker and they don't want to farm it through faction, you know, gear and drops. But when you first start off, you get the faction gear at level 15. And then you can also get the 25 set if you really want to. When you get to like Amrine Excavation, that's another set of gear you can get off of a couple runs of that. And then past that, you'll get a lot of gear sets based off of just drops and, yeah, quest lines, corrupted breaches, all the way up to endgame. And then you can get gear off of elite points of interest, field bosses, and chests at endgame. But when you want to really specialize, like you want to get specific perks, you want to get specific attributes, things that are going to maximize your build, that's where crafters are going to come into play. So crafters are going to be like a slow burn when it comes to the weapons and armor smithing and engineering, and that's when it's going to really pay off, really pay off as end game. So we're not going to see crafters reach their full potential because they need to get to 200. We'd also need to get, you know, all the max tier benches going, but we don't really have that hardly at all anywhere, so we wouldn't really be able to see it right now. Protha. How to fight with life staff as bow. Oh, how to fight the life staff as a bow. It's hitting as hard. Oh no. You know what? You know what would be great for the bow to have is like a shot that you could do, or like a passive that can reduce incoming healing. Because that would almost do the trick, I bet. Let me see. Because I think poison shot could potentially help a little bit with that, but you know, yeah, when you're fighting a life staff, honestly, with how much healing they can do to themselves and, you know, just staying alive as far as that goes, unless you're able to CC the crap out of them, it's going to be a little bit tough. Because they can keep, you know, especially if you're fighting with the bow, they can just keep ducking behind trees and popping beacons and sacred grounds immediately. So I'd say it'd be pretty tough for a bow to kill a life staff in open world. But rapid shot, if the person's just standing still, if you hit those 3 shots on them, that might hit them for a lot of damage. And then penetrating shot, it used to stagger people a little bit. I don't remember if it staggers now still when you hit them with it, but I love using penetrating shot actually. But rain of arrows, I wouldn't use it on like even though it does cause that bleed, I wouldn't really use it on a life staff user that's just, you know, standing there healing, because the wind up for the rain of arrows, that could be time spent shooting at them and trying to whittle them down. So yeah, I would probably say that your best bet might be using the rapid shot, poison shot, and penetrating. Just like spamming the crap out of the shots as best you can, trying to take them down. But either way, it's going to be a really tough mission for a bow. Oh, thank you so much, Trug. Got all 5? All right, let's go. Should be good to go. Do this. Is there necromancy? No, there's not. No. And no elves, no. Are you forced to play PvP to be able to join events and explore different areas? No, you can do play the entire game without PvPing at all. Hey, and you have the Starstone key, right? And I can use my key when I get it later. I'll have to do Amrine excavation. Oh, sweet. Okay. Yes. Oh, this is gonna be so fun. Okay, so there is gonna be invisible beams in here that we'll have to dodge. Man, I gotta remember the mechanics in here. I was so distracted when I first did Starstone. Because I didn't even get the objectives. Somebody else was getting those. And I was barely paying attention to what was going on. But I know right now, we're still getting bugged out invisible beams. So the first room of invisible beams, I should know where to stand. That part should be good. That's right. That's right. Awesome. Okay. Best tank build. Well, you can do a paladin build like I'm doing right here, or you can also, if you really want to, frog. No, hold on. I got you, Trog. Hold on. You can also do a sword and hatchet build, which will allow you to get a little bit more sustain going, and not more sustain than you would with the life staff and sword and shield, but you can do like a pure warrior type build with the sword and hatchet and still have berserk that'll heal you a little bit in the middle of combat. Oh yeah, like right now this Pally build, we're getting a lot of sustain from this. Now there's one set. They did a video, like a trailer video a while back, and there was a piece of armor that had a cape on it, but that's the only one that I've ever seen. It looked like a Spartan outfit almost, like a Spartan cape. But that's the only one I've seen, and I'm sure there's like one or two other ones that I'm forgetting about, but yeah, you can't like have a cape that you can put on that's separate from the armor itself. No. Too easy. No, you can't wear a backpack. No, no, no. Got him. Okay. Power the pally. Power the pally. Damn, I'm loving the sustain. Oh, man. It's starting to shine more. It's really starting to shine more. Okay. Let's go. Oh, yeah. What about sword shield plus Warhammer? Now, that's a good combo in PvP, because with Warhammer, you do have a lot of CC capabilities in PvP. But for the PvE side of it, you do have the CC as well, which is, you know, can be pretty cool. But it kind of lose out on the sustain part. But if you really trust your heal, well, not not like that. If you have a really good healer, then yeah, you probably wouldn't even need to worry about. Shit, sorry, I got it. Probably wouldn't even need to worry about going with these other builds. So yeah, you could totally do that if you wanted to. Oh. Let me get that guy. Because right now we have so many heals because of Trog, and then these other heals extra heals I'm able to put down. It's really cool. Really, really cool. Ooh. Like this. What the shiz? Oh, that's okay. Don't walk into that. It's an invisible beam. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the invisible beams are already starting. Oh no. Fastest way to level from 24 to 30. Right now, probably main story. If you're solo leveling, main story, side quests, and town projects plus faction missions all at once. And if you're doing it in like if you're leveling in like a group, then you can do corrupted portals if you want to as well. Yeah, most people are doing like main story quests, side missions, and doing a lot of town projects right now. And do you think the bow is viable with the gauntlet, like using an elemental gem in the bow and scale off int? I think it's probably going to be a pretty weird build, but you could... Oh, shit. It'll probably be a pretty weird build, but you could give it a shot. Like, if you want to try it, you know, just for fun kind of thing. Oh, no. Shit, I'm sorry, Pain. You gotta vault under it, Trog. Vault under it. You can crouch under it and be okay, too, but... This is where the beams start. Where the fun begins. Chest. Stupid beams. Oh my god. I can't believe I fell for that one over there. Oh yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay, yeah, when we get to the first room of big beams, then I should remember the rotation. Hopefully I'll remember the rotation. Okay, well, hold on. I would, Yep. Watch out, because I think that, Okay. Apparently it's not. The same thing happened, the same mechanism was active over there, and I died to that invisible beam. So I guess this one is not an invisible beam one. Okay. Oh yeah, they're not invisible anymore. Sweet. All right, so we go down this way. This way. Here. Crouch. Actually, is this new? Yeah, we can do this. Jump. Hold on. They might have changed some things here. Okay, we're good. Yep, we're good. Fairly similar still. Fairly similar. Nope. Nope. You. Hold on, I'll come back in a second. Take this thing out. Oh. Finally. Okay. Hold on. Fire staff is less damage than life staff. Well, fire staff right now, after the recent changes that they did, it might be a little bit more on the weaker side, but fire staff has been notorious for like feeling a little bit weaker early game, and then it starts to get hold on. What I did. And then it starts to get stronger in game and it's more useful. Oh yeah, you can do that, or you can you guys can fall off. You climb up on that ledge and just try to fall off and land on this. Land on this right here, and then you can jump across right there. Or that too, yeah. You just jump up right here. There. You just there. Yeah, just jump across. Oh shit, watch out for the watch out for this thing too. Yeah, that I just watch out for that thing, because it's an invisible beam. It's invisible beam. Alley-oop. I love this puzzle stuff. So right here, bada boom. Ooh. That. Oh, I see what you're going for. Oh yeah, you can do this too, and just jump. Son of a biscuit. Jump across like I did, but don't fall that time. Just like I did the first time. I didn't get enough distance. PvP combo with the gauntlet. Ooh, you could do Ice Gauntlet Rapier or Ice Gauntlet Musket. And that might be more fun because both of those have a secondary scaling. Both of those scale with intelligence, but it's a secondary stat for both of them. But they can still, you know, get a damage increase from intelligence, so you can totally do it that way. Here, hold on. I'm dumb. Sorry. We can try where pain is, and then do it that way. Here, come with me. Oh, it is a invisible. It is an invisible beam right there. I knew it. I knew it really was there. Oh, the chat's back? Okay. Yes, text is back. Okay. Okay, I can show you guys what I was doing the first time. Okay. Alright, seriousness this time. What weapon should you use with the Great Axe? Great Axe Hatchet is doing really good right now. Can recommend that for you. Give that a shot. Okay. We want to do it that way. Okay. Yeah. And yeah, we can do it that way too, yeah. Oh. Got a little quick on me. There we go. Hold on. Right over here. Over here. Did drop fall off? Oh no. Oh no, Vic. Yeah, these jump puzzles are crazy. Especially when the beams go invisible. Alley-oop. Okay. Kind of remember this now. Gain protection. Okay, and then I can shield you guys, right? I can shield you from... I probably shouldn't have been the one to grab that, to be honest. Hold on. See something? Shouldn't be me that grabs it. Yeah, so Theseus has the staff right now, so you can walk through beams. You can walk through beams with that. No, you didn't fail. No. No, yeah, walk with it. Yeah. Like that. Yeah. Yeah, like that. There we go. Wait, make sure everybody gets through. What should I use with spear? Spear bow's pretty fun. Spear bow, and then you can do spear rapier. Yep, there we go. Hell yeah. Okay. Red beam. Oh, you gotta be... It went down. The one time I decided... the one time I decided to stand up and just run through it. No! Thank you. Damn it. Thank you for trying. But yeah, bow spear is pretty fun. Okay. There we go. Oh, shit. Went kind of fast there. Okay, there we go. We're good. Things are hilarious. All right, let's do this. I know. Oh, that was glorious. That was actually glorious. Wow. Get over there. Ow. Ooh, okay. Put that there, that there. Okay. Oh, is that a ring? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Oh, does it make a difference once you craft to level up your profession? Oh, I'm sorry about that. So yeah, when you craft stuff, normally what happens is the more materials you put into it, the more experience you get. But like if you're crafting engineering, for instance, or you know, weaponsmithing or whatever it is, pretty much, it's usually best to go with the most cost-effective thing that you can craft first. Like for engineers, arrows. Spamming arrows would be really, really useful and really, really easy to do early on. So highly recommend doing things like that. And then if you have a large supply of iron, you can go for more iron intensive recipes. If you have a large supply of leather, you can do that, and vice versa kind of thing. And then once you get to the higher areas or higher tiers, most people tend to go with like the best or the most, leveled up thing you can craft. Like when you get to tier 3, people start crafting tier 3 stuff. You get to tier 4, people start crafting tier 4 stuff, etc. Fastest way to level early game. Most people, what they do, you want to always follow your starting beach quest line. So the one that leads you into town and lets you choose your faction. And then past that, a lot of people are doing or have been doing like a lot of town projects lately because they've been really good on the XP gain. But you can do side missions, main story quests, faction missions, and town projects all at once. That's what I would recommend if you're solo leveling. That way you can get to like 18, 20 plus. You can get your Azoth staff, get some money off of doing that kind of stuff too. You'll get there in no time. Thank you so much, Y. I appreciate that. Thank you. I still can't believe how trolled we got from those invisible beams though. This dungeon has been a hilarious experience so far. God, I love Starstone. But my favorite one so far, probably Lazarus. Lazarus has been my top favorite. Yeah, the Arma Town projects, exactly, the armaments. Yeah, if you find those, you can totally do those whenever you can. You'll get like 2K, 3K. What was it? Even 4K on some of them experience. The tier 3 ones. Yeah, this is the 35 one, yeah. It's beautiful in here too. This is another area you can really appreciate by turning off your HUD. I've always loved the Shattered Obelisk. I've always been super curious about it lore-wise too. Every time I had an opportunity to look at pages for it, I would always read them. 4K, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put down. Oh yeah, true. Totally true. We should totally take a pic. Here, come here. Do it here. Hey, turn around. No, turn around, Trog. Turn around real quick. I didn't get your face. Ah, screw it. Hold on. No, half of you were turned around. Half of you were turned around. The other half were turned the wrong way. Stop it. No. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. It's okay. Oh god, that's too perfect. Okay, let's do this. Come on, buttercups. Ooh. Trying to force me out of my shields, are ya? Hold on, let me get over there. Bastard. Hold on, Trog. Oh, let me pot. Damn it. It wouldn't let me pot. No. Oh, shiz. I think we can come back in. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Hold on. I know, these ones went ham. Okay, I'm gonna move in. Catch the invasions. Oh, past level 50. Are they really giving a lot of XP right now? Like if you're level 50-ish? If so, I definitely want to try that when we get to 50s. Normally, you know, in the testing phases too, I've always tried or attempted invasions only at level 60. So I've never even really noticed that. You will go no further. How do you get slivers of corruption? Oh, those are gonna come from corrupted portals, like the corrupted fragments, and it'll show it when you hover over it. It'll say something like this can be found at a corruption event. So you'll get them from doing corrupted portals. The stone cutting mats for those. Invasion by yourself. You can stand there and get the XP. But it'll completely wipe. Oh, it only lasts like with just one person like 5 minutes probably. You just let the enemy in. Or just basically just don't do anything because there's no like way to open the door. They just break it down. Oh, okay, you mean the corrupted portals. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if you see a breach group doing a bunch of corrupted portals, that can be a pretty good way. Especially because you can also get the corrupted caches too, like the gear pieces. That part is really nice. this. Let me get closer over there. Oh, never mind. Didn't need to taunt that one. Watch out for the beams. Watch out. Nice. How did you guys even walk through that? Oh, it's locked. Okay. There should be the shrine's right there, so I think we can Oh, okay. There we go. I think we can use the staff. No? Okay, not yet. Yeah, this part will get a little tricky. I remember this part very vaguely. Oh, no. Okay, I know what we gotta do. Yeah, we gotta go through the door. Door first. And then do the other side. And we come back. What does Warhammer gameplay feel like? You got a lot of CC capabilities with the Warhammer. So you got Shockwave, you got Clear Out, you got Path of Destiny, for instance. So Warhammer is very crowd control based with stuns, knockbacks, and stagger. So it's a pretty good supporting weapon in combat. You can control the flow of battle pretty well with that weapon. Well, thank you so much. Welcome. Oh, you got the portals in every area? Let me turn them around a little bit. Wait. Okay. The war. Oh yeah, the wars are super cool. Super cool. And yeah, dual daggers. Yes. That's a pretty highly requested one. Alongside greatsword too. I would love to see a greatsword. How did you get the cooldown thing on top of your HP bar? The are you talking about this thing? Like the stamina bar? Or I have to see it. Oh, you mean the like these things right there? Because that's actually a buff bar. It shows you like what buffs you have. Buffs and debuffs. Okay. Come on. Go. Out healing it all. Cool. Level 60 in popular servers. It's because early on, when the beta first started, town projects were really crazy for XP gain. So people were, well, what they were doing is they were taking the armament town projects, the ones that require you to build like a requisite order as a forge bench, and they were stacking like 4 or 5 of them up together and then doing them all at once, and they were giving like 2,000, 3,000 experience per. So it was a really big chunk of experience. Hold on, I gotta do sacred ground. Got it. Got him. What's up, Raj? Not too shabby. How about yourself? How you doing? Do you think hatchet or musket or rapier spear? If you're gonna do that, and also if you're gonna do dex, then I would probably go rapier spear between those. Or you could also, if you're gonna do dex, you could do rapier musket, but yeah, I would say rapier spear if you're gonna do dex. Probably get more bang for your buck doing that. But both of them could work, but yeah, I do rapier spear on that one. But if you prefer range, then yeah, you can totally do musket, hatchet, or you can do musket rapier. Musket rapier is really fun. It's just up to which one you prefer, because both of them are really good options. But another tank. Yeah, I'd probably do spear rapier between those ones. The gem to socket into fire staff. Yeah, onyx. Take a look at onyx, because it'll give you a buff that gives you a 15% damage bonus against targets that are at full health. So that can be a nice initial burst damage skill that you can use. What's that? Oh yeah, true. Boss. Go ahead and tank him right here. Pistols. Oh yeah, pistols. It was actually already footage showcased the pistols a while back. It was in their very third developer diary that they ever did, actually, where they had pistols showcased. So it seems like, and it wasn't like a thing where the skills are already implemented. They actually just showed it, but the HUD was hidden when they showcased it. So it's a thing where it's probably going to come at some point. It's just that we're not sure when exactly it'll be here. Holy hot damn. Okay, I'm holding. I'm a holding. Ow. Thank you. Okay. You're right there. I'm gonna get that one, pick him up. Can you heal early mid-game dungeons even if you don't have focus stat? No, you're probably, if you're talking about Amrine, you're gonna want focus stat. You might tick for a little bit of healing, but overall, especially with bosses like Simon Gray, the last boss, you're gonna want to. Oh yeah, we're gonna need to do the staff thing again. You're gonna want to put some points into focus. Someone's gotta grab the staff. Yeah. And Dungeon Fighter? No, there's no Dungeon Fighter. Quality of Endgame has compared to other popular MMOs. I think compared to... Yeah, stand here. Yeah, compared to other popular MMOs, it's not going to have nearly as much right now. It's going to take it a while for it to get to, you know, that point. But it's got a good foundation and a lot of potential. But yeah, right now, between the two, or between them and this, you know, it doesn't, and as it should be, because the game is still, you know, very fresh, but it doesn't have nearly as much right now. Pain. Bow rapier, yeah, you can totally do bow rapier. I love doing bow spear between those, but bow rapier totally works as well. Absolutely. Get more damage during solo PvE? Not really, because I like the sustain of the build. Plus, once I do get a sword that I can put an amber gem into, a really decent one, then I'll be able to do decent PvP damage as well. As decent as damage as I'll get with the sword and shield, but still it'll be pretty decent because the weapon's damage that's converted to elemental will scale off of the focus. And a good gem for Great Axe. Oh, Great Axe, yeah. That one's gonna be, what was it? We're looking at it earlier today. Oh, I gotta put that point into my life staff. It was the... Hold on, let me look after this. 1 sec. Come here. Relentless. Oh, this is the boss too. It's the gem that does that gives you an effect where when the target's below 30% health, you do extra damage to them. But I'll check after this. Relentless. Ow. Oh, why does it make me target him? It's down. Shoot. Okay. Heal it down for you guys. Lag spike? Okay, gotcha. I think I can still keep up the heals. Oh yeah, I can. Got you. Restarting, no problem. We should probably wait before killing the boss, though. Yeah, we should wait. Try to just get it to like... No, we should wait now. Wait. Don't kill. Don't kill. We should wait for Trog. I think... Actually, never mind. You should get credit. You should get credit, I think. You should get credit. It should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, let's get you up. I think it should be good. I hope it'll be good. Oh, that one looks sick. Holy crap. Did you put any points into strength for this build? No, no points into strength. Focus con. Oh, no. Diamond Gray. Is that a dungeon taking spec or a good solo questing too? It can be a good solo questing one just based off of the fact you don't really have to use potions, but it's not going to kill things as fast as you would with like a hatchet great axe kind of build. So mostly tanking on the PvP and PvE side in expeditions, not so much on the solo in terms of like how efficient it is at killing. 229 people. What? No. Okay, we could probably clear trash until we get to the next boss. In the meantime, 30-minute queue for El Dorado. What is going on? Oh no, we've never had a queue that's been higher than like 5 people. Salvage. Yeah, it's better to salvage gear early on. So also for the gem that you can use for the great axe, where was it? It's gonna be emerald. That's the one. Opportunist. 8% damage against targets with less than 30% health. Since both the great axe and the that's true, yeah. Oh yeah, true that. But yeah, since the great axe and the hatchet have perks that benefit off of your target being below a certain health, that can also synergize with that too. That's very true though, that it is the weekend, so that's probably why. Yeah. Heavy attacks, holding life stat base increase heal. Boost 10%. I like that. Get the justice. I still don't know if that's gonna affect it if I switch weapons. I hope it does. Okay. Yes. Okay, let's clear some trash in the meantime. Any changes to the Paladin build for 50v50? Nope. Same thing. Same thing. You could do, if you want to provide more CC, you could do a Warhammer instead of sword. But for the most part, no, I'm going to do sword too. The only time I would do Warhammer is if I know there's going to be like too many tanks kind of thing. And that we like have a lack of CC. Oh wait, hold on. Oh yeah, we got to do staff. And oh yeah, but on the XP side, no, this isn't really for the XP. It's mostly for the gear and stuff like that. Somebody asked that earlier. Dakota, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not really for the XP. Yeah. Hope we get a good gear though. 210 in Q. Okay. Oh shiz. Are you gonna be able to play? Yeah, never mind. If you pre-order it on Steam, then yeah, you'll be able to play it right away. Yeah, exactly. Just like SPPD said. Tier 3. That's true, but it is blue. Oh, what the hell? Beacon increasing healing power on self by 25%. Yeah, see, that's a paladin. Oh, that's going to be great. That's going to be fantastic. Are you serious? Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And a healing bonus, too. 20 focus. Let's do this. No, I'm fine too. I'm okay. On the food. Is Warhammer viable now? Warhammer can be a really good supporting weapon now, since they buffed the stuns on the shockwave and stuff like that. So you can use Great Axe Warhammer right now, and it's pretty decent in PvP, like group PvP for the CC ability. And that's basically going to be supporting people. But you can also do Sword and Shield Warhammer right now, and hey, we're gonna have to come back and get a frog probably when he a second. Thank you. When he gets back on. And for my focus points right now, what I've got is 85. So I'm going for 200 con, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go up to like 100 focus. But for the most part, it's not too bad on the focus side. And own Discord? No, I don't have my own Discord. The only one we have right now is the old one that I used to use for Valheim, but I don't really check it or anything like that. But no, we don't have a Discord for the game or anything like that. Come with me, stupid mobs. Ow. Green is good. Okay. Oh yeah, that, see, with the perk like that, oh, those heals. Yes. No, focus doesn't give cooldown reduction anymore. Now they changed that. $185. Okay. Okay, copy that. Copy that. We'll just clear trash up until the next one. Obelisk key. Okay. And yeah, yeah, you can totally pick up good jewelry through the quest lines. I believe there's going to be a quest line later on. It might be in Great Cleave actually, where you can get a lifesteal ring. Yeah, there's some pretty cool ones that you can get throughout the game. Bow hatchet. Yeah, bow hatchet's pretty solid. Most people do bow spear, but you can also do bow hatchet and have it work out just fine. But if I'm gonna use a bow, I'm probably gonna use a spear with it. But hatchet could work too. But spear's got that really decent CC if people get close. And it also scales primarily off of dex, just like a bow does. That part is pretty good too. Less obelisk. I think we got to do this way. Next focus weapon probably going to be either the Void Gauntlet that that was data mined and theorized to be coming at some point. This way. We gotta do this one for. Oh wait. Oh wait, hold on. Because the objective is showing over here. Disconnect the power lock on the ancient shrine and use the shrine. Bless the obelisk key. But if not that one, then maybe way down the line they might do either the one-handed mace that was in the original Alpha 1 and make that a Paladin type weapon, which I would love to see that happen. Or they could potentially do musical instruments, which would be really cool. Is it like light, floated, weighty? No, normally it's been weighted combat for the most part, at least in the preview, but now I would probably say the combat is similar almost to like ESO. More similar at least, but it is still unique in its own right. I need staff, I think. Is there a shrine over there? Yeah, staff again. Okay, so if your faction controls 2 locations, open up your storage, and there's going to be a drop-down menu on the right side, and you're going to want to go... Oh, sweet, okay. You're going to want to go ahead and select the item in the other storage, and then you can click transfer. But it'll be on the right side. It'll show whatever settlement you're currently at, and it'll be a drop-down menu. And you can click on it and choose the other settlement. 133. Okay, good. I think once you get back in, we'll probably have to reinvite you to the party, and then you should be able to hop right back into the expedition. Okay, there it goes. And then, okay. Now we're good. And a really good DPS combo. There's a lot of good choices when it comes to that, but if you're looking for something right now that you can use, like as a fresh player, you could probably give Hatchet Great Axe a try for DPS. And Dex fighter builds, Dex users always have pretty decent choices. So you can do, you know, bow spear. You can do, well, musket rapier if you really want to do really decent DPS as a Dex fighter. Give that a shot. I'm alive. Wait a second. Oh, okay, sweet. Yeah, it made you leave the game. Why is this locked? That's interesting. Fun. Or unless you have the key. Good question, yeah. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try. Is musket spear not viable? No, musket spear can be viable too. Like, there's a lot of really good choices with Dex fighters. I just love using bow spear, but you could totally do musket spear if you wanted to. Yeah, absolutely. And musket right now is, from what I've been hearing, doing a lot more DPS and just doing better overall than bow right now in like mass PvP and stuff. So you could probably just do musket spear if you want to. Wait, we gotta go over here. Was the power lock, right? Hold on, let me see if I can grab that. How many dungeons? 6. 6 dungeons. Let's see here. Okay. Life staff, ice gauntlet, you go heavy. Right now, most healers are gonna go heavy. Oh, let me come over here. Ah, I gotta get rid of this darn thing. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I was just able to block. There we go. Work when I block. Ah, here we go. Okay, cool. Sacred, thank you. Oh, no worries at all, man. No worries. Yeah, it's crazy though, just to think that we actually have a queue this time around. Musket shot slow, swap to 30%. Oh god. The no escape, that's hilarious. Oh. Instinct. Totally instinct. Yeah, I would totally do heavy for the few of the heals. The cooldowns above your health like that? Oh, these are just the buffs. These are buffs that I'm getting. They're not actual cooldowns. PvE solo and group heal, ice gauntlet life staff, or Warhammer life staff. Yeah, if you're going group based stuff, yeah, you could totally do what I would do if you're gonna go pure healer is ice gauntlet life staff. That way, if you stay in the back line, you keep on healing people. If people get up on you for any reason, you can switch to the ice gauntlet and go with the indomitable or the entombed spell to do the ice block, and that way you can kind of push them back and also regen mana at the same time. Oh, there is a way to hold on. If you go into your, okay, I know what you're talking about. If you go into your gameplay settings, there's an option for Extra cooldowns. Yeah, show extra cooldowns. That one right there. And it should be in the gameplay ones. Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. My bad. I completely forgot that was there. That one. Yeah, they have a chance to. All of them should. Battle mage ideas, you can do sword and shield fire staff, or you can do sword and shield ice gauntlet, or you can even do rapier fire staff or rapier ice gauntlet. You just put a gem inside the weapon as well, and it'll scale the elemental damage that it converts it to with intelligence, which would be really cool. Yeah, you can totally do battle mage, and the rapier actually does scale off of intelligence too. It's a secondary stat for it. So if you do fire staff rapier, then that can be pretty good as well. Or even ice gauntlet rapier, which is pretty fun. Okay, and then once we activate this, then Trog should be back in. Okay, sweet. We can wait for Trog. He's almost back. I think we might have to... Oh, no, actually, you should be able to walk right through. 5 men's. Take a pick. I want it. Also, congrats. He's almost 50? Holy crap. Okay. Got it. Yes. Got it. Sweet. Got it. Perfection. More DPS sword skills. Yeah, you can totally do that too. I was using Whirlwind Blade instead of Defiant Stance for a lot of the leveling process too. For endgame PvE, their future plans are not at the moment, but a lot of us have given feedback on that. Myself especially, I've always preached about dynamic events, like getting more of those, which would be awesome. But as in terms of like what they're planning right now, no, we don't know. We don't know just yet. 2 minutes 14. Okay, sweet. This has been solid though. Like we were kicking butt. Barely even breaking a sweat in here. I know we died a couple times to the to the beams. But for the most part, it was awesome. 1 minute. Okay, cool. One minute 5, sweet. Can you add elemental damages like bows to poison or fire arrows? No, you can't do that, but you could put a fire gem into a bow, and it's gonna turn your arrows into it'll make it look like it's fire arrows. It's not gonna like cause burning on the target, but it will cause fire damage though, along with the physical damage on top of that. Yeah, it'll actually look pretty cool if you do that. I can recommend doing that too. It looks nice actually, but it won't like cause burning damage or anything like that by itself. Craft potions or food, both are really important. Oh, Trog's in, good. Right. But in terms of like which one's better, in-game wise, people will probably start buying a lot more food because of the gathering, crafting, and that kind of food, like giving luck bonus. But throughout the game, potions, people might buy a lot of those, especially because when you get to the tier 3 potions, even at level 60, people will still buy those because of how decent they can be for a quick boost in health. And tier 5, and yeah, like you get the tier 5 potions, and also you get the corrupted tinctures and all kinds of stuff like that, the coatings and whatnot that you can make, and people will buy that stuff too. So after respawn, gotcha. On the world map where the zone is. I can't open the world map, but I know exactly where it is. It's just above Shattered Obelisk. So just look above Shattered Obelisk. You probably see the icon already, and it's just right there. It's like right on top of it. Fire Staff, Ice Gauntlet, any good? Yeah, absolutely. So leveling wise, yeah, it's gonna seem pretty weak, especially early on, and you're probably gonna run out of mana a lot. But late game, in terms of the invasions, the territory wars and stuff like that, that's where it can come in pretty handy. But yeah, overall, since they did the tweaking of it, it seems like from what people have been saying, that it's not as good as it used to be. But it still it's probably going to have its place in territory wars and invasions for that AoE. Damn, look at this thing though. Wow, that looks so nice. Hell yeah. I kind of want to just keep it as a souvenir. It looks like something you'd find in like a goblin cave or something like that. I'd totally dig it. I love what they've been doing with these unique weapon sets and unique armor sets that they've been making though. Really nice. I'm gonna keep that. We'll lock that. Oh, this one. Lock that down. And then, yeah, I can totally salvage this. What the heck is that? Oh, it's like it's a great axe I got in here. It looks so cool. You're en route? Okay, cool. Are faction missions good for leveling? Well, the first 3 faction missions that you do in a day, they can be really good XP, yeah. But past that point, there's probably better options. Like the town projects right now, people were doing those periodically, like because of the armament town projects. If you see those on the town project boards, you can do those. And then past that, if you're solo leveling, you can do main story quests, side missions, and faction missions in between. But just faction missions by themselves, spamming them, not going to be the best way to level at the moment. My attributes, yeah. Right now I'm going for about 200 con, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to 100 focus. And then after that, I'm probably going to do, once we get to like 60, I'm going to go for like 250 con, and then at least 100 plus focus. And once I get the really good pieces of gear, then I can do like about 300 con and about 200 focus too. And no, there's no LFG system. Nuh-uh. Okay, Trog's in. Damn right. I missed Trog too during that whole freaking boss fight. Wait, I thought those were... I think those are off, right? Oh, the jump. Right. The jump puzzle. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's true. XP split for mobs work? Oh, it's just based off of who you have in your party. So if you have like oh, okay, we gotta go all the way around. If you have 5 people in your party, then actually I can find out. I can find it. It's like really, it's pretty old because I think they nerfed that like right after. Hold on, right after or during the preview. Actually, let me go see. What's that? Okay, we got forge, fire, reek, water. Yeah, because if you're in a party, it will split the XP. But I don't remember where they posted the exact notes for that, to be honest, actually. I'm trying to see. And I'm not seeing it in here. I can't remember if they did that during the preview or in a patch just directly after it. Oh, wait, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Let me see. Okay, no, this is the group play one. So what they did in the crafting one in January of last year, it was last year, right? Or it was, I think it was just, no, it was this year. So they made it to where as a whole, the whole group needs to deal 15% damage to a creature for everyone to get credit and a chance for a chance for loot. And then this is the group member thing for like if you're doing a corrupted breach or anything like that. And also just in general, you have to do a little bit of damage. You can't just be standing there or heal somebody. And they adjust the amount of XP that is granted when an enemy is killed by a group previously. Oh yeah, here it is actually. Yeah, now the amount will be adjusted based on the number of group members. Yeah, so they didn't post exact numbers, but we know at least that there is an XP split. I thought they posted exact numbers. I thought I remembered that they posted exact numbers. God, I hated that that they did that though, because I love the fact that in mob farming we were able to get full XP for everybody. It was kind of cool. No problem. Yeah, I knew I remembered it from somewhere. So it was the January update. That's the one. Do you think the sword and shield and big axe is a good combination? Yeah, totally. The great axe and the sword and shield, you can totally do that. But most people right now, or a lot of people, are doing hatchet great axe. It's a pretty popular build at the moment. So I would recommend trying that out first and seeing if you like it. But if not, you could totally try out sword and great axe. Requesting a resource locations, finding items request is really tough in the game. Not at the moment, but yeah, in the future that's probably going to happen. There was actually during the preview, I don't know if he still plays, there was actually a person that was posting nothing but questline walkthroughs on YouTube. I don't know if I think I would have seen it because I think I'm still subscribed to him, but I have to dig it up. But yeah, there was people like that, but I think, yeah, people will still do that. If it's a specific quest line, if you ask, we could probably tell you what you need to do. Because yeah, some of the main story quest lines early on, it can be hard to find some of those items if you haven't done it before. Sweet, welcome back. Heck yeah! Wait for everybody to get in.